Dave, I don't have my magic gavel, so I'm going to have to yell. Anyway, it's time to get started. Today is Wednesday, March 8th. It's 8 a.m. and we are starting the Commission Strategic Planning Retreat. Present are Commissioners McDowell, Stokes, Emmerich, Vice Mayor White, myself, Mayor Langdon. City Manager is here, Assistant City Clerk, City Attorney. We have a bunch of people up in the back of the room, and it is time to get started. Commissioner McDowell, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that, ma'am. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any online public comment?
We do not.
And I don't see any in-house. So at this point, I am going to turn the agenda and the management of this meeting over to Doug Thomas. You can take it away.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. So, well, welcome back today. Last night, I didn't have as much heavy lifting to do as we did the year ago. We were actually pulling this together. We're crafting a lot. But what I thought we'd do is just kind of walk through where we're at. Today, I wanted to start off by kind of revisiting the changes that you all talked through yesterday afternoon in terms of some of the statements we've got. So I've got those highlighted for you for review. I told you that you could look at that and make sure you had a chance to be comfortable with where we landed. And if we have to tweak those, we'll do those accordingly. And then what we're largely going to do today, we joked about Jerome and the team being quiet. He really felt this was your day. Yesterday was your day. Today is a lot of his day and the team's day to bring you up to speed. But this is meant to be interactive because obviously what you're going to spend most of the day on is getting an update on the current pillars and priorities that the Commission has established in last year's effort and getting a snapshot of where those things are at in the organization, what challenges and issues staff may have. And as I said, we'll also talk through a variety of indicators that staff's been getting their arms around to kind of track the metrics and the process and the progress on those efforts. So in the midst of that process, as we work our way through the various pillars and priorities, I'm going to also ask you to revisit those priorities, to say, are these priorities still the same priorities? Do they need to be changed? Do they need to be added? Do they need to be eliminated? Things of that nature. So this is really kind of a roll up your sleeves and pretty engaging day today between both staff as well as you as elected officials. So we'll go through that, and then at the end of the day, I want to talk a little bit. Last year, we did a prioritization process, and so we want to kind of revisit what that looks like after you've established your priorities. How do you prioritize the priorities, if you will? And then we'll kind of talk about whatever the next steps may look to be from there. So somewhere along the line, we'll take some breaks, we'll get a lunch in here, and we'll just kind of work our way through it. So let me go back to where we landed yesterday. So the items in red are things that we have changed based on the feedback we had from your discussions yesterday. So the revised vision statement, this was a relatively quick change. We moved the word can, or eliminated the word can after visitors. But I want to make sure that that makes sense to what you all landed on. This one was pretty easy to make the edit to. Everybody good with that? All right. The mission statement we reviewed, but there was a desire not to make any changes to that. So that still stays the same. And then we changed the preamble to the organizational values. There was a lot of discussion about the commission and its staff and all of that. So I think if I captured everybody's thoughts correctly, that's where I think we landed. Make sense? Okay. All right. And then we spent quite a bit of time working our way through the organizational values. Same sort of effort. Those in red are things that we changed. So we changed most of them, or tweaked most of them. So let's just walk through that to make sure I've captured what you were looking for. Accountability, we stopped it after standards and said we accept ownership for our conduct and obligations. And you can see the balance of those. So I just want you to, and I've got the sheets if need be, but I think I captured them based on the conversations, but this is a double check with you. Take silence as we got it right. But I want to make sure I'm not going too quickly for you. Give you a chance to look through it. I know we did a lot of tweaks and adjustments to those, but I think that's where we landed.
Works for me.
You're good with your changes.
The romance continues this morning, right?
My goodness.
I really like the changes we made to innovation. That flows really, really well.
And that word is efficient processes, right? That's not a new word. That's not
Ah,
a new
you're
word.
right.
Word.
It's not spelled correctly. I didn't do a spell check on
You
that.
guys
My
come
bad.
up
It
with a
should
new
be
word?
efficient. Yes, thank you.
I just
But
want
the
to be sure.
teacher picked that up on me. That's on
Wasn't
me.
a
My
new
bad.
word.
I just thought it was a new word that an innovative
No, that's not one that
word.
came out of the discussions yesterday. That's meant to be efficient. My bad on missing that one. Okay. All right. So with that adjustment, we're good, right? Okay. Good. All right. So I wanted to come back to revisit. As we mentioned yesterday, we had advanced discussions with all of you, and so some of that kind of set the table for the conversations we're going to have today in terms of priorities and things of that nature. And so I wanted to just bring you back to last year's priorities, and I asked you all, without you necessarily having the document in front of you, about what accomplishments you felt were significantly moved forward and or achieved in the last year as it related to priorities. And so these are things we're going to be talking about in greater detail today, but these were your at least top of mind perceptions of things that had moved forward. So I wanted to kind of get them back in front of you again, just to make sure you're tuned into that, because many of these relate directly to your current priorities. And you'll hear some more updates from staff as we move forward today on their tracking of the priorities that the commission has put forward in their plan. Second page on that in terms of other efforts, a lot of infrastructure work, a lot of quality of life type projects. I know you talked about Price Boulevard for a long time, so I know that the three of you had indicated that was a significant accomplishment to finally get approval to get bonding for that to move forward. And then clearly the discussions on stormwater work and Warm Mineral Springs. And then clearance, that you've got developers doing investment, you can see activity and the desire to, I always say never let a good crisis go to waste. Coming out of the hurricane, you see where limitations on your systems are, and that may provide some ability to bring an awareness and support for maybe financing things that might heretofore have been difficult to accomplish as well. So I always ask the other question about what anything got stalled for whatever reason that you thought things might move further along. And I will tell you, as a preface with your staff here today, every one of you said, listen, we had a hurricane and we're still in recovery mode. So we don't really mean this to be critical in terms of that. We just recognize that things got diverted because you had to move around based on a reaction to a natural disaster as well. But there's still a desire to do economic development. There's still certainly movement with regards to Warm Mineral Springs. And I know we talked yesterday, that's coming March 15th, I think I heard, something around that line. Your ULDC, I know, has been a work in progress for some time. And I think the sense on that is every time you get closer to doing something, you get sidetracked with another project that impacts its timing. And so that's just one of those items. I describe it as like when you squeeze Jell-O, it comes between your fingers. ULDC touches so many different parts of
I think greased pig.
Agree. That could be too.
Around
Trying to
it.
grab that exactly. So what I would tell you is you're not alone. That is a monstrous project to do, and I know it feels like it's probably moving slower than you'd like. But having gone through that as a manager, but also seeing it from other communities, there's just so many tentacles that get touched on that project. And as I said, there was a recognition with the hurricane. So overall, not obviously that was it in terms of the things that got identified. So there's a clear understanding that things are still progressing in the midst of reactionary issues to the storm. So what I want to do today is walk through the strategic pillars, and there are 6 of them presently. We're going to talk about whether there's a desire to add a 7th one. I just wanted to kind of give you at a high level, say community, these all were in your plan. These are exactly worded the way that you landed last year. But we're going to unpack these, but just so you understand kind of where they are. Those are the 6 pillars that we have and the statements that come along with them as well. So what I'd like to do is say, when I asked you in the advanced interviews, are you comfortable with these 6? Are these the right ones still? Or are there potentially things now that you've had a chance to kind of work with a plan for a year There's a sense that generally they're okay, but there's some conversations. We talked a little bit yesterday and a number of concerns about affordable housing, and does housing become a pillar in some fashion, and moving appropriate priorities under that. You have some priorities under housing, but they're under different pillars, and the question is whether they rise to that level of a seventh pillar. There's desire for economic development and focus there, but you do have an economic development pillar, so we're not likely to have some discussions about some of the priorities there. Or Mineral Springs, how does that fit in economic development and green space, and some discussions that will need to take place there. There is some debate, and I'm sure we'll have some discussion today about, do you want to add another pillar kind of in post-Hurricane Ian to keep things fresh in perspective and mobilize the types of projects, although I think there's some uncertainty about what that looks like. So I know staff's prepared to kind of talk through that, and we'll figure out where that lands as well. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, going back.
I remember seeing something somewhere. I don't know if it was on social media or something, but it said that the Hurricane Ian recovery was a new pillar that was added. And I'm just kind of curious how that came about. Is that there because he's saying that we need to have that discussion? But I thought that was done.
You want to react first, and then I'll kind of chime in?
Yeah.
So, because I think it started with staff, and then
Exactly,
I'm reacting to what I'm hearing. So.
Right. It started with me putting that in the middle, knowing that we had to use that as one of our basic points of recovery. I think it would be false if we didn't acknowledge it and how important it is to us going forward. No one can actually change these pillars unless you say that you want to change these pillars. So from my standpoint and my talking points, I still said, and I do believe that Hurricane Ian is strong enough for us to not lose sight on, to put it front and center in our documentation and our talking points. It is up to you as a board to say, yes, I would like to officially change it on the documentation that you're looking at. I believe we had that front page that you're looking at, and I moved pillars out of the middle of it and put Hurricane Ian or something like that. I can't remember, but yes, but that's what I did.
What I would say is it's kind of teed up for the conversation, because at the end of the day, after this process last year, you adopted this plan. So this is the official plan we're working on, but just as you're revisiting it, it's a discussion point to have. And so, and then we talked, the ULDC, how does that fit in, and in terms of the pillars and making sure that happens. And then this concept of, at least one of you had indicated you felt that it made sense given the stronger storms and the need for improvements of maybe adding that. But as I said, we're gonna work through that today as well. So as we go through this process, this is that part of governance and roles and responsibilities and things of that nature. Your role as the elected officials are to establish the vision, the mission, and the organizational values that kind of are overshadow the entirety of the organization. And then as it relates to the work on your direction, the overall strategic pillars that you've established, the statements that come with those, and the priorities that fall under those are the roles and responsibilities of you as elected officials. That's that board of directors concept that I was talking about yesterday. Now, what we did last year, because we were really throwing everything up against the wall, we spent a lot of time with staff over a 2-day process. And had some time between those first meeting and the second meeting, where staff were developing a variety of proposed metrics, key indicators to track the work so that they could determine, are we making progress, and how are we going to know when we've achieved success as it related to those priorities under each of the pillars. So staff is going to continue to be tweaking and adjusting those. You're going to hear some conversations today as we get an update. Some of these things are really hard to identify, and their best of efforts maybe didn't work out. And so we're going to talk about maybe making those adjustments. So your goal is to stay focused on the pillars and the priorities, and then we're presenting staff's reactions to the key indicators and any challenges that may come about, so that at least you're aware of how they're going to be tracking. But that's really kind of under their purview. Okay? So with that in mind, we're going to start off with the safe community pillar. And what I'm going to suggest with your approval on this is that we stay with the language we have, or we put not only the pillars, but put statements behind the pillars so everybody understands what that pillar means. What I'm going to suggest we do today, rather than just focusing initially on the statement as well, I want to get through the presentation of the staff and where we are in tracking it, and then let's come back at the end of that to say, okay, does that statement still make sense? Because we may be making some adjustments that might have a bearing on the overall statement. So if you're comfortable with that approach, I think it'll be easier because then you'll have kind of a review and an update about where you are with regards to the work involved there. So the way we've identified it, safe community, create and sustain a safe community for residents, businesses, and visitors of Northport. Staff has identified the core services that are involved because different departments will have different ownership and pieces of certain priorities and certain pillars. And so we just want to keep that involved so that you have a flavor of who touches the work and the priorities that are involved here. And that may change depending on the pillars that either get added or deleted as we go forward today. And so what we're going to do next is work through work that Eve has put together as it's working with the departments to identify the individual under each priority. Generally speaking, there are a variety of key indicators that staff are monitoring and tracking. And so what I'm trying to do is capture those as best as possible on these slides, and Eve and the departments are going to kind of largely walk through this information as well. So Eve, the one thing I didn't capture was that on the top of the column, so you might, yeah, so I couldn't put everything together, and so I knew that we could talk through that at the beginning about, obviously on the far left, I'll let Eve do it, but the far left is the actual indicators, and we'll walk through what the columns are. But there was no way I could get everything on the slides and still have it legible, so I'll turn it over from there. Yes, Debbie.
Is it possible to get a copy of this so I can jot notes down? Get a copy of it.
Yes.
This way I can put notes in the corner.
What I can do, I've got.
I mean, I have the strategic plan, but
We can have it printed.
I think, does
we
Anna?
don't
Okay.
have any of this.
We can have it printed. You can have it printed.
Okay, we'll take care of that. Yep. Oh, look at that. She's already got it right there.
No, I have the strategic
No.
plan.
She's got this too. Yep, these documents as well.
Okay.
Yep. Good job.
You don't need this? You all have this?
Thank you.
Ask and you
I'm
shall
gonna-
receive.
If you want, you're welcome to drive these slides
Okay.
as we go through these, and then at the end, I'll come back and jump in or just facilitate. I'll capture notes and things of that nature. Yeah, okay.
It's a big scorecard because as you can see, there's a lot on it. So we had to print it big so that you could read it. We tried to make it as easy to read as possible.
And city clerk, will this be added to the backup materials? Thank you very much.
And that's helpful that you guys have that in front of you because as Doug mentioned, some of the headers didn't make it on here. So over across the top, we have the priority, right? And then underneath, we have the indicators labeled 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. That second column is the owner, the department that owns that. The third column is the target. The fourth column is where we ended fiscal year 22, which was a while back now, but we wanted to be able to provide you with that information. And then the last column there is any comments that the department had added, because not all of these are numerically based. So not all of them have a number-based target that we could provide. So sometimes it's just a comment related to that. So key indicator 1.1 was to maintain a 90% or above rating for residents with positive view. You can see that the target was exceeded at 95.8. Maintain or reduce average response time of 7 minutes for EMS calls for 90% of the time. You can see that that was exceeded by 93.34%. Maintain or reduce average response time of 8 minutes for 90% of calls. I believe that number was impacted a little bit by some of the Hurricane Ian calls that came in at the end of the fiscal year, but they were fairly close to that target there. Maintain satisfactory to exceptional quality of care, 99% of persons requesting medical treatment. Fire Rescue received a 100% score on that, and what they do is they actually survey patients afterwards in order to get that information. Maintain 99% of compliance with current EMS protocols. They're at 99.75%. And then 1.6 is maintain an average response time for all police service calls of 10 minutes or less. Again, slightly over that, but I think a lot of that had to do with the incident that happened at the end of the fiscal year.
But PD is also going to be adding a new indicator for this year because they want to focus a lot on the priority 1 calls, those calls in progress. So not just tracking overall response time, but for calls in progress, how quickly are we getting there?
Quick question. I'm assuming that 1.1 and 1.4 are survey-based. Is that how the numbers?
That's, yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. Any other questions?
So just since this is the beginning one,
Yes.
If you go back to that. So at the top are the priorities that you've set, and we'll go through each of those priorities. So at the end of this, we're gonna then come back. I want to get you an update on where you stand on this, and at the end, I'm gonna list all the priorities under each of the pillars, and we can talk through that those priorities still make sense. Or did you hear something today that may want to make an adjustment? Okay? All right, so we'll capture that.
Priority 2 is to strive to maintain one of the lowest crime rates. The goal is to reduce the number of violent crimes by 5% per year. Unfortunately, numbers weren't available that we could provide at this point, yes.
How does the police department have control over that?
That's a very good question.
You
And
know,
I'd have to
if-
refer
if
to
the bad
PD for
guys
that
move
metric.
here and commit these crimes, how do you say, no, bad guys, you can't live here and commit these crimes? So how do you even have that?
I'd have to refer to PD if there's anyone here who wanted to speak to how they are looking to control that.
Right, well, and while the deputy chief comes down, my response would be the police presence that we have in the city, the number of resources that we have, where we place them and how we place them are always going to be factors of what your crime rate is. We're not talking about just being reactionary to what bad people do, but taking the proactive steps to make sure that they know that there's consequences in advance. It doesn't always work, but it is definitely probably going to be one of the lead areas that we focus on to make sure that they know that there are consequences for their actions. But let me turn it over to Deputy Chief.
Thank you. So a lot of that is being, in the law enforcement world, being proactive, using technology, being aggressive in domestic violence cases, and using stakeholders in the community to reinforce, educate. But the problem is when we see this, so we're rapidly growing. So we're seeing the crime rates in these areas of our Part 1 violent crimes are going up. But we also do the 3-year average, Commissioner, that shows in the prior years it was kind of down, and a lot of that was probably due to COVID. So we are seeing right now a little bit of an increase, but a lot of that is, I have to say, is being proactive, our community policing, and also comparing, seeing what other agencies are doing with how they're dealing, where their violent crimes are at compared to ours. We do a comparison a lot, but sometimes you can't stop people's human choices. It's just the nature. But its question is how we react and how we respond is what matters in the community. And if we have a problem area, how we handle that. If we have a drug area in a neighborhood, how are we combating that? Which also relates to crime. Drugs carries crime. So if we try to look at what is the cause of our increase in crime, violent crime, what's the the mechanism, we're going to attack that, and we're going to address that aggressively. So that's how we counter that. But I can tell you right now, we are in a very safe community. I will compare it to others. We do that periodically. Yes. But a lot of that is, I guarantee you, is that our law enforcement agency, our city's law enforcement agency, you as commissioners support, the strong support we have with technology. Even today, an incident happened yesterday. Our guys right now are using technology to help solve crime. And basically the word to get out there, our goal is don't come to Northport. Northport will catch you. Northport will hunt you down, arrest you, and that is powerful. People, I always told the city managers this, we strive on why do people commit crimes in our city? Why would they come here, commit crime? Well, there's called a risk versus reward. If the reward outweighs the risk, they're going to come. If the risk outweighs the reward, they're going to stay away from here. And it's that technology and that support that you have here that we're very proactive, that we maintain a safe community here. So it is a goal. We have to have a goal here, because if we don't have a goal, we're never going to be able to measure it. It's going to be a hard goal because you can't choose, you can't predict human choices, right? But it's a goal that we have and that we strive to achieve, and we're always watching it. See ya.
Thank you for the answer.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
I would also think that a lot of the outreach programs police have with the community, particularly with kids,
Yep.
In the long term, have a crime reducing effect. So
Yep.
I really appreciate the work, the proactive work you do with the kids in
Yes.
particular.
That's the future right there is getting the kids at that young age. Yes,
And
ma'am.
that's
Yeah.
part of being a presence too.
Right.
Yes.
'Cause
Yes.
I've lived in another state, in towns where my friends wouldn't even come to visit me, and it was pretty obvious why. There wasn't a police presence, or if you saw them, they never really interacted. Here, you interact and you're
Mhm.
doing things, and that makes a big difference. Yeah,
Yes.
so,
Thank you for the answer.
yeah.
Thank you.
I was just going to say also, some of your work that you're doing with, the nonprofits and the social services
Yes.
aspect of it, to be out in the community and make sure that, some of the people who are committing the crimes in our community are ones who are in need of social services components. And if we can make sure that that partnership is as strong as it can be, it can deter those who want to do crime. So you're preventing it before it gets to you as a police officer anyway.
Absolutely. Law enforcement is wears many hats, and we know that, hey, we can't do this alone. We need stakeholders' help, and it's our job to bridge that conduit of working together to their problems, our problems, their problem.
I couldn't remember the name of it, but it's Do the Right Thing ceremony.
Do the right thing. Yes. All right.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
Thank you. That goes into the next priority, which is to build the cohesive community partnerships. And while we know that this is a very important priority, we're trying to figure out what components actually go into this that we can measure. I mean, there's the Northport Night Out, there's a lot of the outreach that Northport and Fire and Rescue do, social services do, so there's a lot. As Doug mentioned, we have over 60 some priorities, and so trying to determine key indicators and how we're actually going to measure progress on them is a work in progress. But there are certainly ways that we can do that. Priority number 4, place facilities and staff to allow ease of access to city services. One of the indicators that we determined there was to maintain full tenant capacity at the Family Service Center, which they have been able to maintain this year, so we have full capacity there.
What do you mean by full capacity?
Meaning that all of the spaces that they have available for other agencies to come in are occupied.
So the rental spaces.
That priority last year came up because as you've got a big footprint here, obviously. And I think there was this question about making sure as you continue to grow that you're putting facilities and staffing in areas that are accessible to your residents, opposed to making everybody come to a certain location. That was the nature of that conversation.
Maintain a comprehensive emergency management training program, which addresses the internal and external needs. So Fire Rescue set an indicator to conduct a minimum of 15 emergency training courses during the course of 22. They actually exceeded that with 21 training courses and a real life exercise, which thank you all for putting that into place. And achieve and maintain a 90% rate of staff current on EM training. And the percentage that ended up being there was 60%.
So I understand this is just a scorecard. This is
Mhm.
not anything saying you did this bad and you did this good. It's just
Correct.
kind of where we are.
Where we are.
And that's a huge difference. And I'm curious, what was the difference? What caused that difference?
Certainly. I'll refer to DC Herlihy.
And I understand the hurricane probably played a big role, but
Good morning. So this target of 90% becomes kind of difficult at times to achieve. So this standard is set based on positions within the city. So if you take all city staff, whether inside or outside of fire rescue, the emergency manager has essentially assigned a minimum training of ICS for each of those categories. So managers would have like an ICS 300. Executive staff would have an ICS 400 level. So even as employees come and go through the city, those numbers change or are in flux constantly. So if we hire from Public Works to Fire to PD, our numbers go down because now we have to take time to train them to that minimum level that's commensurate with the positions that they hold. So this is something we're building on continuously, but we also know that it changes almost daily based on new hires and retirees and a lot of other factors that are in. But we're still striving that we get to that point at all times. It's kind of out there. We know it's a tough goal to meet, but like Chief Morales said, we have benchmarks that are kind of out there that we're always going to strive to get to, and this is one.
That, Chief, isn't it also fair to say that the nature of this work is that that will change throughout the year? And the goal is hopefully by the end of the year, you maybe get to that point because you've got new people coming on board. They need the time to train. So that will probably change throughout the year. Right now, you're looking at the first, a snapshot.
That's correct. So these are paired, this one and the one 5.1. Those classes that you see that we're running 21, where our goal is 15, is to really feed in and accomplish 5.2. So we're running a lot. Mike Ryan and now Stacy, the emergency management coordinator, they're pumping out classes to where city staff have ample opportunity to get into them. And then we bank them into increasing our numbers on the bottom end. And they can also go outside. They don't have to take the classes here. But yes, it's one of those that we constantly pump into.
So number 6, which has to do with fire rescue, so perform annual fire and life safety inspections to 100% of businesses. That was met. Within 45 days of initial fire and safety life inspection, achieve a 95% compliance with codes. That was exceeded with 95.72%. And then ensure the physical security of city assets and operations. Public Works is going to complete security assessment of City Hall with their recommendations. That was delayed due to hurricane impacts, but it is scheduled for this coming fiscal year 22 or 24. Okay. Sure.
So you're saying the middle column is what ended in fiscal year 22?
So you've got the indicator, who owns it, what the target was, and then where we were in fiscal 22.
And September 30th of 22.
Correct.
Okay. So help me understand how if this column is fiscal year 22, Hurricane Ian was only 3 or 4 days
I understand.
prior to the end of the fiscal year. So I keep hearing, as a result of Hurricane Ian, that would fall under 23's fiscal year comparison, not 22.
And I can't answer specifically for Public Works. I don't know if they wanted to address that one specifically. I think a lot of what it comes down to is there were a lot of priorities and we can't, even though we're trying to get to them, I think you'll see movement in other things that Public Works was doing, maybe not this one in particular. But I'll let Tricia speak to that.
Good morning. We had done all the paperwork. We did everything to kick this off. We actually kicked it off in the beginning of September for the facility condition assessment. However, we are not at a place to currently do this. So we did do all the prep work. We vetted companies. We got the agreements in place. We did a lot of work to get there. We just couldn't get the rubber on the road because of the hurricane. Thank you.
Okay, so let's come back to the priorities that the commission has established. You can see you got the update on the 7 priorities that were put into your plan. So my question to you is, are these priorities still valid? Are there any you want to add, any you want to delete, any you want to change from there?
The only thing swirling in my head, and it's probably more to recognize the effort that police puts into our youth, but I'm sort of thinking, I don't know if we can track, juvenile crime or something with Teen Court, or how many high school and younger kids are touched by our programs. But for me, that's such an important indicator of what the city's going to be like in 10 years that I'd like to acknowledge that and track to it.
So would that fit into as something to see if we could come up with a metric that fits into either number 2 or number 3?
You're talking about you want to split, like between adults and
No,
teen
I
crimes?
just really want to call out the kids as their own group. Again, part of it is acknowledgement of the effort our police department puts into that. But I think it also is an important indicator to track.
So just an example, it might be,
Priority,
I
too.
know, like, Do the Right Thing. I know my department in Lakeland had to Do the Right Thing. We did award recognition. The number of kids that are touched, whether you're involved in
So many
schools.
programs.
You guys have
Yeah.
school liaison officers here, things of that nature, and there's some programming. There may be a metric somewhere in terms of the number of children that are touched, in some fashion by the law enforcement community in a positive, proactive way.
And if there's some way to track delinquency rates. And again, I don't want to lay a big measurement burden on the police department, but if there are some numbers that we sort of track anyway.
Yeah, it's not a burden, Mayor. We track juvenile diversion. When we,
Yeah.
instead of arresting, we give them the diversion to go to teen court. We
Yeah.
track all that, and we're very big on, if they have to meet certain criterias for the juvenile diversion program. And if the juvenile meets that, we certainly do divert them. We track that, so that's not an issue. We can certainly do that.
And I think we can add that as an indicator. I think that would be a good fit.
My fellow commissioners feel that would be useful to track.
No, I think so, absolutely. Under priority too. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's probably priority too.
Under number 2?
And just for correction, you mentioned Do the Right Thing. Those would be actually two separate things, because one is
Right.
about people that we're helping get assistance for committing, breaking the law, and other
Right.
ones are the ones doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Right.
these would be two different, I want two different, correct, is what you
Different
want tracking?
metrics. Maybe one is sort of how many kids are touched by our programs, and then the other
Priority 3.
For the Do the Right Thing.
would be more
That's a
delinquency
community
oriented.
partnership, education.
Priority 3. And then this would
Do you
be
think it
priority
would
2.
be helpful to know, since they're going to track the teen court part separately, to know how many of those are repeat offenders, where they get in trouble again after going through the teen court compared to?
Yeah, we would have to reach
Not.
out to Heather Todd that runs teen court, because I think they control that data. So that's something, if that's you want, we can work in partnership with them.
Have that. I feel like they said they have that.
Okay.
Teen court.
Mhm.
Commissioner McDonald, comment.
I'm sorry. That's right. Captain, go ahead.
Repeat
Go ahead.
offenders.
No, I'm with you. I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, so priority 4, I'm reading it differently than what the paper is showing. To me, priority 4 is to make sure that the citizens have access to city services. The social services building is not necessarily city services, that for social services department. Everything in that department are outside that serve our citizens. But to me, I'm reading this as city services, where can they pay their water bill? Well, they can only do that here. Where can they go get a permit? They can only do that here. That's what I'm reading as far as access to city services in close proximity to where they live. And I think that once we get the public building open in Welland Park, that will help expand the locations to get city services. But then we also have to shift out east, because that's like a half hour or 45 minutes, depending on date and time of traffic. I'm not reading this the same way, so I'm wondering if we need to change that priority to say something like city services and nonprofit services. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing it out there.
Yeah, I see your point, but given that this one has been assigned to social services, I think what would be clarity is to allow ease of access to city social services, to sort of distinguish it from, permitting and some of the other city services. So I think it's missing social services, and then you're your point about, it's not just our social services, it's the other nonprofits that are co-resident. But one of the things that really stuck in my mind from Miss Janet's conversation last year was the fact that social services really selects those agencies because, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sort of they round out the offerings of the city. So I'm sort of okay if we just added access to city social services and that we view that in a more comprehensive way.
Yeah, but I was under the understanding that it's all services.
Yeah.
Just like paying your water bill, like Commissioner McDowell said, fire rescue, setting up response times were less because we were closer, all services that the city provide. The social services underneath of it is just one tracker. This is what social service done. Now, utilities, we're setting up a new admin station closer in town. That would be another one. Well, we moved it over here and we upgraded it to be able to take billing there and at City Hall, or whatever the case may be. That would be another one. It's all services
We move
as it goes forward, I think.
I think if you add social there, it fixes this, but it doesn't answer the question that he was driving at as to the locations of the various locations that we should have in the city so that people in geographical need, I think is what it said, can have, easier access. Which led me to the question of thinking, you guys have had a conversation at some point regarding that building at Welland Park that the commissioner just referenced. What is your expectation of that building in Welland Park? Because I thought we were going to have permitting out there in that building, but was there permitting inspection? So that's all that was designed in your mind to be out there? No, but like utilities and there's other things other than social services. Right, yeah.
I mean, it shouldn't just be CPS. It should be, if you want to go get fingerprinted, if you want to pay your water bill. And that's the way I am envisioning a little mini city hall so that those services can be accessed there without having them to
Drive
travel
all over
here.
here. Yeah,
Just like we need to do it out east so that they don't have to travel here.
And again, I think in response to Debbie's excellent comment regarding this particular metric is coming out of safe communities. So I can see making the case that social services and the things collectively that we provide to the community do address safety. I suspect, and I know, that we will see other metrics around other city services in the appropriate area in this
It
plan.
may fall under good governance or something like that, yeah.
Exactly. So I'm good with this, just so long as we're clear, it's not all city services, it's just
Well,
social
that's what it says.
services. Well,
So-
I
Yeah,
think we
that-
already
as I said,
agreed
this
to
is where
add
you landed,
social,
so
right?
this is the cleanup part of what you
Right.
do.
Agreed to add social. I don't think you agreed to add social, so no, we didn't agree to add social
Well-
at this point.
I would reiterate what the mayor said. This particular page is all about safe community. All the other public services fall under other areas. I was even suggesting it just say social services because that really is germane to safe community. I mean,
What about resources? I mean, that's really what that provides when you have other groups in there. Those are your
because when you,
resources for our residents when they need something that one of those groups provides. And it's in the city building. It is our building that we make available.
I see a parking lot emerging.
Maybe it just doesn't belong.
If I may. Sorry, I don't want to cut off the flow, but I do agree that there can be other indicators under this. They just haven't been developed. The conversations that you all have recently had about the new PD facility certainly fall under this category. So there are other indicators that can go under here that just haven't been developed because it is still a growing, living document. I think the conversation about it being under the safe community pillar is important to keep in mind. Social services provide a safe community, fire rescue, NDS to an extent, right? Because they're doing building inspections to make sure that the buildings are safe. All of that kind of thing does fall under here. So it is certainly a work in progress, and the conversation of what you guys would like to see as indicators under here can help us build it out further.
What I suggested is that, so that you don't get sidetracked, I've used a concept called a parking lot. If there's an issue that you haven't we're not sure it's the right spot, the right place, let's just put it on the board so we don't lose it. And then as we go through the day, if it feels like there's a different priority that needs to be added or priority needs to be shifted. So I think what I'm hearing is two distinctions. There's one about entire city services, which may not necessarily fall under the safe community pillar. Maybe that's under good governance. Maybe that's where that lands. So I guess my question to you here is that if you're going to keep something about geographic proximity based on needs under the safe community pillar, are you comfortable with that being social services, or is that not really what you're thinking about at all, in which case we'll just kind of pull it off of this area, maybe it's somewhere else? I just want to capture it so we don't lose it. But I guess my question before we move to the review of the balance of the priorities, do you want to leave this as a priority and clarify it as it relates to safe communities, recognizing we'll come back to this other topic in an appropriate time?
I was looking at this connection, maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way, as the social service, that whole building, when we talk about the nonprofits, they're providing services, and when the deputy chief talked about being proactive, that is being proactive when you have these groups that are there to help people through. I wasn't talking about like paying a water bill. That to me, that's infrastructure services.
It can fall
And maybe
somewhere.
it would be helpful to know who the tenants are in there, see what their focus is. And to me, that goes a long way in creating a safe community, because when people know they have some place to go to get help, that's going to prevent them from having to call the police and having something escalate to a crisis situation. So that's where I was thinking.
Okay, all right.
The title says, place, facilities, and staff to allow ease of access to city services. We have
That
no
is
control.
misleading. That is
We have no
misleading.
control over who is in the social services building. We only have control over the social services department
But who decides who-
within that building.
But who decides who goes in there?
We don't,
Social
they're not our
services.
staff.
Yeah.
They're not our staff. They're not our agency.
Oh,
They're
so I was thinking
outside.
staff
This
meaning
is-
city staff.
This is exactly what is, it's city facilities.
Yeah.
City staff.
This could be a
for city
substation,
services.
fire station, something like that as it
It's
relates to.
not the nonprofits in social services building.
Okay, I'm just
We
looking at
can-
it a different
And by
way.
putting up more facilities closer to different neighborhoods,
Exactly.
let's say we had a utility hub out in the East End, out in Welland Park, in central Northport, wherever they live, they can go to that, and it's safe by it's closer than having to drive from here to here, getting in traffic, having to wait, this, that, and the other. and
I wasn't thinking in terms of that at
No,
all.
but this is what we're looking at, is placing the facilities close to the residents. If we only have one building department, now we may have two.
Even that, I wasn't thinking that the building department is, that creates a safe community. I was thinking of those services that provide for human.
But they're
Pop
not city
thing.
services, that's the point. This title is saying they're city facilities, city services, city staff.
Okay. But again,
People in that
Right.
building, there's only like
who decides who goes in that building?
the commission. The
Right.
nonprofit applies for an application, and then we
Right.
do the lease, and then
Okay.
the commission approves the lease.
I mean, it's just
They're
not,
still not our staff.
they're not city services, but it is, goes through the city to decide who's gonna go in
Right,
there.
so this to me is misleading.
All right, so let's recognize, so is there an agreement that we're talking about social services as it relates to point number 4? As it relates to the safe community pillar or priority, is that a fair statement?
Not for Pete.
No, wait, let me clarify.
Thanks, Phil.
I'm not saying that we're not talking, I promise you, that's why I put it on the parking lot. We're gonna come back to visit about other city services. Now, we're in the pillar.
Parking lot for now.
Okay, so we're in the pillar as it relates to safe communities. So police, fire, emergency, you could argue building inspection is a safety. You could argue that. That's why I want to get some clarity on is there a consensus on what types of services fall under facilities that you have some control over, whether Debbie's point is correct, that you may not have staff. You may be approving a lease to allow a social service agency in a city facility that addresses this point, but that isn't staffed by city people. But there may also be other services other than traditional police and fire, i.e. building safety, inspections, code enforcement, things like that, that could have an impact on safe community. So I want to get a handle on within safe community pillar, what services are you trying to make sure are in close proximity? I'm not talking about water bills and things like that. We'll capture those as part of the parking lot, maybe in another one.
That line item is here, and we're just trying to define it.
I'm trying to put some bookends around what it is so that we can better everybody understands what it is and what it isn't. Okay.
I'm talking about human resources, like when people need.
Potentially. So what I hear you see, I'm hearing discussions about social services. I don't know. Do you guys have substations, police substations, or not? You have. Yeah. Okay. So you got substations. You've got fire stations. And then you've got human services. And then you have maybe some nonprofit type things that fall into this category, right?
Those human
They
services.
may not be your staff. I'm just trying to get my arms around what types of services you want to have in close proximity. And we can figure out how to best word it, right? I'm sorry, I'm missing something then.
Sorry, guys. We, as a city, have no control over where nonprofits decide to put their buildings. We don't have control over that.
I was just talking about that, the Family Service Center.
I view that a little differently because I do remember that staff brings forward leases
Right.
from agencies that complement those
They're a landlord.
services that, I mean, it's a network.
Oh, okay. All right. So clearly understood, the social services are not totally under your control. However, if I'm hearing you say properly, you do provide potentially facility access. So you do touch it, even though, so all you can do is you can facilitate that. You're not in total control of that, but it's not like you don't have any responsibilities in it because your goal is when you're building a facility, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're building it to accommodate not only your own operations, potentially complementary parties that might be supporting what you're trying to accomplish. Is that a
Because
fair
at one
statement?
time, all those resources, we
Were
didn't have that
scattered.
building. We had to go
They
to
were
Venice,
scattered.
we had to go to Sarasota for
Right,
anything.
right.
So but having the city provide that building now meant we can have those
Right.
services here.
Okay,
So that's how I
you're
was
basically
thinking
about
providing a space,
Right.
Yes.
whether that's donated, whether that's through a lease arrangement, whatever that looks like, right? All right, so,
But
yes.
Ms. Carrillo wanted to just talk about the people who do lease those spaces. They are like-minded with what we provide,
Mhm.
and there is a connection back to the community of policing that is relevant as well.
Yeah, so you've heard me say before, we want to have a diverse family service center. So we want to make sure that we're reaching all the populations, youth, elderly, families, individuals. Remember, the community policing unit is in our building too. So you have us and the community policing unit at the family service center. So that police is accessible at the family service center.
And I think as this priority was outlined, as we tagged the indicator to it, it was for social services. I think that if we want to go the route that I'm hearing of the global sense of what that priority could mean, then we probably should put it also under good governance and expand upon it.
All right, so here's what I was trying to get at that point. So you're exactly what you're saying. Is there a desire under the safe community priorities to clarify priority 4 to deal specifically with kind of public safety, human services? I realize we've got to figure out the wording because you're not fully in control of all that. But is there a desire to do something about that under priority 4? Or is there a desire to maybe scrap priority 4 and place it as a citywide goal under good governance or wherever else it lands? That's what I'm trying to get my arms around.
I was about ready to blow up the parking lot and scratch number
Okay,
4.
gotcha. So I'm just trying to get clarity on where you want, and then these are your priorities. So I just want to make sure you've got consensus of where you want to
I
go.
agree that priority 4, the way it is stated, is not indicative
necessarily
of what
land
the
here.
intention
Okay.
of this metric is. I mean, given, and we can argue if more metrics need to be under here, but my sense is this particular priority is to ensure, it's not the placement of facilities, it's to ensure a broad range of social services that can be available for residents of the city within the city. And I don't care how we wordsmith it.
Could be governance too. You know, I'm part of what.
So, yeah, that's kind of where I see your conversation.
it as safe.
Yeah.
I
So,
don't.
So-
As a safe community, I just don't.
Debbie.
Phil, you got any thoughts on this?
Let me get
Yeah, I
Debbie.
mean-
Debbie's had her hand up. Let me capture her for a sec. Go ahead.
So the way that priority 4 is written is where I'm having the hard work.
Right.
It is not back to safe community. The way this is written is probably under infrastructure and facilities integrity or good governance. But the Social Services Act could fall under quality of life pillar entirely.
Yeah.
Bingo.
And it should, I think it's in the wrong spot.
Because quality of life is social services.
Correct.
If you don't have a place to live, if you don't, if you, there's a lot of
If they're in
things-
need of something.
If they're in need of something, it's, yes, there's a little bit of a connection to a safe community, but it's more quality of life.
Yeah, if they
I'm
don't have
wondering-
food today, and social services gets them food today,
The quality of life.
their
just-
quality of life went up.
Because
I think it's going to be, I would rather see us focus on, do we have the right priorities? Do we have the right metrics to those priorities?
don't control
We,
metrics.
we could argue that all day long where things belong and under what heading, and really at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, so long as we have the
It's
right
there.
priorities and the right metrics.
That's why it took us 2 days last year.
So I'm going to go back to the point here because I think you're both, I'm hearing two kind of thoughts here. Clearly, there's a stream to saying placement of facilities, access to services on a global scale, that maybe is still a priority, but it's more than just within a given pillar, maybe, or this pillar. But I'm also hearing some conversations about, as it relates to social services, human services, things like that. Does it belong here, or do we want to put it in a parking lot and maybe it falls under good governance or quality of life? My question is, what do you want to do with priority number 4 as it relates to the safe community pillar?
Scratches, that's my vote.
Recognize that we're going to come back and visit it, and it'll land somewhere. Yeah. Assuming that it's
Absolutely,
still a
but in
priority.
this area, I would say cut it out. Priority 4 is gone.
Location. So let's just sort of not decide on that right now. Is this a valid priority and metric? Forget where we have it.
For a safe community.
What I just said. Put it in the parking lot, and I think priority 4, I'm in favor of scratching priority 4. So now we're down to 6 priorities. Just get 4 out of there.
So what is Pete saying is we're scratching it under safe communities.
Correct.
We'll come back and visit. Does that make sense? You together? Bill's not there. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let Phil speak.
as I read this with a fresh look, I mean, there is value in tracking safety facilities. In my mind, police and fire may be social, but police and fire for sure, because the ability to track those properties and locations does go to additional safety when it takes us longer to respond. I mean, I think that was the flavor, or should have been the flavor of priority 4. If we take this totally out, it leaves us a piece that we're not tracking. We should, I think, be tracking, how many facilities we have, police and fire facilities, and where they are, because they directly contribute to safety. Everything everybody else said makes sense to me under quality of life or infrastructure, but to me, it's a separate issue. I've never viewed this priority as anything to do with anything other than police and fire, because that's directly attributable to safety. That's
Let me
for
let
what
me add a
that's
touch
worth.
point to it. Now, whether it stays a priority is your call. For example, when ISO, which determines your insurance service organization, determines your fire rating, and Chief, where's one? Is the fire chief here? Are you a 2 or 3? What's your number? What's your ISO rating? Is it split?
The highest.
It's a 1. Okay, all right. So, for an example, Phil, just to give you a snapshot, ISO, you have to be within a 5-mile radius. Stations have to be located in where you're regularly receiving. So it's always kind of a moving metric, and it will always be changing as it relates to a growing community like you, that you have undeveloped land where you're saving trees and but versus saving lives and buildings and properties in the process. And so there are elements of an ISO rating that is a 5-mile radius on the services and how many calls for service you can get. So your point, that's exactly right. Many departments will have substations where people operate out of, but in other departments where, even though you've got a big city, they'll just have district areas where their patrols are based so that those calls are available even though they don't have a building there. So there are some, I'm driving the point to say there is reason to recognize the proximity of service, especially for emergency services.
I appreciate there are metrics out there and things that track it. That's why I thought it should be part of this.
So let me go back to that point. So would we be, to avoid this confusion in the future, would it be helpful to, if you wanted to leave 4, and then instead of saying ease of access to city services, you can say public safety services? Does that get you there? And is that still a priority? But that would clarify it so we're not having the conversation next year about what this means.
Under the other pillars, you can pick up what everybody else is talking about.
I don't agree with that, but I'll go with whatever you guys want. Because you're talking about reactive. When you say fire and police, reactive, having those buildings, because that's when somebody is in a crisis situation. And I always focus on being proactive, and that's what there's a reason why we put this here last year, is to be proactive in creating a safe community so things don't come to that crisis situation, having the resources available for people to go. I thought that's what the conversation was last year, too, and that's why we do want to approve what's going in that building for nonprofits to help people through situations so they don't have to pick up that phone and call the police, because at that point it's
Well, they don't
That's what-
shoplift.
right. That's what I was thinking, that create a safe community goes beyond
Right.
just having
Okay.
fire and police as a presence, but
Right.
what do you do to keep people, safe, meaning that they feel safe in that community because they have some place to go to when we always say that,
Okay.
we have Holly's Hope and places like that so it doesn't become a crisis situation.
I hear where you're saying that I have no problem pulling priority 4 entirely and putting it under quality of life or somewhere else where more perhaps appropriately belongs.
I don't see it under quality of life. I mean, you could make an argument, everything we do,
Yes.
bringing jobs here directly impacts quality of life. So I think the challenge is to figure out how, and part of it is how we're measuring it, sort of determines where it goes. And the location of facilities relative to police and fire are really covered under priority 1 in the response time metrics.
You could make
That
that
is a
argument.
good.
Make that argument, you sure could.
If we could move this along, if we could probably get a consensus to scratch priority, let me finish the whole thing. Scratch priority 4 here, put it in the parking lot to determine where it actually belongs.
And then what fits in under those facilities. Okay? Make sense?
I would.
I think
go
there's a
for that.
consensus, there's a desire to do that. The problem is where. And so,
Here,
yeah,
there's a lot of ground to
you're
cover.
you're getting exactly where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to keep the discussion going. So I think this, so it makes sense. We're going to scratch it for here.
Priority 4 entirely off of this page.
I would
and
say
out of
yes.
this pillar, and then as we're going through the other pillars, it may spark us to say, hey, remember this one, let's put it here.
And it might wind up back here,
But for
depending
now-
on how we look at it.
agreement. I say we move on.
Okay.
Yeah, if not, we gotta check his schedule for tomorrow.
Okay, so we're going to scratch priority 4 under this pillar.
Revisit it
And we'll revisit it. Yep, I've got it in the parking lot, so we don't lose sight of it. Yep. Okay, are there any other priorities that are listed? Let's start with what we've got here first. Is there any other priorities you have questions, concerns, heartburn that you want to change, you want to tweak, or you want to add? Anything that isn't covered under Safe Community? Silence? Crickets are good? Is that what I'm hearing? We're okay there?
Yep.
You spent too long in the weeds there, Phil.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. All right, so we'll a week, and if something comes up later, we'll put it in the lot, and we'll regroup at the end of the day to make sure we got it in the right spot. So, okay, next pillar, quality of life pillar. Same sort of concept: protect, promote Northport's natural resources, recreation assets, cultural diversity, ethnic and historical heritage, and overall community wellness. Where services are listed.
That's a pretty specific definition.
Pretty specific. As we said yesterday, words matter. I want to make sure everybody understands what you mean by quality of life. So let's go through this. As I said, we'll come back to visit the statement after we've kind of walked through the process today. So Eve, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Okay, so as you turn the page, you see Safe Community was one of the shortest with the number of priorities. They get larger as we go through. So to go through quality of life, we have priority 1, develop strategic partnerships and programs to educate residents and visitors about Northport's heritage, historical buildings, archives, and unique environmental assets. One of the indicators that was determined or at least thought of was to budget to hire a planner dedicated to historic and environmental resources. And then after hiring the historical and environmental resources planner, to propose a historic and environmental resource preservation plan to you for adoption to help us achieve this priority. Priority number 2 was encourage the availability of comprehensive access to acute healthcare, social and emotional well-being for all ages. An indicator was to adopt incentives for development of medical facilities and activity centers through revisions to the ULDC.
I don't think we're having any problem with that today.
We're doing good, right? Priority number 3, protect, conserve, and preserve environmentally sensitive lands and resources, including prudent acquisition. 3.1 is to maintain and improve property designated for parks at a level of 4 acres per 1,000 residents. Currently, we're at 3.7. Indicator 3.2 is to maintain 8 acres of property designated for parks. Currently, we have 7.43, so we're fairly close to those numbers. Encourage the availability of cultural, music, entertainment, public gathering opportunities, athletic tournaments, recreational facilities, and offerings. This one was one that was a bit difficult for Parks and Rec, trying to figure out how they can cover all of those different areas within their offerings. But we came up with an indicator to maintain the percentage of residents that are satisfied with the offerings that we have at or above 85%. And you can see we've got some numbers there based upon 439 respondents to their survey. Priority number 5, promote the natural character and enhance the identity of our neighborhoods to build community cohesiveness and a better sense of place for Northport. This is one of those priorities that we don't currently have any indicators for. We're trying to figure out direction and how we can best measure that priority, which you all are looking for exactly under that priority. Priority number 6, support efforts to partner with residents and community agencies to revitalize and beautify our neighborhoods. NDS has an indicator to explore a joint planning area agreement and possibly a CRA along the 41 Tamiami Trail corridor. So they're currently meeting with Sarasota County. Priority 7, improve city gateway entry features to convey a sense of arrival into Northport. This project is unfunded, so we would need some funds there in order to be able to make progress on this priority.
Let me just raise on that point. So my oldest son is a minister, and so I often joke where they get into the tithing components of the discussion every year. And most ministers will say at some point, you know where your priorities are by looking at your checkbook. So I'm not saying you scratch this, but I'm saying that if it is a priority, then you ought to have some funding to go with it, or it ceases to be a priority. Okay, so as we talk about the number of priorities you have and where you ultimately land, I use that as just a touch point to say, keep that in mind. If it's a priority and you're not spending on it, is it really a priority or not? So, and I realized last year we threw a lot against the wall, so some of the stuff stuck and some of it didn't make it through the process. It may still be a priority, and maybe you just couldn't fund it last year and you want to fund it this year. So just wanted to bring that point home for you. Okay.
That's one of the things too that when talking with departments, I go, this is a 3 to 5 year plan, so we're not going to get to everything in the first year, right? We do our best, but it will take some time to get through some of them. Priority number 8, to support nonprofits providing programs to our community. The Northport Office of Aging and Community Resources allows local nonprofits to come into the building, so they wanted to have at least 3 agencies per year that come in to offer services and support groups. They were able to meet that indicator this year. And then we want to track where we're referring clients to, making sure that we're referring clients to proper resources and acting as an information hub for residents. So social services has implemented a referral tracking system so that we know what services our residents are calling about, what agencies we're referring out to, and help us improve our resources that we're offering to the residents who are calling. Priority number 9, aid citizens in developing or enhancing fundamental life skills in order to reach self-sufficiency and maintain housing stability. Social services had a goal to serve a minimum of 80 residents through their Skills for Life program. They were able to meet about half of that this year, so they are still continuing to grow that program through community partners. Indicator 9.2, support housing stability through direct assistance and homeless prevention activities. You can see that social services expended internal grants that they received, Season of Sharing and the Leverage Grant, as well as funding from external agencies. So what our staff does in social services is they help complete applications, gather documents, things like that, and then help get that information to the agencies that have this funding so that our residents can receive the money. We're assisting in that process even though we don't directly have the money ourselves. Priority number 10, create opportunities for expanded amenities, resources, and cost savings through community partnerships and collaboration. Parks and Rec had an indicator to maintain or increase the number of community partnerships. You can see that we were able to do that in fiscal year 21. We had 25 partnerships, and in fiscal year 22, we had 54 local partnerships and supportive programs and events. Parks and Rec also had an indicator to experience an overall cost recovery goal of 20% or higher, excluding those free community events that we offer. And they succeeded that goal with having a 28.35 cost recovery. Priority 11, be recognized as a leader in parks and recreation with a reputation for diverse, high-quality parks and natural spaces.
Way too much ego in that.
We want to be the best. What can we say, right? So continue to achieve that CAPRA accreditation every 5 years. That's in progress. Apply for and receive applicable award recognitions throughout industry associations. In fiscal year 22, the department received 12 awards from 5 different organizations and associations for the work that they've done. They wanted to receive above average satisfaction rates from their community interest survey. And you can see the responses that they got, again, from the survey that they sent out as far as the different areas for exceeding expectations. Priority number 12, respond to community needs by providing a robust, active system of parks and recreation facilities, programs, events, and services that increase wellness and enrich life experiences. Parks and Rec wanted to increase utilization levels by 5% annually. They were able to achieve a 13% increase in fiscal year '22. They wanted to increase attendance at special events by 4%. They were able to achieve a 57% increase. Again, some of this was due to COVID, the year before having decreased numbers, but we were able to see an increase. 12.3 was to maintain patrons' rating at 80% or higher of the overall satisfaction of Parks and Rec facilities. You can see that they achieved an overall 90% rating, but most areas were over 90% when you looked at individual areas such as the ease of making a reservation, knowledge, helpfulness, and overall experience. 12.4 was to maintain a patron's rating of 80% or higher as far as the cleanliness of the facilities, and that target was achieved. So we had 12 priorities under quality of life.
There's 2 pages here.
So yes.
We have burdened Parks and Rec with way too many priorities.
So this is where we're at
Way
now.
too much.
To talk through, you obviously have a nationally accredited program, so that's a pretty important item. Maybe put that on the wall here for us. Let's talk about quality of life. Well, as Eve said, we got 2 slides here, but we'll start with just one so we don't overburden you. As you heard the metrics and heard the discussions, let's talk through the priorities and whether they are appropriate, whether they should be changed, any should be eliminated, any should be added. Debbie.
Priority number 2.
Okay.
Priority number neither.
I'll drive that one if I get, or yeah, if you got, or do you have the?
You can take that with
okay,
you.
that's
If
fine.
you look at priority number 2 first, it says to encourage the availability of comprehensive access to healthcare, social and emotional well-being for all ages and workers. Forgetting about the key indicator, just focusing on that title. Maybe this is where that social services key indicator or the social service building goes, because it is social care of our residents. But we're talking about social care of our residents and general well-being. That's not
Emotional well-being.
In this title on the priority, I'm sorry,
the
or
title of the
They're
priority.
very
The
up there.
title of the priority is natural resources, recreational, cultural, ethnic, and historical. Nothing about really, I understand community wellness. Is community wellness really describing those things before it, or is community wellness describing priority 2? I don't know. So I'm just throwing that out there. Those were some of the things that I was thinking about based on the title of this priority and some of the priorities that are under it. Some of them don't really seem.
so we have two points of discussion here. Number one is setting aside the statement for a second. That's the second part of what Debbie raised. But is quality of life where the social service access fits? And if it does, we may have to come back to revisit the activity or the pillar statement. I know as part of that conversation, there's a whole bunch of discussions about trying to get new access to hospitals and things, and obviously there's some movement in that direction. So there's a sense there's some traction there, and
That goes
certainly
along with community wellness.
exactly that.
Maybe the way it's written, it kind of is like a add-on as
Be
well as
community wellness.
Is part of yeah.
other words, ethnic, historical heritage, and overall, like have its own focus, because right now it's almost like an afterthought.
Right, I get you, yeah. So I guess the question is, if this is the bucket we want to put it under, do we have the priority right? Then we'll come back and revise the statement, if you know, recognizing that's where I think this group may be going. Yes.
As a general observation, it just seems like there's an awful lot of priorities here. I could see combining 2 and 8, I could see combining 4 and 10, I could see deleting 5 since we can't figure out how to track it, and combine 6 and 7. There's just, I mean, it just is so
Yeah, there is
much.
too much.
Not to diminish any
That's
one, it just seems like we broke it out in the past into all these different areas, and I mean, especially when you have a priority like 5, and we've gone a year, we can't even figure out what now to track. To me, you know.
You're heading where, as I said, and don't take this as a negative. I mean, there were a lot of great ideas that came out of last year's effort, and that's what you're trying to encourage. This is a journey, not a destination when you go through strategic visioning. And so you will refine and tweak and adjust as you go forward. And so I think the approach was, let's try to get it as tight as we can under the circumstances, but that was a 2-day effort to get to this point. I'm going to be talking about, are all these priorities, or can you potentially reduce them, because it does have an impact on your staff in terms of tracking.
I would.
And you raised the other issue. If you can't figure out how to measure it, should we leave it as a priority or not?
Like number 7, improve the gateway. How the hell is that a quality of life? That could be infrastructure.
Well, I think the gateway on that was a sense of arrival type of, you know,
No, I understand.
yeah.
Quality of life.
Understood.
You know,
Sense
that would
of,
be, how does the city look, infrastructure?
Good. You can also combine it with 6, support efforts to partner with residents and community agencies to revitalize and beautify neighborhoods. It does help create an identity of those neighborhoods. I mean, look at Dearborn Street in Englewood and the signage and I read it that way too, but it could be.
Right, and I think this was part of our neighborhood plan that we were talking about, going ahead and subdividing everybody into different neighborhoods, like Highland Ridge, Country Club Ridge, and then we had.
That's what I was thinking in terms of
That's what
neighborhoods,
we were talking
where we
about,
actually
that.
live, not like
And
a sign on Dearborn
identifying
Street.
them for the individuals, like you say you live in the Cranberry neighborhood or Cranberry and Price neighborhood, because, you know,
Well, to
it's just
avoid going,
location.
avoid going into the weeds, we talk about building our community unity and identifying all these neighborhoods with their own individual identity. To me, does the exact opposite. So I'm not a big favor of all these little identifying neighborhoods. I say we are Northport
We are one city.
and we're one city.
Well,
But that's just.
Ian took care of most of those signs anyways, so.
okay. So let me, I was going to say, let's bring it back in the area. So,
And
You wanna-
taking
let's talk about which
priority
ones-
2 out.
all right, so let's talk through that.
My rationale for that is twofold. One is the problem has sort of gone away. We have 2 general hospitals coming, we have a behavioral health hospital coming. So that's sort of one justification. The second justification is in economic development. We're looking at developing incentives to attract the right kind of development in the areas that we want it. I think that's where incentive belongs. So in my mind, this box is checked somewhere else, and we don't need to see it under quality of life.
Okay, so is there, I was going to ask the question, is there consensus? Maybe that's where you're at, Debbie, go ahead.
Not
Okay.
surprising.
All right, okay, all right, okay.
Until that hospital is built, it's not here. It's not here. Yes, they're planning to come here, but they were planning to come here for 5 years, and 10 years, and 15 years. Until that hospital is built, this is still a priority for for me, for our city. I understand there's a lot more movement, but until we have the check mark, this is still a priority for me. Because tomorrow, we don't know what's gonna happen. And we have to continue to work with them to make this come to fruition.
It's a priority that belongs somewhere else.
Well, I may agree with that, I mean.
I agree with that, but it may need to be somewhere else. But
And it's under the umbrella of incentives.
So, well, and
No, incentives is the key indicator, which we as we are focusing on.
Control incentives.
So let
No, I'm
me,
talking
I don't
about
wanna
the
get-
key indicator, we don't control that staff's.
so let's, no, you're both correct in the sense. Debbie's correct in the fact that the staff only has to come up with the indicator to measure it. But we're having this conversation with you because we're trying to make sure if this is a priority, here's how we think we're going to measure it to get to your priority. Does that make sense to you? So there is some dialogue there, but it's not something you officially adopt. It's really something staff has to work through. So the two go in symmetry. And I guess what I'm hearing each of you say is that on one aspect, Debbie's saying it hasn't been built yet, so it should stay a priority. And then on the other aspect, I've heard to say, okay, the way it's worded now, it really gets to emotional, acute care, the physical needs, which get to quality of life versus an economic development incentive program. And so I think you could argue it both ways. And sometimes these kind of we just have to make some judgment calls of which one they fit under based on kind of the nature of the conversation. My recollection this was largely a desire to bring hospital access and all the other services come with it. And that's why it landed here rather than economic development. You have economic development, you have some incentives and things of that nature that may have an impact, but the driving force was we want access to care here. And so that's why it landed here. So I guess the question is, there's a discussion. Do we leave it in because it's not built yet or take it out? So let me focus on that first as it relates to priority 2. What's the consensus of the commission?
I would leave it in as well, because it is part of quality of life. You know, it is healthcare. I mean, so.
We have overall community wellness in there, so even when it gets built, that's still going to be a component.
We'll come back. Yeah, we'll come back to the statement that comes with it, but with this kind of umbrella. So leave it in. That's what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get in.
So here's where I'm going to ask to come back to the parking lot. Does that statement, the way it is worded now, get to some of this human social service stuff? I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just saying this potentially could be a home for that because you're encouraging the availability of it. Do we need to tweak the wording in any way, shape, or form to capture the piece that we had on the first discussion about social services, human services, because that potentially could fall under that?
And I think it actually belongs under priority number 8.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So
When I first saw it, when we were first talking about it, availability of emotional well-being for everyone is where it first landed. And then when we were going through all of them, it actually really, in my opinion, belongs under 8. Because this is how we support the nonprofit, is with that facility, not the staff. They are responsible for
But if we're jumping to 8, can we go back to 5, 6, and 7?
this is where it gets a little bit challenging. So does everybody capture that? So
I
let me.
understand what you say.
Okay, gotcha.
Absolutely.
So if does 8 in its current wording capture the geographic location? You're comfortable with the way 8 is worded in it if we're going to address this piece? And I'm going to park you for just a second, unless you're relating to that question.
Well,
About capturing this human resources and social
that
services
falls
stuff.
well
Does
under
8
8.
cover that conversation?
yeah, I believe it does.
Okay, got it. That's what I wanted to land on first, okay?
Yeah.
So, all right, so then we're going to go back then.
What'd Phil say?
Would that be a separate priority? Would that be like,
Well, it already is a priority
well,
unless,
but we have 8.1, 8.2, would that be an 8.3?
no, those would be the indicators. This is what you're trying to accomplish. You want to have access to the program. How you measure it will be the indicators.
Okay, my question is about, because 8.1, it mentions Northport Office of Aging and Community, I don't even know, Office of Aging and Community Resources, is that all one thing?
I'll have to defer to staff on that one. I don't.
As it was written, it was one thing. That's one title.
My understanding is that it's used as a drop-in type office versus agencies that are there and have set offices there all the time.
You didn't
That
get your
those are
membership card
drop-in
yet?
offices.
Oh.
But I don't know why that's.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's singled out. I don't understand that. I don't remember the conversation from last year. Why is that singled out? Because it's all the nonprofits we're talking about that provide for human resources in that building, not just. That, I don't, I'm not
We
understanding
can get
that.
some clarity.
I don't remember either.
All right.
So I believe the language could be changed on the Office of Aging. That was at direction from a previous director, Mr. Frank Miles. He wanted to have, his vision was to have the drop-in offices available to all agencies, but that was the name that he gave us direction for. So if the name is causing some confusion, we could potentially change it but it's literally just called drop-in offices. So.
It sounds like it's Northport Office of Aging and Community Resources, like that's one agency, that's.
Sounds like a whole.
Yes, I know, it's confusing, but, so just to clarify, we have our tenants that are resident tenants, and then the drop-in offices are used by other external agencies that are not tenants. We do have some that'll use it if there's an issue in their suite and they come upstairs, but the intention was to make sure that we kind of bridge the gap with the agencies that didn't have a permanent location, but we wanted access to those resources. So we came up with this and saying, hey, you don't have a permanent location, but you could be here so clients could come and see someone face to face. So that's the whole point of the drop-in office.
You really need to have an office 5 days a
Well,
week.
they do, but we don't have the space. So it's the same issue that we have all the time. We run out of space really quickly. So we came up with that, and how can we bridge that gap and make sure that we have the accessibility. My vision with it was back when we were informed that DCF closed the doors, which we were totally against them closing the doors, but we were like, okay, well, what if we offer this, and then we can have somebody here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Yeah.
what that is. So
Okay.
if you need us to change the name, we could.
What would be the suggested change on that? The name? What would you have it? And if you don't have that now, that's okay.
I've always said that community resources would be applicable because it takes away community drop-in resources if that's the case. Because remember, the social services aspect, we get confused all the time with social services and taking kids out of their home, and we don't do that.
So that would be in place of Office of Aging and Community Resource. We just say
Yeah.
Implement and promote community drop-in resources to local nonprofits at Bridge, right?
Mhm.
Okay, gotcha. I just want to make sure.
Unless you guys have other direction with it.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. Let me go back here to the. All right, Pete. I'm sorry, Pete. You were trying after we decided we're going to capture 8. Then you had 2 other things you wanted to discuss. So let's go back.
Yeah, I was looking at 5, 6, and 7, and I don't believe that any of those are quality of life issues. It's talking about the neighborhoods again. It's talking about the gateway. It's talking about to partner with residents and revitalize and beautify neighborhoods. To me, that's not quality of life.
I think an argument can be made.
It could be someplace else if you feel so strongly about it. Like the gateway would be infrastructure to me. If we want to beautify the city, that's up to us to go ahead and get our welcome signs revitalized, spruced up, this, that, and the other. That's on the city to do. But if you're going to implement a neighborhood program, first of all, you've got to have acceptance by the neighbors. And if one person likes their property one way and doesn't want to be like a band shell like everybody else, individuality counts too. So why would we prioritize these as a must need within the city? That's what I'm looking at. I mean, we didn't even do anything for the natural character enhance and a sense of place for Northport within the neighborhoods. So how do you actually achieve that goal? If that's, you want to prioritize, this is a priority.
Mm-hmm.
I think it could be a secondary or a third type thing with the people out there coming together.
Okay. All right. Conversations. Debbie.
For me, neighborhoods, yes, they're a priority when we're trying to prevent gentrification or when we're trying to revitalize a neighborhood that's older and needs to be brought back to life. But in general, to promote neighborhoods that to me is not a priority. Our priority is, for me, is to make sure those neighborhoods do not fall into demise, needs revitalization, but putting a sign on the top saying, hey, welcome to Spearman, is not revitalizing a neighborhood. This is not what I thought it was going to be. And I don't think it's a priority. We have far other priorities than to sit there and say, let's put Spearman on top of the sign.
I really agree with that too. It's just, I think the thought is a good one. But I think some things need to be driven by the residents of an area. I'd rather see a community organization, nonprofit or something, come in and work with residents that want to do something like that in their area. But for the city to drive that, I just don't. We have so much work to do. I don't see that as a priority.
I feel the same, maybe 5, 6, and 7 to me just don't,
So let me,
I don't see a need for it.
I was going to say, this conversation, yeah.
I'm really big
Right.
big on that. We have 103 square miles. That's a lot of space, and the way to manage that is going to be in little pockets. And I agree with you. Just putting a name on top of is not creating an identity in a neighborhood. It's actually what that neighborhood is doing. And when we're talking about revitalizing beautify, we're not talking about going around painting people's houses. It's just, I've been the trash lady for 30 years where I live, picking up trash. I mean, encouraging people to take ownership of where they live.
Right.
That's what you can do. There's some streets I know of, they put on their own little decorating contests among themselves, and other people have captured that. That's what I saw as neighborhoods. And all due respect, Phil, you live in a neighborhood. You identify with Welland Park, all those, and then there's other little, people tell me they live in Island Walk, they live here. They're identifying with the neighborhood. They're not just they don't say Northport. So that's important because that's how people identify where they live.
To your point, I don't think it's an attempt to eliminate that as much as it is that part of the quality of life pillar that the city should be driving? Or is that something else? I don't diminish it, but.
And this way, when you do have a community group that wants to do something, it would be given some priority, because it say, well, it's not one of our priorities if you want to do this, because yes, there are programs that the county offers to go out and do things in your neighborhood, but no, you have the support of the city to do that. That would take staff time. That's what I'm assuming. If it's not on here, it's really hard to justify staff time doing that. But say, hey, here's my neighborhood. I would like to do this to not revitalize, but just to identify that neighborhood.
Let me couch this in the conversation. So there are some communities, and I'll go back to my former community in Lakeland, where neighborhood identity, we were considered a city of neighborhoods. We were one community, but a city of neighborhoods. And people had a strong identity to Webster Park or wherever they may be. And so within our community development department, we actually had a person that was assigned to work with the neighborhood associations, then work with the police department, and we actually had grants that if they wanted to do certain things in their area where they were having a challenge with code enforcement or something of that nature, we would work. So we had established programs, which is kind of what in theory, I think that's what you're envisioning. But my question to you is that where you're at, or is that where you want to go? Or is it just conceptual that we want to support these neighborhoods in some way, shape, or form? So I just want to put some tangible, here's how some cities have done that. Right. And that includes grants for signs and welcoming signs, things like that. And some are more active than others, but there was an established program and there was resources that went behind it. So I don't know if you're there or not, but I just want to give you, there's an example of how that could work if that's where you're at, or you don't want to go there. I'm not making a value judgment on it.
Follow this through. Like I was
Sure.
just in Sarasota not too long ago, and there's Newtown. That's a neighborhood. That's not a town. That's not a city, but they identify that location and they take pride in that and ownership. And they do little things among themselves to to bring forth that quality of life that they have there. And that's what I'm more thinking. And
Right. So that's where, I think that's the question of, for you as a broader group, is that where you are as a city? I mean, one of your colleagues is saying that's what I'd like to do, but I don't know where you are as a group. So a couple questions.
So I would just say briefly, I agree with the vice mayor, and I just want to say that the pride you take in the city, however you look at it, I remember we tried to have a program that was for neighborhoods and said, well, no, we don't want to do that. And I said, well, you can do it by districts. Well, we don't want to do that. And so then it's, well, we just need to do the entire city. And then when you lump everything together, it's too hard for everything to get done. So you end up doing less than you could without having them sort of separated into little slices of how you're going to impact them. I don't think that people should view that us looking at ourselves or identifying ourselves through neighborhoods or areas within the city is there's something wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think that it could rally support, in those areas when someone says, well, they're doing everything over there and they're doing nothing over here. Well, then what are we doing over here? Then it sort of rallies them to say we should stand up and do something. And then if the city has it as a priority, well, we could talk about the appearance and however you want to word these 5, 6, or 7 those priorities. It's fine, but to remove it, I think that you're going to lose the community pride, which is sort of what I call the underlying effort of those 3 priorities, 5, 6, and 7.
The challenge I have with it, it's a little bit, for me, chicken and egg. All of the communities that we referenced, Newtown and some of the other communities, the identity came from the community. It wasn't a top-down, my neighbor, I live in the hood, my neighborhood has no identification.
that's right.
None. And
It's not built out yet. You don't.
oh,
I
it's
don't-
good.
There's nothing there to identify it by. There's
Right.
no park.
Right.
There's no.
There's nothing, that kind of identification, in my humble opinion, comes from the ground up, not from the top down. That's when it's
I think
really,
if we had
really
those neighborhoods
effective.
like we used to have, but people are so isolated and disconnected from what's going on. I don't see that happening, and I don't see the problem in having something just available. So if someone does
But I
come
don't
forward
think this does.
to say, I would like to start something, or at least we have a place that we can maybe get some assistance to do that.
Okay.
The
Debbie,
mayor-
do you have one?
I'm
I
sorry.
want to make sure, Debbie, you were trying to capture something.
Neighborhoods is self-identified. Newtown has been around forever, and that was.
Well, that's an example. So here
I
in Northport,
understand.
we,
Welland Park just is new.
right,
And the reason that Welland Park is known as Welland Park and then broken out to Grand Paradiso, Island Walk.
because they started with those
is because
identifications.
they started with.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't
have.
have that, so that's why I thought, let's just make it happen. This is a way to make that happen.
You
Because, yes,
can't force feed
No.
it.
but it would give people, no, you can't. But if somebody comes forward and says, I'd like to do this in my neighborhood,
They can do it.
but would like to have some help from the city to do that. That's what I'm saying. It's really hard to get out there
So
yourself.
take neighborhoods out of the sentence. How would you identify the different areas of this 100-mile square city in a way that the city could impact? How would you identify it? You don't want to do neighborhoods because that's how they started. How would you break up this city? You don't want to do districts because I tried that and showed that you represent them all or we represent them all. So how would we break up the 100 square miles of city to identify?
Break it up.
Because we're trying to build community cohesiveness and a sense of place. We're trying to beautify the neighborhoods in them, and we're trying to have gateways that feature a sense of arrival. So if these are not important, then we need to stop having the conversation. But if these are important, then we need to figure out how to get it done. So I guess that's the first point.
I think the key indicator here, and this is the reason I brought it up, I didn't feel it was quality of life. Like the gateway coming in, to me, that's infrastructure. That's the building of the city. You've arrived in the city. It says, welcome to Northport. That's different. You know what I mean? I think it's in the wrong spot. I didn't say I didn't think it was needed. Quality of life, I didn't agree with.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry about
Let me rephrase it to help you kind of bring what I think the biggest question I'm hearing is this bucket of, is it something the city does, or is it something the city reacts to?
Exactly.
Okay, so let me ask that question first. Is this a role that you want to drive the equation, or is this a role that if a given group of geography, whatever that looks and feels like, comes to you and says, we want to have something of identity, you want to be able to support that? So let me ask that question first, because then we can figure out how to word it depending on the results of that.
And the first thing that, if one single neighborhood comes to this group and says, I want X, Y, and Z, they're gonna say, if we do it for you, we gotta do it for all. And that's gonna stop that right there.
That's the nature of the
Right.
conversation, because that really is, what role do you want to play? Driving it, supporting it, and then we can figure out from there where you go. But to Jerome's point, if you offer to one, now not all the neighborhoods may decide to do it. In your neighborhood, Barbara, you said there's not that community of spree, then of decor, then it might not happen.
My neighbor and I have been talking about doing some beautification. Our street that feeds into South.
And that stuff can
Mateo.
happen with or without the city.
San
So I guess
Mateo.
my question is, what do you view the role of the city as it relates to geographic areas, neighborhoods, geographic spots, whatever you want to define them as, wanting to be having some greater sense of identity as a subset of the bigger city? City initiated
People
versus,
initiated. And
yeah.
I'm all for people initiated. If they want to come forward, and that whole thing about doing for everybody else, well, if that other neighborhood doesn't come forward, you're not going to, if it has to be citizen initiated. And I went through this when we did those street trees on Salford, and I got calls from people on Cranberry. Why don't we have that? And I said, well, I'll tell you, this is what I had to do. So if you're willing to be that liaison, I'll work with you, but I'm not doing that whole project myself. And of course, that's it.
Right.
They didn't
That's
want to
right.
do
It
it.
may-
But the opportunity was there. If that person
Right.
said, okay, tell me what you did, tell me the steps, and I will, then that would have been done. But they wanted me
Someone
to
else
do
to
it.
do
And
it
I
for
said,
them.
Somebody else to do it.
but
for them.
I
Somebody
initiated
else-
Right, to pay
projects,
for it.
and at least the city was willing to work with me, and that's how that got done, because I went to the city to do that.
Okay.
And that's what I
So
like.
is there
I
a
think it's time for a
consensus that
vote.
you want to be supportive but not driving? Is that a fair statement from what I think I'm hearing you say?
That's a fair statement.
Okay, all right. Okay. Supportive but not
Sorry, Jerome.
I'm a nay.
To beat that drum one more time, it bothers me that Welland Park distinguishes itself separately. And I'm all for that community or neighborhood pride and drive to create that local identity a little or improvement. But I don't like that the city drives that division, and it is a division. We're a community of unity.
that's
That
two
is
of
what
us.
we've been saying.
I think that's.
The way you're looking at it, I don't see that at all. It actually would create cohesive.
Doesn't, but I do.
And I said the exact same thing about a month ago, less than a month ago.
I don't think that the community, the city drives that division. When Welland Park started building, and I don't know how many years ago that was now, 10 years ago maybe-ish, and they started branding themselves as Welland Park, that ship has sailed. West Villages, that ship has sailed. That wasn't anything we did or we do. When you started letting them put it in West Villages or Welland Park on everything that they did to create their own identity, you should have stopped it then. We can't unwind that. Well, and we didn't succeed for whatever reasons. And now we have to embrace it for what it is. But to think that we can suddenly stop calling them Welland Park or acknowledging how they brand themselves, I think that that's going to be.
Precisely the reason why I don't think we should brand areas of our city that way, because I don't think it's good.
Somewhat isolated. I feel kind of bad that, those sort of identities isolate them from the rest of us. Yeah, Bubba.
But the mayor really hit the nail on the head in terms of, and you did who's driving what. I think it comes from the community up rather than the city down. Just my take. It's not that it's not good. Don't get me wrong. I do think it's good.
And again, we're a general development community, so is Port Charlotte, and Port Charlotte handled that by having names. Like they have Parkside. They created these little subdivisions, and people got involved, and they were called Team Parkside. And again, I went and talked to them about planting trees, but they had their own, all their little places that because it was just too big to
Right.
say, and plus they're all county, it's not
Right.
even a municipality. But that's how they started to,
We've got them all
Driven
throughout
from the
North.
bottom up, from people who become active and get involved. For the city to tell people, we're good, this is what you need to do, and it's not gonna happen. It never does.
It's not a telling, I feel like I'm trying to sell this, so I'm about to stop. But it's not a telling, it is there being a willing partner, so that when others say, I can almost guarantee you, every big city that you see that looks nice, and you say, oh, I wish we had this there, it's because the city has an initiative that says, hey, I'm going to focus resources in particular areas, whether it's a main street, whether it is a neighborhood. It's a government partner program. It's not driven by us to say that, well, we're going to come in and we're going to do what we want. But no, we need to come in with some effort and probably some resources to get people off of where they are to join us.
Pete says, out of an infrastructure thing, whether you want to put some gateway entrances or this or that, but I still think that neighborhood initiatives are driven from people, just
No,
from
it's not about
people in the
41.
neighborhood. It's just.
And Sumner and Toledo Blade, wherever you're coming in.
I want to capture Debbie. She's been trying to get the word in. Go ahead. Go ahead, Debbie.
We have activities. That's what we have. We have our activities. And the citizens that live near the activities, that's their, I would assume, the identity.
I'm talking more like
But
people.
that's what starts the new towns. That's what starts the Welland Parks. That's what.
People don't even know the names of those centers to identify.
No,
I'd rather
but
see smaller
I'm
neighborhoods.
sort of, this is scary, because I was just going to say the exact same thing, that a lot of times that identification is commercially driven.
Exactly.
It's a chicken egg scenario.
It is,
Sometimes you need
yeah.
the rooftops to have
Yeah.
the commerce, and rarely do you have the commerce before the
Known as
rooftops.
The Dollar General neighborhood.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible.
And if you look at the
That is
history of
terrible.
Norfolk, as it was plotted out, as it was developed, you got Highland Ridge, Country Club Ridge, a new development comes. A new development comes in, you got Heron Creek, you got,
Country Club Ridge was started that way.
you got those different subsections. Those are your neighborhoods that are coming. As a development comes in and builds, now when people are building out in the East End, that's still East End property. There isn't really a development except for people coming in individually to build out there. Not a great big development, but if it's built together, then it has a name to it. Charleston Park, that was built all together.
Could we build this concept into priority one, which is strategic partnerships and programs to educate residents and visitors about Northport's heritage, historic buildings, archives, unique environmental assets? Is there a way to build this into that?
That's a no, Phil. Go back out to the weeds.
Like that thought, and I sense general agreement, pay attention, stop fooling around, you boys. Come on, one conversation.
Mhm.
So to be reactive, and that can communicate things. What if we had a 1.3 that said pursue grant funding to enable neighborhood beautification? I don't know what the words are. I don't care what the words are, but so that we have something in place to react to communities requesting. And just the process of communicating that we have these funds available and this is what they're for, and and this is what you do if you want to get some money, that could stimulate interest. My neighbor and I, well, I can't, but a couple of my neighbors could pop up and say, gee, we'd like X because we want to do this, this, this on the corner of our street in San Mateo.
You suggested we do a 1.3, that's staff's job. We do 1, 2, 3.
Priority.
Yeah, but not the indicators.
It would be the points are the points are the measurements under it. The priority is the top. So here's let me try to give you some focus on this one. So
Can
what
I
I hear you
interject
say,
just for a second, Doug? We certainly love direction on indicators. The difficulty comes when you write the indicator and we
Right.
realize we can't measure or deliver on that.
That's why
So
there's a
direction
discussion
is
on it, but
helpful,
yeah.
yeah.
So we can't even get the solid number straight. Okay? Not complicate the process.
Can I help move this along?
Someone would.
I was going to chime in, but if you want to take a stab at it, go ahead. I've got-
We keep priority 5. I understand there is no indicators, because this is a 5-year plan. And maybe in the next 5 years, we might have some key indicators that staff goes, oh, we could do this, and this would fall under priority 5. It is important. I understand the importance. Some of us feel this is driven by the community, some of us feel it's driven by government. It's driven by somebody, but I think today, it's too early to determine what that's going to look like. But it is part of our plan to have some kind of an identity in other neighborhoods that aren't subdivisions. When a subdivision
Right.
comes in, there's their identity.
That's right. And that's why people gravitate towards those places too.
65,000 individually platted lots
Right.
have no identity because they were set up to
Right.
be individualized from the very beginning. All right? So if we just say, we'll keep priority number 5, I think that will keep it in the forefront as if something pops in somebody's mind saying, well, we
And if you do have
that.
that initiative, you were talking about your little initiative of residents coming forward at this time next year, we could say, hey, we had that group that wanted this, and this is what they did in their, would have something to, you know, to
And just as
refer to.
input to staff, there does appear to be some interest
We just
Right.
don't know what it
in,
looks like.
well, in
yes.
having something, but that's staff's
Right.
job, I've been reminded to come back.
Yeah,
And that it's something in place that we can react to communities that want to do some kind of beautification,
There's
identification.
a way that might
however.
mirror, if there's gravitation to leaving 5 in, maybe the distinction is maybe you start it with support grassroots efforts that promote the natural character and enhance. Does that get you there?
That works for me.
Oh, okay.
Support grassroots efforts,
Community, grassroots.
community, support community,
Yeah.
It is.
grassroots efforts that promote
Promote a community.
Well, I was
of
going to say, I was
unity.
just going to leave promote the natural character and enhance the identities. So here's the other piece that I've heard you say, just someone listen to the conversation. There's a concern, and I don't mean to pick on it, but Welland Park was the discussion being raised. Welland Park has now become its own sense of identity, but there's also a downside to that because there's perception that's separate. So that's why I kind of like what you say, saying supporting the neighborhood, but keeping the sense of place in Northport, that you've got the umbrella, that you haven't lost one Northport. Yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying is you don't want to
13
have
miles
a,
away.
you don't want to have a neighborhood kind of take its own sense of identity and have it supersede the identity of the sense of place of Northport as a whole. That's why, based on the conversation I've heard, I think that makes sense. Maybe leave it, but say that promote the natural character and enhance the identity of neighborhoods to build community cohesiveness and a better sense of place. Does that make sense? Everybody on the same page there? Okay, so then does that mean we
Right
strike?
out in the weeds. Leave us alone, ma'am.
So does that mean we strike 6 and 7? Or do you want to maybe, I've heard some discussion about 7 maybe fitting under infrastructure. I just want to say, so let's talk about 6. Is the way we worded it in 5, does that take care of 6?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to strike 6.
2.
One down.
Well, and 7 may move if it's not
Well,
already
7's going
somewhere.
And then
else.
we're talking about taking 7 and put it over here.
Yep.
Let's say quality of life.
Gateways.
Maybe
7.
lurking somewhere else. Also.
Right? Get us there?
So we can scratch 7.
Yep, and then I'm gonna move 7.
Mark a lot for the time being.
Okay, all right. Not done with quality of life yet, sorry. Okay, Debbie.
So the subheading of quality of life says to protect and promote Northport's natural resources, recreational assets, cultural diversity, ethnic and historical heritage, as well as overall community wellness. I'm sorry, community wellness, in my opinion, goes hand in hand with quality of life, and that two little words needs to move all the way to the beginning.
I'm with you on that. I'm okay with that. I just, can we do one thing before we come back to that? I'd like to just finish the balance of the priorities.
Oh.
Yet first, if there's no other changes, then we go there. I agree. But I just want to say, on 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, are we okay with those? Are there any adjustments, any tweaks you want to get? Yeah, I haven't forgotten. I definitely want to come back to the title, the statement.
Okay.
Okay?
As long as it's,
Yep, I got you.
I won't let you.
I won't, I'm sure you won't. It's all good. Okay, so I just want to finish the other priorities. Deb.
Okay, so on number 8, I think to Ms. Eve's point, that 4.1 from the safe community, that pillar, I think it was, hold on, let me get to it. 4.1. Was it 4.1? Yes, 4.1. That index can be moved into this priority under 8.2. In my opinion,
Yeah.
you were looking for feedback on things to do. I think that is where that belongs, but that's just me and.
Well, we're not supposed to direct staff.
There's
in
a
terms of
conversation.
that.
That's okay.
But-
Yeah, I'm
but
okay with that.
Is there, so are what you really suggesting is we combine those priorities?
No, because it's already there. Support nonprofits providing the programs to the community. By giving them the space, they're able then to provide those programs to the community. To me, the priority is accurate. The key indicator, 4.1, about the social services building being at full capacity belongs as a key indicator as 8.3 or whatever that number is. That's kind of where I was going. I know we're not directing staff, we're giving them a suggestion so that that very important indicator doesn't get lost.
I'm there. I was there a while ago.
Which indicator, Debbie? I'm sorry. What's the number?
4.1 under the safety.
Oh, okay. That's why I couldn't find it. Under safety. All right.
And
Okay.
that can be moved as to under priority number 8, whatever that number looks like, whatever that wording is. Because you can't really support nonprofits and then have a facility that doesn't say we want it to be at capacity. Just throwing it out there.
Thoughts?
No, that's good, but nonprofit programs aren't necessarily need a building. And Parks and Rec has done a lot of partnerships with, like Environmental Conservancy, having programs for that. So,
But some nonprofits need a facility to do their program.
yes, I just wanted to be sure it's clarified that it's not just programs that have to run out of a.
Or maybe it
A
should be
building.
providing programs and
But
resources.
programs
to our
is good, but
programs
it
and
encompasses
resources.
everything.
When you
Programs
say
in that
resources,
building.
you may be now blending city resources beyond a facility. So be careful about that. I'm sure.
Well, you're talking about 8 and it's saying support nonprofit providing programs to our community. But then if you go down to 10, it says create opportunities for expanded amenities, resources, and cost savings through community partnerships and collaboration. What if you did through community partnerships and supporting nonprofits?
Combining them.
Combining
Combine 8
it,
and 10.
Those
Priorities,
I like
yeah.
that idea.
Yeah.
Combining 8 and 10.
you know, and do it that way because you're still doing the same instead of 2 separate ways, you're doing it together. Because we are, like some nonprofits, we have a partnership with, some we don't, but they put on, let's say, a golf tournament, and we support them in that,
Right.
whatever the case may be.
So what that would word is create opportunities for expanded amenities, resource through community partnerships.
Supporting nonprofits
Community
and collaboration, if you still wanted those words in there.
partnership. Nonprofits and then, and collaboration, the way it's worded, right?
Right. It says i.e. special events, tournaments, et cetera, in parentheses.
That make sense? Everybody?
Will the fact that we're providing the facility so that outside people have a home here in North, I don't want that to get lost. That's the sole purpose of that social service. Why it was built.
Huh?
The social services building was built to help nonprofits have a presence.
Right, no, I understand. I'm
So-
worried about 8, 9, 10 on here. I'm not worried about the building. I was trying to figure out where you had the building coming from.
Well,
I wanna
let's
make
suggest,
sure that that's part of what we're changing 9 to. That's all.
Okay, so we're on 9. That's where I wanted
All right.
to.
I'm
That was
sorry,
the
I'm
answer.
sorry, 10, 10.
all right, so what I was going to suggest to maybe address that is instead of where it says i.e. special events, facilities, maybe facilities, special events, things like that. Make sense?
Add facilities in there so that
Right.
then it doesn't just look at.
Facilities, special events, tournaments, things like that, okay?
Oh, that's fine. It wasn't listed anywhere.
It wasn't,
before.
but I think the question was if we're going to pull 8 maybe into that,
Sorry, I asked the question wrong.
okay? All right, so that's going to now read, so what I'm hearing you say is strike 8, and we'll renumber the numbers, but what is currently priority 10, create opportunities for expanded amenities and cost savings through community partnerships. I'm sorry, community partnerships, comma, nonprofits, comma, and collaboration, i.e. facilities, comma, special events, comma, et cetera. Right? Debbie?
Create opportunities for,
Ex-
can't forget about programs.
For expanded amenities, resources,
I'm just wondering if
programs.
it fits, does the word programs fit in whatever priority you're?
Amenities.
Well, you could actually put it in the parentheses part
Yeah,
where
in
it
the
says
IE.
special events, programs, tournaments.
Yep.
You know, that's the definitions in the IE, an example.
Oh,
What do
great.
you think, Phil?
Yeah, that's where I was thinking. It'll go good.
We're getting a lot done out here in the weeds, ain't we?
For
Well, if
expanded.
they'd ask us more.
I know. We'll let them run the show.
So are we adding programs in there? Great opportunities for expanded amenities, programs, resources? Yes, no? There's discussion about programs. We don't talk about programs in number 10.
Yeah,
And I thought there was a discussion to add.
Personally, I would put it between special events and tournaments in the parentheses part.
Okay, all right. So let me just make sure since we've really worded this one there. So expanded. Amenities.
I was gonna say, are we keeping 8 in there? That's the, did we just say we're taking that whole thing out?
We're combining them, I thought,
That's-
is where we
But that's
went.
Initially,
different.
I was in favor of combining them, but then 10 becomes convoluted because.
8 is very specific. It's about groups that are in that building
Eight is very specific to support the nonprofits
with space.
with programs and space.
Yeah.
Okay, number 10 is to create partnerships with
Be out there
the
and more.
nonprofits for events and
Right.
come up with cost savings through these partnerships. To me, they're two different things. They really should stay.
I mean, it's the same thing. I can't see it differently.
No, because there's some nonprofits that just stay as nonprofits and want nothing to do with the city except to be here to serve the citizens.
Okay, but you got create opportunities for expanded amenities, support nonprofits. You know, it's still spelled out separately. You're doing it all in one sentence rather than 2 sentences. You're not taking anything away.
If you take 8 away, 8.
8 says support nonprofits providing programs to our community. That's it.
But the indicator is clearly.
do not control the indicator.
But I want to be sure that is what we were talking about last year, that building was going to house nonprofits that serve the community in ways that we don't We can't.
We don't, we as a city do not service the way the renters at the facility do.
Right.
They are their own.
Correct.
They want to be their own. But priority 10 is talking about partnerships for cost-saving partnerships and collaboration for events and tournaments and that kind of stuff. They're separate. Some nonprofits want that partnership. Some nonprofits want to.
Correct,
just-
I understand that, but we're just supporting the nonprofits and whatever the hell they want. If they want
Instead
A or B, they're still supported.
How about this? How
I
about
think you're
this?
splitting hairs.
All right, how about this? I think what I'm hearing you say, how about instead of create, which means you're establishing, you support. So if a nonprofit comes to you, you've got a facility, you've got a program that you can do, you're not creating it, you're supporting their desire. So suggesting support opportunities for expanded amenities, resources, and cost savings through community partnerships, nonprofits, and collaboration, i.e. facilities, programs, special events, etc. Does that get you the 8 to
Fine,
10
you got your
together?
facilities in there, you
Does
got
that
it all.
work?
That support and creator, yes.
Yeah. So creating implies a different action than supporting. That way, if they come to you, you can do it. If they, versus, here's where we want you to go, and they may not want to go there. Make sense?
Correct.
Okay? All right, so we're going to strike 8. We're going to strike 8.
Thank you for helping us get that.
It's all right, that's what we're here for.
Sorry.
Strike 8, and 10 gets reworded. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Anything else on the quality of life priorities or anything that we didn't talk about that you might want?
We're all right, yeah, 9, 11, and 12 are good.
All right, so I'm going to go back to this. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have another priority? I'm sorry.
Number 11. Don't shoot me, Parks and Rec. I love you, and you know I love you. But do we really want it to be a priority to say we want Parks and Rec to be the leader? I would think that is just something that department strives to do anyhow, just like road and drainage wants to be the leader in road and drainage, and I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, I think it's a little ego thing. They strive to do the best they possibly can, and they do, and now we expect it. So that's my 2 cents. I'm going on break. All I had to say on that one.
It is a nationally accredited department. So that's a goal. I mean, whether you need that as a priority or not remains to be, I'll defer to the conversation here.
Well,
Right,
the quality of life.
And when you have great parks and recreational opportunities, people will say that it's a great place to live because they have great parks, as we have
How
outlying
about we
communities.
take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, talk
Because
about.
you're like.
Okay,
losing
all right,
everybody.
let's, people are starting to use the restroom. So, all right, I'm showing 10:15. Let's go 10:25, okay? All right, good.
Thank you. Right, that's what I'm saying, like, oh, what's that?
Hey, Commissioner.
Or Peter? Go ahead. Yes, bring us back. Bring us back.
Are we back?
Okay, I think we're back on. Okay, we're back on in the process. I know Pete will join us here shortly. I think we were talking about number 11. We mentioned about being a nationally accredited agency, and the discussion was whether that should remain a priority or not. So we'll turn it back over.
Yeah, so Trish Sturgis, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. The reason that that leadership statement was put in there ties right back to what we talked about at the beginning, is putting the money behind what's important to us. And that was directly tied into our CAPRA accreditation and recognized in our mission statement as being a leader in the country and continuing with that accreditation and the funding behind that.
So in light of that, what's the thoughts? Debbie? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the next pillar is economic development. But we don't say we want the economic development department to be the leader in economic development. I'm hung up that it's understood that we want each department to be the best around, and to call it out specifically to be recognized as a leader. I understand your pillars underneath it, but to call it out as an individual priority for our strategic plan, to me, strategic planning is, where are we going to be in 5 years? How are we going to get there? It's understood we want you to be the best, or else you wouldn't be a department. We don't want you to be the worst.
And if it weren't for me, I'd have leader in all of this around here, but
I would too.
and that's just me.
Just me.
But I think what she's saying is that based on having the word leader in there and how we present ourselves to third-party people and organizations, it helps us as it relates to getting funding for that department, and ties back into, as I looked through it, I think all of their metrics were about either accreditation, well, there's a survey in there, but it relates back to their industry standards and industry practice. I would advise against trying to wordsmith the word leader out of there just to make it sound similar to other departments or areas, because in your example of economic development, if I could put the word leader in the economic development that would get us a grant for funding, I would put it there all the time. I just don't think it's the same thing to compare to as it relates to Parks and Recs and how they need the word in there.
So let me give this as a suggestion, if it covers everybody's desire. What about maybe under good governance, we talk about something that, I don't know where, you got ISO rating #1, especially you get in the fire. I don't know if you're dual accredited, or you CALIA accredited, or you're state accredited in police? Yes? All right, so you've got that. Public Works, you guys in? So you've got a number of departments that are accredited, meaning you're at the highest level of professionalism and best management practices. Maybe the approach is that we do something under good governance that captures that I think strikes it. But both of you are saying we'd love all our departments to be the leader versus necessarily just putting it here. Does that make sense and get to both of your concerns?
Then it's focusing on not just Parks and Rec being the leader, but the whole city.
That work?
As long as the grant providers don't come back and say, we're going to now not give you a grant because you don't strive to be a leader in this particular area.
It is going to be, because under good governance, it'll say Parks and Rec will maintain their CAPRA.
For Parks and Recs, it works for me. Doesn't matter where it goes.
Well, again, I'm not going to agree, but that's okay, whatever you guys want. Because Parks and Rec is a big part of quality of life, and I think it's important to put that out there to people, that we strive to be a leader and provide more than just here's a park, blah, 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 do what you want, but we strive to be.
I really don't see a
That really is when
problem
people
with
talk
it being
about
there.
quality of life, they talk about what kind of parks do you have? What do you do there? What is there? And there are some communities that don't have much.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine either way.
And it's also for that department to really strive to provide more than just here's a park, here's some equipment, that's it.
But that can be said for every single department, and that was my point.
Economic development has built-in indicators, because we all know economic development is to create business opportunities, businesses. We already know that. But for parks, to say it's more than just having parks, we want to be the leader in providing quality parks and the variety of parks and the different amenities that we have that other municipalities don't, or be a step above what they are. That's what I'm saying.
Not to belabor the point, but the fire department has an ISO rating that they are very, very proud of. Right. The police department has an ISO
People expect that, but Parks and Rec, but Parks and Rec not all the time. People say, oh, there's a park there and that's it. I want to see that better parks. I'm always coming back with when I go to Sarasota, they're wonderful parks there. They have parks, but there's something about some of those parks that are a little bit better. So to strive to be a leader in parks, I think this is one category where you do have to be more specific about what you expect. Because in our public safety, we all expect the same thing in most communities. We want.
But not all communities are
SIO
dual accredited, though. Yeah, I mean, I understand the distinction that you're raising, but I also understand that you've got a variety of departments that are at that high level, and you don't necessarily have it as a goal for each one of the departments. So it's your call whether you want to capture that as an umbrella and then articulate, i.e., CALIA, ISO #1, CAPRA, things so that you get the ability that Jerome's asking, that if there's some grants and programs you're supportive, that way you kind of put the umbrella that, because you have more than one department that is nationally accredited. But once again, they're yours. You decide whether you want it as a separate priority or you want to capture it as an umbrella priority for your operations.
We could do both.
I was just going to say, let's compromise and do both. We'll keep Parks and Rec the way that it is, but then maybe
Other
parking lot,
departments want to put in, that's fine.
put in parking lot thing for ISO ratings and
Got it that
what
way.
other acronyms each department is aware
Well,
of.
maintaining that as a metric, correct?
Sure, absolutely, yeah. Yep. Okay. All right, were there any other existing priorities you wanted to tweak, change, talk about within quality of life? I'm going to come back to the statement then, the pillar statement, but also if there's no existing, is there anything we haven't covered that you might want to add? I know we've made some tweaks to some of these. Move back to a previous slide. Let me go back here, yeah. Go back to statement. Okay.
We find out about that.
All right, I'm going to assume crickets mean we're good. Is that a fair statement?
Hold on.
Oh.
Priority number 4 says encourage the availability of cultural, music, entertainment, public gathering opportunities, athletic tournaments, and recreational facilities and offerings. But then you go to 12, and it says respond to community needs by providing a robust, active system of parks and rec facilities, programs, events, and services. I'm seeing them kind of the same.
I don't.
As it relates to recreation and athletic, yeah, that's a fair statement. I know there are others was private, entertainment venues that the city may not necessarily do. But you're absolutely right that we have blended athletic and recreation in there. So that's a fair question.
Right.
So help me understand.
Cultural offerings would be like the art center, what they have. We have guitar jams. This is how I'm thinking in different places. And that's for the city to, I don't know what the city can do for that, but that's why I see those as two different things, whereas the other one is strictly within the Parks and Rec system.
Yeah.
What they are going to do. When they do those concerts in the city center green, that is their thing. But if other opportunities come up to offer something that is not connected with the city, I think it's important to know how many of those things are happening and how we can further that along so we have more of those. So the onus isn't always on the city to provide.
Sure, and more encompassing, you're right.
Yeah.
So let me suggest this. What if because I think they are, right now there's a commingling of those. So what I'm suggesting is, what if you wanted to maintain the availability of cultural, music, entertainment, public gathering opportunities, and then end it there, strike athletic tournaments, recreational facilities, and offerings, because you might have that identified under priority 12.
But like a Little League tournament, Little League is putting it on using the city's facilities. If there was to be a jam session or a music festival, they're going to come to the city and say, where can we put this? And the city will help them figure out the best location for that. And if there could potentially be any partnership opportunities. So I'm still kind of seeing it as.
In there to know that that door is open. When people want to do things and provide for the community, we will work with them to make that happen. And the indicators obviously would show whether we are, or is everything limited to within the Parks and Rec circle.
I'm seeing it as the same, but obviously I'm by myself, so.
Speaking to indicators, as you
I'm
mentioned,
sorry.
some of the programs related to cultural, music, entertainment, we don't put on directly.
Mhm.
So that is where we came with some difficulty of figuring out how do we put a mechanism in place to gather all that information to be able to report
Right.
back.
But it goes back to, if there's a music festival or a music jam or a cultural event that they want to host, they're going to have to come to the city and say, where can I do this? How much is it going to cost to rent the space? And the city works with them, which I think is captured in 12. Respond to the community's needs. I need to put on a music festival. I need to do a jam. So
The word encourage, and again, when the word gets put out there that we're open to other entities coming in and putting on an event, we will support them. And that indicator right here says the percentage of residents satisfied with recreational, and they're all Parks and Rec, but we've had other things in the city, and just to know that they're out there. And if there's nothing else going on other than Parks and Rec, obviously your percentage is going to be lower because it's just going to be what is Parks and Rec offerings. I just want to be sure that that component is in there, that, again, we can have outside, partnerships here, or just outside entities coming in to the city.
No reason why not to keep them both. I don't know.
Some of these are really big events. Yeah, big events in other communities.
these because they are very similar in nature. But if you guys, I'll concede.
I see where you're coming from, I do, and I guess, I think it could be combined as well. Into one priority rather than two, you can incorporate everything.
Respond to and encourage.
Right. Or encourage and respond to, that's what it's the same thing, but that's, when I thought of it, it was encourage and respond to.
See, that
Does that work? Does that get you there as a group? If you said encourage and respond to?
Yeah, and what two priorities were you?
Number
looking at?
12?
The number. Yeah, because that one
Specifically says robust active system of Parks and Rec programs event. That's really, again, zeroing in on what they offer. And I saw number 4 as branching outwards and encouraging outside coming in to say, hey, I want to put on a.
Apologize, this is between two screens, so it's kind of hard for me to go back
just
and
leave it.
forth. So do we strike 4 by changing encourage and respond to in number 12? Or are we leaving?
I'm conceding. We'll just keep it.
We're going to leave them both?
I-
It's your call. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Going to leave them both? Is that what I hear?
That's what I would like.
I'm neutral.
Okay, all right. Well,
I'm
let's
with Alice.
for the sake of consensus then, if we're okay, let's leave them and let's go back to, and I realize the way this is set up, maybe I can't see it that way. Let me take it off here. So that way you can see it better. Okay, so there was a discussion on quality of life about maybe changing the wording of the descriptor for the quality of life. So let's go back and talk about that. And I think what I heard was that community maybe protect and promote Northport's overall community wellness through its natural resources, recreational assets, cultural diversity, ethnic and historical heritage. I think that's what I was kind of hearing, but there was a concern the community wellness ought to precede it rather than be the trailer.
I wouldn't add community wellness. I like it the way it is. We worked hard on this last year without Phil.
I'm not gonna change it.
Yeah. Meaning we did accomplish some things before you got here.
Debbie?
The only thing.
Everybody always picking on.
All right, Debbie, I know this was an issue you raised.
I'm suggesting that we move community wellness to the forefront is because it gets lost in that whole long list of comma, all right? The main purpose of quality of life is to protect and promote the community's overall wellness. We could do that by protecting our natural resources, our recreational assets. I'm not sure about cultural diversity and ethnic being included in quality of life. I'm on the fence and I'm neutral on that. And historical heritage. We're protecting and promoting those. But community wellness is synonymous with everything else after it, not the, oh, and by the way, we want to do community wellness.
Well, the way that I read it is when you do the and overall community wellness, that's your result of promoting.
At the end, it's like an
And it's
afterthought.
as well as like it's an afterthought.
Yeah.
I get the point.
I should be
I get
but I
that.
read it differently, so.
Protect and promote the overall community wellness, natural resources, recreational assets, and historical heritage. That's quality of life.
How about promoting overall community wellness through the protection? Would that come in there? No. You have
Here's what I was suggesting, maybe protect and promote Northport's community wellness and its natural resources, recreational assets, cultural diversity, ethic, et cetera, and then end at heritage.
I'm good with that.
Does that work? All you're
For
doing is
everybody?
shifting that over and changing it, saying by its versus promoting Northport. You know, you're, make sense?
Makes sense. I'm good with it. Pete's the outliers.
I'm just staying in the weeds, getting sunburnt with Phil.
I'm
good.
supportive of this.
All right, does that work?
And get out of my weeds now.
Okay. All right, let's go back to economic development.
I just sit back and listen to you guys.
Okay, same approach, I'll let Eve drive.
Okay. So our overarching statement is to promote sustainable growth, investment, and development to achieve a vibrant and diversified economy, offering a mixture of services and local employment opportunities. Priority 1, support workforce development programs in partnership with federal, state, local, and not-for-profit organizations to influence the workforce pipeline supply. I know the economic development team has come up with an indicator to assist local companies with their workforce development needs. We're trying to figure out exactly how to measure that and report on that for you. Priority 2, to promote a range of housing options and affordability for current and future residents. Those indicators include proposing options for affordable housing incentives and researching and proposing land use regulations to reflect inclusionary zoning. Encourage walkable mixed-use development in the Heron Creek and Midway activity centers. Indicator 3.1 is to adopt incentives for walkable mixed-use development and inclusionary zoning through revisions to the ULDC. Priority number 4 is to develop a master plan for the Yorkshire Activity Center and include the activity center in the urban service area boundary through a change to the comp plan. Priority 5, promote neighborhood commercial centers. The first step in that would be creating a profile of the city's neighborhood commercial centers and identifying those with the most taxable value and development potential. Priority 6, maintain business retention and expansion and business recruitment and attraction plans. And I hope that you guys have a copy. Unfortunately, these slides don't have the comments in there, but I hope you guys have those comments in there on your printed versions.
We do.
Okay, perfect. So you can see that the staff has started with parcel identification process and will be using that information to profile the appropriate parcels for development. Priority 6 is to improve and maintain the business retention and business recruitment and attraction plans, increase the number of viable projects and maintain the project pipeline. So collaboration with the Sarasota EDC and other partners has helped in maintaining that project pipeline. 6.2, attract targeted jobs at or above the median wage of the region. So the current active projects represent targeted jobs within that range. 6.3 is to decrease the out-of-city workforce commuter rate by 5% by 2025. So the calculation is currently underway, but as we increase employment opportunities, our commuter rate will decrease. 6.4 is to increase the number of shovel-ready sites within the city. Infrastructure improvements and expansions starting soon will greatly increase the shovel-ready sites available. Priority 7 is to develop and approve a series of economic development incentives and policies to encourage targeted development investment opportunities. The division is working on creating the incentive plan, but has not yet received any applications for current programs available. Priority number 8 is to support redevelopment of identified sections along the Tamiami Trail commercial corridor. So we are researching options that allow commercial usage of access road on the southwest corner of the Tuscola Road. Priority number 9 is improve city processes and regulations to support a business climate of innovation, entrepreneurship, and investment. 9.1 is to present the overall update of the ULDC to you all for adoption. Number 9.2 is to implement concurrent application review to reduce overall review time. I believe some steps have been taken in that process. 9.3 is to implement fast track program for identified economic development projects. I believe there's been some movement on that as well. Priority 10 is to complete a customer-focused, streamlined permitting process to stimulate economic development. The indicator under that was to process and review land development petitions under the established timelines 80% of the time. The department was able to do that 84% of the time, meeting their target for this past fiscal year. 11 is to increase the percentage of non-residential tax base year over year. Staff will be meeting with the appropriate departments to determine the best way to obtain that information so that we can put together a report for you that would show total taxable value percentages of the different classifications year over year. Priority 12, pursue the development of diversified economy that supports a wide range of businesses and sectors representative of targeted employers. The Economic Development Department was going to do a retail study that has been delayed this year, but staff is continuing to pursue that. And then priorities 13 is to implement additional phases of the Warm Mineral Springs Master Plan and support a development in Northport's Opportunity Zone. And priority 14 is to seek opportunities for strategic annexations in support of commercial development. So those are the 14 priorities under economic development and growth management.
I'd like to suggest another priority. Should I wait?
No, we're going to be there. I'm just going to move this screen because it loses the, that way we can do it. Yeah, so we can move this over and make it bigger. Okay, get more focus on. Okay, yes, Mayor.
It would be increase our commercial industrial land use to 18% by 2033.
Priority. Increase one more time.
Increase our commercial industrial land use
Commercial. Use.
to 18%
By
by 2033.
2033. I know a number of you in the preliminary conversations talked about that in my advanced discussions, so it may be something that isn't necessarily currently captured.
And maybe priority 14, if I might suggest a metric, that might be sort of an implementation, one of the ways we might go about that.
Okay, yes,
Question?
yes, go ahead.
So are you saying that's like priority number 15 or?
I'm not saying I'm not prioritizing, I'm just suggesting.
What she's suggesting is a new priority, something that's not on the existing list.
Okay,
let's
so-
talk through that, yeah.
So a new priority with that requirement, would it be better to fit it in as a key matrix under an existing priority?
I kind of thought through that, but I think achieving this is so intrinsically necessary for our ability to balance our books in 20 years that it needs to be its own standalone thing.
So maybe, I've shifted this over because I was getting back to, priority 11 is increase the percentage of non-residential tax base year over year, which gets a little bit of that. I'm not trying to diminish, I'm just saying maybe there's a merging of these, because I think the outcome of what you're trying to accomplish is having higher developed, higher yield developments support the overall economics. And so that's what number 11 is trying to get at. So maybe it's a merging of what, because I understand the nature of what you want to do as a priority, and maybe what we do is make that the beginning of it, and then say to increase the percentage of non-residential tax base year after year, or something like that.
I really see priority 11 as being one of the metrics.
That's a fair statement too. I think what you're trying to get there is exactly what you're stating here, but just saying it differently.
Yeah, and that's sort of one way. Another way is rezoning. Another way is annexing in. So
And you could also say it's related to 12, which gets to the diversified economy. So I guess the question is, do we want to merge any of those?
So
well, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm thinking that 11, 12, and even 14. Because if you have strategic annexations in support of commercial development, you're doing this new priority. It's increasing the non-residential tax base, and it's diversifying the economy.
I see all of those as metrics. Ways to accomplish the goal of 18.
I totally get it with 11, because this will, well, yes and no. This gives you the ability to do that. It doesn't necessarily achieve it. It gives you the ability. And then on number 14, the same sort of thing. If you're annexing an existing development, you automatically achieve that. If you're annexing property for future development, it's a future goal. So, but I get the point that this is the driving priority. Let's figure that out. So number one, is there agreement? Let's talk through there. Is there agreement that that ought to be a priority? Then we'll figure out whether we merge it with anything else or not.
I just had a question where the 18% come from? Did I miss that?
It's the minimum. Experts in the field state that in order for a municipality to be able to balance its budget,
Okay.
18 to 30% of its land use should be industrial commercial.
Commercial, okay, thank you.
So let's make it 24.
I was gonna say 20.
Before we go raising it up any higher, I'm already concerned.
You do have your land development code issues and your properties that you got
I'm
to.
always happy with more. We established that yesterday, but 18 is a minimum.
That will help get the annexations going quicker to help achieve this faster too.
I think our current percentage is 9%, 8 or 9, lower than 8 or 9. And to say that we want to go to 18 in 10 years seems very aggressive, if not unrealistic, but I don't want to use those words to my mayor, so I'm looking at my EMS director to come say them on my behalf. But I just don't want us to say that we're putting the goalpost too far down, even though you did give a 10-year window.
It might be an aspirational goal.
It's
Okay, come on
Well, you
down.
could
That
say-
8% was your number,
Maybe you
Elena.
could say strive to increase or something like that, if you, as opposed to it's definitely there. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I think having an aspiration is good because it does give us something to work towards.
I think that it would need to be coupled with an acknowledgement and willingness on the part of the commission to take some pretty aggressive moves. Included in that may be, and one of the things that we're planning to bring you over time, not with the ULDC, let me just make that clear, but in studies that, master plans that we'll bring forward to you, is the option of rezoning and redesignating some pretty big swaths of land in Northport that would open up the ability to do non-residential uses. We have a lot of area that is pre-platted for residential that is not developed, and so part of the proposals that we would be looking at to achieve that percentage would be to redesignate a lot of that area.
And my sense of urgency is every time I turn around, a big chunk of land
Yes.
in or near an activity center housing's going up. So we don't have a huge time horizon to achieve this. So I think it needs to be all hands on deck.
We also need to be cognizant of any preemptions that the state may take.
SB 102.
They are currently attempting to poke some pretty big holes in our commercial
We need a
areas.
ground war strategy relative to that action.
Remember, the session just started yesterday, so you're at risk, right?
We are at war.
Yes, I think we have a war room
We're
on
losing
that.
our air cover. We need a ground.
So I think we have to be cognizant that that may present some complications that we will have to figure out if there are ways for us to work around. Hopefully, there will be a friendly amendment to that, and
The latest one I saw did not.
it's not quite as.
Well,
it definitely helps.
They just went, what? For me.
It helps. It presents a fairly large loophole to drive through. So,
And the positive thing, there's been a lot of conversation at multiple levels about the issue. So that in and of itself is a good thing.
there has, but I am, I do look favorably on an aspiration. I just think that wording it so that if we don't quite hit it, it's not seen as a failure. So that strive is a good word. But as I said, it should come with an acknowledgement that there will be some pretty big decisions that are going to be needed to achieve that.
I would buy that.
Do we ever make little decisions?
Well, there are incremental decisions, and there are
These would be pretty substantial in the land use world.
So recognition is a heavy lift, but an aspirational goal. So
acknowledged.
in light of that, is there agreement that that ought to be a pillar or a priority, excuse me?
I would agree. But maybe the part where I was saying combining them, maybe it's like at priority 15 and 15A, 15B. I don't know if they're individual or if, like the mayor had suggested, that they're more like metrics as opposed to priorities.
I always think in terms of strategies and objectives, or goals and objectives. And I think the goal is the 18%. How you're going to get there underneath, or some of it will be annexing, some of it will be rezoning.
Disagree.
I could see that being number 11. 11 could easily be a metric. 11, if you're comfortable, it's a way of tracking that. So taking priority 11 and making it a metric, maybe.
Yes, I agree with that.
11. And recognizing that was what you stated here is what you were trying to accomplish there. So I understand the refinement of that.
And 14 also.
I think.
12, the diversified economy, that needs to stand on its own. Supportive, but I think it's its own thing.
So leave 12 and move 14
As a metrics.
It's probably not seek opportunities, it's probably just, we have to reword it as a metric, yeah.
Top of mind.
And priority
yeah.
14, we can have staff work through that, becoming a metric.
Since we're on number 14, there was a pillar in the quality of life under 6, the metric 6.1.
Get me back to what,
We're talking about exploring the JPA agreement and possible CRA along 41. That metrics can fit right under where priority 14 is or this new 15.
Right. I could see
One
that.
of the ways to achieve this 18%,
I'm sorry, which metric was that, or which?
the quality of life. I don't want the metrics to be
6.1
lost.
Metric
Yeah.
is trying to be move it here
Correct.
to this priority. Is there agreement on that? All right, so we're going to strike 11, 14, move 6.1 to this bucket under economic development. Are there other, I'm sorry, I've got to manage both screens here. Are there other priorities that we need to talk about, changing, revising? I'm going to go back to the first sheet, 1 through 7 first, to make sure you're all on the same page.
Do we need anything in here about, I mean, is it a priority to find ways to work with our neighboring municipalities, county and state authorities? I mean, we don't say anything anywhere in here about that in any of the priorities. Is that a viable priority?
Have any of that in good governance?
I think so, not for economic development.
Stuck out as I read these was missing, and it is something
I
that,
like that.
you know, we talk about whether or not we'll be successful at it is a whole nother story.
What would you like to measure from? What would you like to measure from that, those collaborations or partnerships?
One would be our interchange.
Yeah, the interchange,
Joint projects that were affecting multiple.
projects, better tourism promotion. I don't know.
Well, here's where I'm going to ask the question. Does it fall under that theory? And I know we're talking about in the context of economic development, but it could be parks, it could be culture, it could be anything. Do you put it under good governance to capture that intergovernmental relationship and partnerships under good governance so that you're not just targeting it just for economic development? If you want to target for economic development, that's fine, but is there an argument that maybe that goes across everything you do?
Potentially, but I think that there's just such a need for this particular overall item to be promoted in our city. I don't see it as a problem being a separate item because, I mean, we need that collaboration. However we track it, however we grade it, however we promote it, it's just a real important thing. I don't think we build economic development all by ourselves, and we've talked about it, but we're not addressing it anywhere here in any of the priorities. That's why I brought it up.
This falls under
I
what?
don't want to lose it somewhere else in just good governance.
We have a rich array of interlocals. I mean, we have a
Yeah.
lot.
Falls under what we refer to as OPM, other people's monies. So you support the, you know. So I'm hearing an argument to add another priority under economic development. And we haven't kind of worded it yet, but to try to encourage partnerships, intergovernmental relationships, funding, things like that to support. I guess the question is to support overall economic development. Help me kind of get a sense of how the concepts you want to make sure you capture.
I like the idea. I just think it's bigger than economic development.
It goes right into the infrastructure because you're talking about the interchanges, because you're going to have to increase the the roadmap isn't just the interchanges, it's fixing the roads to widen the roads to get to the interchanges. It's economic development, it's land use, it's everything.
About it, Cranberry.
Yeah, I could see its applicability in the area infrastructure as well, but by trying to combine it all, put it under good governance, do we dilute our ability to drive it? Drive it for economic development, drive it for infrastructure. Is it important enough to do it both? Because quite frankly, doing a lot of wordsmithing here, and my concept of this strategic planning is that to determine, you know, with all these goals, like where do our priorities really lie? And by God, if it isn't like infrastructure and economic development, I don't know where else it is. Sets the stage for our budget. And I guess in my mind, you can't drive those things too hard in each of those two categories. But if, you know, as long as it's there, you know, I'll defer to the majority as to how we do it, but I don't want to lose it, you know.
Let me suggest this, if you're comfortable with it. Let's put it on the parking lot, let's work our way through it, and if you feel, because you're gonna be able to come back, you know, we're gonna be able to say, did we capture everything? And do you feel it gets enough oomph or horsepower where it lands, or do you wanna come back and we can do it that way? I don't think there's a dispute about the desire to do it. The question is just where does it fit?
Exactly. I don't know that it fits under good governance, but let's throw it in the parking lot and we'll get back to it.
Gone through everything.
Because I've heard, you know, it could be applicable to a number of different programs, is what you're all saying.
This isn't just economic development. This is also, the pillar is also called growth management, and what he's suggesting is directly related to growth management.
It's not that it's not.
It can stay here because it's managing our growth through the infrastructure that we need, the economic development, and the collaboration that we need from outside people. So maybe it does just stay here because it is part of growth management.
That's why I liked it. I mean, I just thought it has a place here.
As I said, both points are extremely relevant. It's really ultimately where you want to place it. Do you want to put it here? Or do you want to park it and come back? Or do you want to...
Park it and come back is getting long.
That's right. That's why we have a parking lot. We got a couple things resolved there, though. We'll eventually knock them out. You just haven't dealt with good governance yet, so that's why I said you haven't really had a chance to unpack that yet. So if you're comfortable with leaving it out for the time, and then we'll figure out if it comes back to this one or more than one of these. Make sense? You good with that, Phil? Pretty good? Okay. All right, so I'm going to go back to the other question. Any other changes? Any other new? Under economic development growth management, I'm in 2 pages here, so I'm going to leave it on the first page first. So let's just focus between 1 and 7. Everybody else comfortable in light of everything we've talked through? Debbie.
Priority number 3, it says encourage walkable mixed-use development in Heron Creek and Midway. Why just those 2?
I was going to say all of them.
It should be all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way it came out last year. If that's a more global goal, we could certainly strike the last part. Just encourage a walkable mixed-use development throughout, or multimodal throughout Northport or something like that.
The only thing I would comment is, as I was reading these, I thought the same thing you did, but then I read like you got 8 where we talk about Tamiami Trail. I mean, some of these priorities are very targeted to specific areas. So, yeah, do we want that or do we want to combine it?
Jumping around, Phil.
You gotta get with the program.
Right, so, and only because I've got 2 slides, so that's I'm just trying to manage it as best as possible. So, is there a desire to strike Heron Creek and Midway activity and just say encourage walkable mixed-use development
In activity
within
centers.
in all activity centers or something like that?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask the question just because we're trying to also be conservative of how many priorities you got. Is that in your system already? Or is that in your land use plan? Is that in your, is that something you need to state as a priority, or is it already in your land development code? And I know you're doing the
I think our
ULDC,
comp plan has the mixed use component and walkability and connectivity and stuff. So you do bring up a really valid
Trying to help you
point.
be
Maybe-
conservative on your priorities.
And we already have that big initiative to sort of connect the different communities with bridges.
Yeah, I was
and-
going to say, this is going to be a technical question. Let's get staff on. Whether we think we've got that incorporated
The
or
thinking being if we have enough momentum behind it, maybe
you
we
might not
don't
need it as a priority.
Okay.
Exactly. That's what I was.
So as part of the ULDC rewrite and as part of the rewrite of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan, we are expanding and refining the mixed use idea to actually have zoning districts and future land use designations that are for different types of mixed use. Right now, it's pretty it's pretty vague and doesn't really capture what a true mixed use area should be. So I think we do already have a lot of momentum behind that idea. And we have some areas that we are specifically looking at that are both within our activity centers and possibly expanding some activity centers that would be applicable to that.
So is this one of those we leave in there until we get the check marks that it's done?
I hear the term squishy. It sounds like you're not there yet. And I know that's a technical planning term, just in case you didn't.
You'll see that tightened up a lot, and those opportunities opened up a lot more with the rewrite and the land use element.
So how about we strike Heron Creek and Midway and just say encourage walkable mixed-use development in Northport's activity centers?
I would even, honestly, go drop the activity center because we're looking at it citywide, not just activity
Okay,
centers.
just citywide, okay.
We're looking at other areas, like I said, possibly expanding some of the activity centers. Depending, we're looking at each area to see what's around it, and we're going to be bringing some suggestions.
Because even if there's momentum behind something, and I think this is what you were getting at, Deb, if it's not done, do we run the risk, if we take it off the priority list, that it might languish because other priorities bubble up?
Bear in mind too,
That we don't want to give the impression that it's all going to be solved with the rewrite and the future land use element. There are other master plans that we really think need to be done, as I said, to look at expanding some of those areas, or even creating a new activity center. So that it goes back to increasing commercial land as well. Some of those big land use decisions that the commission will need to make, especially regarding eastern Northport. So I would suggest not taking it off because I don't think we'll be done with it after the rewrite and the
multi-year.
It is a multi-year effort. It is.
Debbie?
Sticking with that same priority, it says here, and inclusionary zoning through the revisions of ULDC. Inclusionary zoning is mentioned also in the key indicator 2.2. So you have the same key indicator in two different priorities. And I was just trying to understand why. You look at 2.2, it talks about inclusionary zoning, and if you look at 3.1, it talks about inclusionary zoning.
2.2 is really general. Some of that was really, that 2.2 regarded affordable housing, specifically affordable and workforce housing.
2.1.
2.1, I'm sorry. 2.1 really includes inclusionary housing because it's not just, inclusionary housing is just one of the things that we're looking at for increasing workforce housing. So I think 2.2 could be taken off. Or,
Sorry, 3.1, inclusionary housing, that needs to come off because it's already covered under the housing component.
So we could say, and just strike the and inclusionary zoning.
Yeah, because it's already there. Basically on there twice.
But I think too, that the 2.1 proposed options for affordable housing incentives, we did that, initially, we did the preliminary part of that when we brought you the presentation and got your feedback on that. Now those things we're incorporating into the ULDC. That includes inclusionary housing and a whole host of other things.
There's still measurements that have to be done because the incentives are different than inclusionary zoning.
Yes, they are.
Okay, we got a clarification on the metric. And we got a rewording of priority 3. Any other changes or on from 1 to 7 under economic development?
So I guess before we move on to 8, I would like to see a new pillar for housing be included.
We're going to come back to pillars at the end, but
Okay, because this is where the housing part is.
If we do that, then we're going to have to slide some of the housing out.
Okay, so we'll wait.
Yeah. Why don't we?
Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm
me to do?
suggesting. Let's get through the 7 pillars and then say, okay, are we there? Because we've got to talk about, or the 6 pillars, because we're going to talk about whether you want to add housing was one question and the other was Hurricane Ian.
Okay.
Because we may be reshuffling a lot of things after that conversation. So if you're okay with that, we'll capture it there. So any other changes from 1 to 7 of the priorities that we have not talked about, then we'll go to the next page. No? Can you advance that to the next slide, 8 through 14?
Oh, wait, priority 4. Sorry, it kind of
go
got
back.
lost. I apologize. It kind of got lost. Develop master plan for activity center 6 and include the activity center in the urban service boundary through a comp plan change. I've heard chatter that that's really not a wise thing to do to include it in the urban service boundary. And I don't know if that's accurate or did I misunderstand?
We haven't had any discussions as to whether it's wise to include in the urban service boundary. It will eventually have to be included in the urban service boundary. What we have been talking about, however, is, as you're aware, the commission gave us the go-ahead to do a master plan in this budget year and authorized the funds for that as part of that to bring it into the urban service boundary. In order to revise the comp plan and bring it into the urban service boundary, there has to be a determination analysis that we have currently the capacity to serve that area. We don't. So there will have to be a study done by utilities before we can do this that will provide all of those answers. Where will the water come from? When will the water come? What is our capacity? Will we need to build a new facility out there? Answer to all of this, probably yes. But it's going to take some time to get there. We were discussing asking the commission if, since we have that funding sitting there, $200,000 to do a master plan, with the introduction of the hospital at Sumter and 75, we have a very small window to look at that entire area, that activity center.
Activity center 6 or the hospital's activity center? Okay, thank you.
To determine if we need to make some changes to that activity center. Does it need to be expanded? Do we need to look at transportation issues? Our feeling is we do need to look at it, and the window's closing because since the hospital has made their announcement and we're working with them, we're getting a lot of interest on those quadrants. And if we don't take a hard look at it now, that opportunity will be gone. We will have applications come in that we will have to react to without looking at what do we need. We want to ensure that the hospital is, their interests are protected, that they have the transportation accesses that they need. Do we have enough land outside of the hospital to support those ancillary hospital uses that we know are going to come in, medical offices and all of those types of things? So what we would ask is if we could initiate a smaller, it won't be as big a study as Yorkshire because there are a whole host of weeds for that study. But a smaller study for the AC3, do we need to look at some expansions? Do we need to look at maybe acquiring some land for additional accesses, transportation needs, those types of things? And that we take some of the funding from that Yorkshire study and apply it to the to an AC3 study that we could get done now.
Quick question. Would some of that study also incorporate improvements to the interchange and the roadway?
Absolutely. Because we're going to have some very specific transportation pressures and needs that are a result of the hospital. But anything else that comes in that area is also going to impact that and put pressures on it. And we need to look at north of that activity center. That's going to put pressures on Tropicare and north of the interstate. So what do we need to do up there? Is there an opportunity to look at some of that area to see if there are some things that can be done?
I hear a workshop in our future, very near in our future, and really a much larger discussion with all of those things that we're going to have to consider. I appreciate the information. Obviously, we can't give you any direction now, but maybe we're going to have to either have workshop, but we can't give formal direction there either. Maybe a special meeting sooner rather than later to give you guys that formal direction. I appreciate the conversation. Based on that conversation, I think we need to keep priority 4 in there for one reason and one reason only. We have a joint resolution with Charlotte County to get those 2 interchanges. And I think if we remove this and now say, hey, Activity Center 6 is no longer a priority, there goes our interchange.
I would agree. I don't think it needs to be removed at all. But what we're thinking is that there is no negative impact to postponing that to 2025, the master plan, instead of 2024, this next fiscal year.
Yeah, you don't have a time limit on this one. This is a multi-year plan, so
Right,
that you can
right.
keep it as a priority for
Right.
those reasons without being.
And
putting
truthfully,
yourself
because
behind
of
the
the
eight ball.
work that utilities is going to need to do, we're going to need to coordinate with them. It's going to take that long before we're actually ready to look at the land use.
As much as it pains me, because I try to keep an eye on that area, and there's been a lot of selling of land. I mean, there's activity starting to happen, and I wouldn't want to see happen to that area what's happened in the past with our activity centers. We just didn't pay enough attention to it, and it went in a direction.
We are
we
paying
didn't
attention
want.
to it, yeah.
However, that hospital is huge, and to not do everything we need to do to make sure that is a successful project, that would be a huge shame on us.
But I think too, to make sure that the development that we have that comes around it is compatible, doesn't cause conflicts with the hospital being able to do its
Well, I
business.
guarantee you we're not going to have 2 hospitals at that
No, we're not.
interchange.
No, we're not, but
We probably don't want a smoke shop either.
But rather, when I say competing uses, I mean things that would complicate emergency access into and out of the hospital. Things, something where you would have a lot of
Luxury, high-density housing.
something where you would have, for instance, a lot of traffic that would dump out right at that.
Like a school.
That at certain times may make it impossible for ambulances to come in. So we really want to.
So let me.
Manager, I think you're going to get a consensus to create a special meeting for this as soon as possible.
So let me land the plane back on the priorities. Given what you've just heard, there's really nothing on that activity center that's in your priorities now, but it clearly is a goal to bring affordable or healthcare and acute services on your economic development piece of it. So do you need a priority? Not asking for authority to move dollars or anything like that. Is that a priority in order to accomplish that, or are you comfortable with the existing priorities that you have? Because you do have under economic development, there's one about here. There's no, go to the next page over.
Sorry.
The next,
Economic
about
development.
the hospital. I guess I just want to make sure.
This one? No, we had a hospital. up
Oh,
under
I'm sorry, that was in quality of life. I'm sorry,
That's
that's
why I
right.
was scrolling back up. Do you want me to go up to that one?
Yeah, so let's just go
Put
back.
something in there.
I just want to make sure, as I said, don't worry about the location. I want to make sure that you've got it in quality of life. It is number 2, priority number 2.
Yeah.
Are you okay, in light of what you just heard and what you need to do, it's a priority. Are you okay with what we have worded in quality of life to capture that?
I think we need to make a different priority in.
Or do you want to add a priority in economic
Yeah.
development? That's.
Elena, you had a
I had a
suggestion.
suggestion, because
We're also looking at other activity centers, and we think that we have some opportunities to make some changes and maybe some expansions and things like that. So you could just revise priority 4 to include
Go back to the economic development one, priority 4 again.
not necessarily develop master plans for all of them, because that's not what we're talking about, but to review and revise master plans, including Yorkshire.
For all activity centers?
Or it could say for all activity centers or for identified activity centers.
We don't know what they are. And we're only here today.
Right, we're not going to do all of them. But we have looked at 1, 3, a little bit of 5 and 6. Those are really the ones that we think need some work.
1, 3,
5 and 6.
and 6.
And 7, because if we do if we move forward with more Mineral Springs and 7.
So review and revise master plan for activity centers 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay.
And what else comes with that?
And that gets a little, as I said, so it's broad. So I know it's important to keep focus on this Yorkshire, activity center as well. So
Is there anything about the urban service boundary or anything like that that needs to be incorporated? Or is that the priority, just that you're looking at reviewing and revising?
with Yorkshire, the urban service boundary is crucial. The rest of our activity centers are already in our urban service boundary.
So the way we worded it, would it be broad enough? It's not prescribing it, but it's also not excluding it. So in other words, review and revise your master planning, that the results of the master planning will dictate whether it needs to go into something else, right? Or do you want to, I guess I'm asking is that enough by itself, or do you need to also articulate the point of urban service boundary through a change to the comp plan?
I really think that what we're looking at for master plans is just Gateway and Yorkshire, so 3 and 6. Those are the master plans that we really feel are necessary. We will be making suggestions for changes to the other activity centers. Those are the 2 master planning efforts that we feel are needed.
But this is a 5-year plan. So if the focus today is going to be 3 and 7, but in the next 5 years, it may be 1, 5, and 6.
I think what you'll find is that we are able to address a lot of the issues in the other activity centers through the ULDC changes that are coming forward. The real master planning areas are those 2. Now, there also may be an opportunity to create an additional activity center in the southeast part of the city, if those connections go through from Yorkshire and Raintree, if they go through the veterans, that's a new opportunity.
Yorkshire already goes.
Right. So we've got some questions around that area as well.
Okay, I'm going to try to bring you all back up. I want to get back into that 10,000
I think we
foot
need
level
to
as
keep
well.
it with
So the
1, 3,
question
5, 6, and
becomes,
7. as our
this was very
priorities
specific
for-
to this activity center. Is that stated as? Do we need to modify it without getting down into the weeds of when, ish, and all those items? So let's,
way that you have it written to review and revise master plans for activity centers 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7, I think is right, but review and revise, it's review and possibly revise, review and consider
revise
revisions.
revise
you're
if
saying-
necessary or something.
Yes, we need to keep the revise part, in my opinion, vague. we definitely have to review, potentially revise.
Okay, we'll say review or revise if necessary.
Correct.
Make sense? Okay. So that's really is that separate from what we have under priority number 4? Is that a separate priority? I realize part of it goes back and forth with, is Yorkshire, which number is Yorkshire?
6.
6, okay. So do we
That one.
do we leave 6 off of this one then? And then just leave 4 the way it is? And then have a different priority for review and revise if
No, I think
necessary?
it's 1.
I think for the new wording that you have there is, the new wording is replacing the
4.
existing 4's wording.
That's exactly what I'm trying to get a sense. Do we capture everything here or do we leave 4 and do this? That's kind of where I'm getting at.
That wording is priority 4's new wording.
Does that work? Does that work from staff standpoint?
It does.
Okay. You guys?
And then for staff, the metrics you put under that, you front stack the things. Yeah.
We're just basically changing the wording to be that.
Because this current 4 really kind of is a metric rather than a.
Right. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's go to the next one. The last part of don't leave yet because you may be back in when we're done yet. We're still in economic development and growth management. So all right. So 8 through. Phil, you had something you were trying to make a change on.
No, it was.
I thought there was a number, and Debbie says no. We're doing 1 through 7 first.
Yeah, you
You
started
raised-
something, the Tamiami Trail.
Yep.
On number 8, you started to talk and we told you to put the brakes
We're
on until we got
gonna get to number 8
7.
next. Yeah.
So priority number 8 was talking about Tamiami Trail.
Does it need to be separate?
The context on that, when we had this discussion last year, was that there were pockets that needed to be done. And that's where that one came up. That was my.
Is this your
This is-
opportunity zone thing or no?
No. Isn't this in Activity Center 1, which we are going to be reviewing and possibly revising?
I don't have my map with me, but it may be in Activity Center 1. But we are looking at the entirety of the Tamiami Trail corridor.
Because I think Tamiami Trail is from one end basically all the way up to Sumter. Yeah.
And we have both an annexation and a rezoning challenge along that. Right.
Support and redevelop it.
So does 8 stay? If you
think
now
8 is
added this
in-
new one with number 4 that incorporates the master planning of that?
Does somebody have a quick master plan that we could, Activity Center map?
I can get to it.
Okay, so
Well, that's going. All right. So we'll come back to deal with 8 once we verify that. So what about the balance 9 through 14?
Worked this over pretty well with the.
except for number 8.
Okay.
So we're back to,
Yeah.
All right. So let me just, so we don't lose track of the timing here. If 8 is incorporated in one of these activity centers,
it
are we
is.
comfortable?
I just saw the thumbs
Oh,
up.
thumbs up? Okay. So do you want to strike 8 then? Because now you have it potentially at a higher level with this?
I think it's covered in what that priority number 4 is.
Right.
What is the southwest corner of Tuscola?
It's the Salvation Army property.
Yeah. Which isn't, which,
That's not southwest.
yeah, it is.
Sort of.
It is.
Tuscola goes.
Tuscola goes sort of north and south. It gets kind of wonky right in there, but yes.
That's one side of it, yes.
Yes.
The other side.
The other side is the mobile home park.
Well, there's
Like right before that is the old police museum.
I know where it
Okay,
is, but
that's-
not Tuscola.
It abuts it.
It does. It does on the east side of the property.
East side?
Southwest.
Tuscola, okay, 41.
All right, it
It's
don't
right
matter. So as long as I know that it's the Salvation Army's property, thank you. All right.
Okay. Any other changes to existing priorities in economic development? Going before I hit gone?
Gone. Oh, sorry, Phil, what do you say?
No, we're good because my comments regarding the collaboration, state, local, that
Yep,
went
I
into
got
the
them in a lot.
parking lot, so we'll deal with that down the road.
Let me suggest this. So how many, let's go to the next one for.
Infrastructure.
Next
Oh,
slide.
environment.
So environmental resiliency, and we've got, what, how many?
This has 6 priorities,
It's a 6.
so
How
it
about,
is a shorter one.
let's do this, if with the group. Let's get through the presentations of the, where you are, and then maybe we'll take a break before we come back to look at the priorities. That make sense? Then we can break for lunch? All right? Okay. Go ahead, Keith, you got it.
So the descriptor for environmental resiliency and sustainability is that Northport seeks to be the role model in the region as a community that values environmental resiliency and sustainability in the design and operation of its facilities, programs, services, and development through forward-thinking policies, ordinances, and education. Priority number 1 is to consider the feasibility of employing a Northport sustainability manager. There's been discussion as to where this fits. Thought it might fit under utilities. After looking at it, it's under consideration for relocation to a different department. And those discussions are still occurring. Priority number 2 is all new and or redeveloped public facilities should reflect LEED-like standards. The metric that we came up with that was to incorporate LEED-like standards on 25% of our new projects and to put together a report that identified those facilities. There have been no qualifying projects to date. Priority number 3, Northport's programs, facilities, and operations should visibly encourage conservation, sustainability, water quality testing, and recycling practices. 3.1 related to offering public education and outreach programs aimed at increasing knowledge of recycling and solid waste practices. You can see that solid waste has been very busy. They've done some school visits. They've been to the Mullen Center summer camp, winter camp visits. They've done 3 newcomer days, 2 Sarasota County Keep America Beautiful cleanups, and there have been specific posts related to recycling and solid waste practices on our social media pages, as well as 11 messages sent through the Recycle Coach app that goes over to 10,000 subscribers. Indicator 3.2 is through water quality testing, monitor and make recommendations to maintain water quality standards. There's been a detailed review of all new development to make sure stormwater design meets Northport's ULDC Chapter 18 water quality treatment standards, which are more stringent than SwiftMud. And number 2, required all development to implement low-impact development methods to improve water quality and reduce flooding. Again, this is above and beyond what SwiftMud requires and keeps with our sustainability goals. Ensure Northport's development standards, codes, and ordinances provide for a balance of green space and for protection of the community's tree canopy. 4.1 was to support the ULDC target of 35% of land covered by the tree canopy. There was talk about this earlier this week, so the scope of work is currently in progress. 4.2, refine tree protection regulations. That was complete in the ordinance adopted. Priority 5, support the protection of native species and habitats via public education, land acquisition, and conservation. 5.1 was to present the updated conservation and coastal management element of the comp plan, which was complete in the ordinance adopted. The next indicators are part of the ULDC rewrite. So 5.2 is develop recommendations for incentives for property owners and developers to preserve on-site habitats for threatened or protected animal and plant species. 5.3, develop and propose methods to ensure adequate land for recreation, open space, and conservation. Priority number 6, pursue green infrastructure and development standards. Build green infrastructure standards for new development into the ULDC rewrite. So you'll see this is part of that project. And those are the 6 priorities that fall under this pillar.
So other than 4.2, which has now been completed, you've rewritten it, so we can strike that as a metric. Yes? No? Comment?
we've had a discussion that we have to come back and revisit the tree code because of some of the constraints the building department had. We had a conversation, they're supposed to be incorporating some changes.
Won't that come back in the ULDC?
This is going to be
I
your,
don't know.
Yeah, it's my understanding it is, even though we adopted the existing ordinance, which is new, there's a lot of things that need to be tweaked. So I agree we can take it off, but I also don't want to lose sight that we have to make those changes to the tree code.
Oh, so you were just addressing
just a metric.
leaving it in there.
I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there because, yes, it's complete. Yes, we changed the tree code. However, it found some unintended consequences that need to be addressed.
And we just talked about having to do that tree survey workshop. That hasn't been done. And that's part of this. So, and that may have to come, yeah, I agree with you. But
I'm not suggesting you remove the priority. I'm just suggesting you remove the metric. If it's been
Do we need
completed.
a different metric, or can we assume it in 4.1?
I'm trying to balance how much your staff is managing as part of achieving your priorities. So
With the adoption of the new tree code, that 35% canopy was removed in the tree code. So I don't understand why that made it as a metric.
metric may have preceded the changes in the.
Oh, that's
yeah,
possible.
Yeah, because this
That's a
stuff
good
is all
point.
coming together at different
Yeah,
times.
that's a
so,
good point.
yeah.
All right, yeah, we can remove 4.2 and then they'll have to revise 4.1.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions on where the staff is on your existing kind of priorities? We're going to break after. I just want to get each piece of it done before we break for lunch.
On priority one, it's kind of wordsmithing, but consider the feasibility of employing a Northport sustainability manager. Why not manager of environmental services? Was there discussion about that? I mean, it just, yeah.
And that's after lunch, Phil.
Okay.
Are you hungry?
He's getting hangry over there.
Sustainability manager, because we didn't know another name to call it. We were just kind of all thinking that this is a sustainability manager.
You all battled it through, Lord knows I don't want to revisit it.
Let me rephrase the question. As it relates to the staff updates on these priorities, are there any other questions?
I have
Yes.
6.1 we can probably take off since it's been completed.
Can you
We've-
go back on that, Eve, on the slides?
I'm
so
sorry,
everybody can see it?
5.1. I apologize.
5.1?
5.1. Because we completed the conservation and coastal management element. That was just done not too long ago. So we can take that off. Yay! Good job.
5.1. That's been completed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions as it relates to the update from staff before we'll come back after lunch to pick up the review of the priorities to see if there's changes or wording and things of that nature. So
Well,
hold
then I'll
that
shut
thought,
up.
Phil. We're going to come back.
I got one too. I got a
All
whole.
right. Okay. All right. We are just from a timing standpoint. So we are through 4 of your 6 pillars. You got 2 more of those, plus a discussion about housing and Hurricane Ian. And then I also need to talk a little bit about prioritization of your priorities. So my question to that is, can we take 30 to 45 minutes just so we have sufficient time for everybody as opposed to an hour for a break? Yeah. Okay. So should we strive for 30? Does that work?
30 works for me.
30? Okay.
30 except 45.
All right. So I'm showing us at 11:45. So we're going to go at, we're going to come back at 12:15 to regroup. Make sense? Great. Okay. Okay.
Don't want the
Exactly.
backlash or miss whatever.
Saw it yesterday on Facebook, maybe.
I don't want any.
Okay.
We're back on, guys.
We're back. We're back. Okay. Appreciate everybody's quick lunch break there so we can keep the process rolling forward. So where we left, we've gotten the briefing on environmental resiliency and sustainability by staff on where you were in the past year and metrics. So now it's your opportunity to review the actual priorities within this pillar. So we'll start as we've done in the past. These are your existing 6 priorities. Are these still appropriate? Do we need to change, strike, and or eventually do we need to add anything or make an adjustment in things that aren't necessarily represented? Debbie?
I'm not too familiar with what this LEED is compared to green infrastructure, but I always thought green infrastructure was incorporating the LEED components. So I think priority 2 and priority 6 are meldable.
There are similarities, clearly the case. LEED is typically associated with buildings as it relates to HVAC systems and the impact of carbon neutral design and materials. Green infrastructure development standards, as I recall being part, is do you want to implement green infrastructure in your development, your building code standards?
Oh.
In other words, so there were two different targeted audience. One was
Gotcha.
internal,
One was
to you
internal,
and your own
okay.
facilities. The other was, is that something you wanted to put, and maybe you get credits. Sometimes you'll see it if you do X, Y, and Z, you'll get an impact fee credit somewhere else along the line. So it wasn't necessarily the conversation of saying we're going to prescribe it, but maybe incentivize it in some way, shape, or form.
Thank you for that.
The 2 terms, the LEED is about the hard, what I call the hardscape, the building itself, whereas green infrastructure can have a more broader sense.
It can be Florida-friendly
Encompassing,
landscaping.
yes,
It can
the
be
outside, the actual
solar.
green
It
of
can
the
be any
environment.
number of things.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
right.
Yep. I think that's why we just left it as green, to be broad.
Was unaware that they were the same.
I know it's always tough right after lunch, but anything we want to change on these priorities? Debbie?
Again, we haven't had the conversation about Hurricane Ian, but there's been considerable discussion about a tree replanting plan or program or something. Do we want to, because it's related to the environment, do we want to include it here or wait until the discussion about Ian?
Say we hold off, just because.
Tree
If
replanting
we do
program.
make that a separate pillar, it's gonna be.
Right.
Planting is part of that. There are also a lot of initiatives to harden aspects of our infrastructure. And I suspect those things are elsewhere, but we might want to.
Yeah, clearly we have a category in infrastructure, so they may be there, but this was something different, I think, as the number of trees that you lost as a result of that. So if you don't create a separate pillar, maybe it falls here. So, okay, put it in the parking lot, we'll come back. Okay. All right. Anything else that, yes, Cheryl?
I'm not sure if this is the right place, but we've talked about how during this budget process, you'll see coming before you, the division that we're going to sort of propose. That will propose with the natural resource manager. I'm not sure, I can't really remember if the sustainability manager, if that's just a different title for it. I have to go back to staff and sort of, I feel like it's different. I'm looking at.
That's what we
I'm looking.
We weren't sure what the actual wording was to be. It could be the environmental manager rather than.
We paused on the sustainability manager and did the asset manager.
Right, we realized with Ian that our asset management program was sorely lacking in our ability to track our assets and what was going on. So we changed that to an asset manager this year. It was in our rate study for next year or this coming budget season. But then in talking with Elena and just discussing the green infrastructure piece and the trees and the things that really do fall under her in a more holistic way, that it may make more sense under NDS. So we just started those discussions, and as it relates to that position you're discussing,
Yes,
is whether
thank
we
you.
want to make them the same. Probably don't need both, but that's not
Yeah.
really my decision.
We'll have to purge the job
Yeah.
descriptions to make sure that we don't duplicate and we don't miss out something. But the vision that we're having with the natural resource manager is one where, you know, the arborist and everything can be together. The urban forester, who I keep hearing about, I can't wait to get that job description, but it's the person who does nothing but, you know, the tree management of the city. So right now it's a very decentralized model because Chuck Speak is handling the tree planting and the efforts of that. And, you know, it really needs to be more centralized where everything with the and the environment is together. I'm not saying that he's not the right leader for it. I'm just saying it needs to be very intentional about all the efforts together, and you don't have to pick and choose and look and see and where it is. I think that that strategy and that approach will help us as we strengthen this particular pillar. In my opinion, I would think that it belongs in this pillar of what I'm envisioning, but if you don't think so, if you have a different idea, please let us know because it's going to come in front of you during the budget process.
I also wanted to bring up the sustainability manager. It isn't just green, the environment. It's how to have sustainable practices, because I don't think they do it anymore, but the county used to have workshops. This was some years ago, and they had like, what is it called? Kimmel? Is it Kimmel Lumber? They were represented. They had all these companies represented how to have a sustainable community that isn't just trees and green plants. It's actually how you build and how you put a plan in motion that it should be sustainable and not just, it's great right now, but man, look at what we have to pay to keep it going or to keep it maintained or whatever. That's really what.
It really touches on all aspects. Yeah. So
Right.
like for us, sustainability of water, sustainability of our
Right.
infrastructure, sea level rise, things like that we have to be talking about.
But we also have a sustainability officer, I think, in the police department as well. Which was a new initiative, new-ish initiative. New-ish. But still, you can't go searching around for these different pieces. We need to put them all collectively together so that you know exactly how one helps the other, and we're not duplicating efforts or we're not getting some efforts as
It's
well.
an expertise center.
It is.
So you want people to be able to learn from each other.
I think the PD is called the conservation officer.
I'm sorry. It's maybe conservation officer. Yeah.
So this sustainability manager that is under utilities, it was in the budget, and I thought it was being split 50-50 with NDS and utilities, if I remember correctly.
Well, we're not hiring that right now anyway, regardless of where it's split with, but the proposal that we'll be coming back to you will then tell you if that name is going to stay the same and where the funding source will come from for all the ones that we're talking about in that particular.
I can give you just maybe another perspective on it, whatever you call it. I do a lot of work with the city of Cape Canaveral. They, like you, we do their strategic plan now. I think we're coming up in our third or fourth year for them as well. And there's a community of about 13,000, much smaller than you. They have a sustainability manager that I joke with them. I said that, you know, you're going to keep an eye on him because somebody's going to want to poach him. He's really sharp. But what I have seen over the work that I have seen him do,
Right.
yeah, I can. Those are another one of my clients, so I don't want to have them battling against each other. But what the point that I was emphasizing was that that it started originally as a sustainability expert that was going to be looking at sea level rise and a lot of kind of neat cutting edge stuff because they're a barrier island right on the, you know, all the fact, very, very sensitive to the environmental and sustainability programs. And it went from COs planning to everything else. What I have seen that position evolve, and it's exactly, I think, what most communities should think of as a model, is it became organic. In other words, it wasn't just sustainability. Zach's his first name. Zach was involved in the design of streets with that committee. He was involved in the buildings, in the facilities, in the parks and recreation program. It became, all of a sudden, he was like a shortstop player that worked with all the departments because sustainability wasn't a separate program. It became organically embedded in the DNA of the organization. And I don't know if you're, you know, I just give you that as a piece of advice, as I've seen it work in another community where let's just get a person that has that skill set, watching it evolve and literally becoming part of the fabric of the organization in almost anything you do. So just food for thought, think through that. If you want a resource, I'd be glad you get in touch with Todd about, you can talk about how that works. You don't want to steal their manager, but it's been fun to watch them do it. Yeah.
He's just been in training, getting used to how to work with a bigger city.
There's a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, so that one may have had its impetus here. If it works well from a perspective of seeing it in other communities, I think that's probably where you're really going to land, and that's why it kind of feels a little bit amorphous right now. You're not quite sure where it fits.
Yep.
Okay.
But it's important, yeah.
So do you want to leave it the way it is now, as sustainability manager, subject to something that may get changed in terms of?
Yeah.
Right here, okay.
Alice is happy, I'm
Yeah.
happy.
And it stays
I
in.
hear you, Debbie, I understand.
I know when to concede with people who have their fields of expertise.
Not surprising, as I recall, Alice played a real strong leadership role in this discussion last year in this pillar area. So yeah, she
Well, I
was
guess
able
that
to
leaves
sway
you
a
two
bunch of
then.
her colleagues on the board, so.
All right, so we got another romance going, and she goes, you two and you two. I said, well, that leaves you two.
Landing on the same base
Right,
there
you
for
see
a
these
while. That
different,
was a good feeling.
IOPS styles where you were complimenting each other.
Good feeling.
Okay, so anything else,
We're still
anything you want to
playing with
add
spaghetti.
that we haven't incorporated? If you're comfortable with these standard, or comfortable with the priorities, are there any priorities in sustainability and resiliency? Subject to, we're going to talk about Hurricane Ian, so some of the stuff may get shifted around a little bit.
So there's, if I may, sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead, yeah.
We have a lot of environmental things that have already been approved and are already underway as far as developments go. But once the development is approved and the development is underway, those requirements of development kind of fall away for years. And one of them comes to mind is a development that we gave direction to enforce, the DRI.
I knew that was coming. Yeah.
And it's not being done. So we can't put, in my opinion, we can't put new requirements in as priorities if we're not fulfilling the requirements that were approved years and years and years and years and years ago. We really have to take a look at what was approved, what was said must be done with this development, and make sure that that is carried out. And I don't know how to get that done, but to me, that is a priority. Because if they're not fulfilling their obligations of development and it's falling through the cracks, how do we bring that to the forefront and make sure it stays as the priority?
Oh, there's not much room.
Is it a
Never mind.
priority
There's
though
not much room.
for us, or is it a sub-item here? What, I don't know what you call these.
I'm not talking about anything,
I
I'm just
think what
talking in
Debbie's talking
general.
about is a post-development audit, if you will. I mean, that's, I think what you're getting at, have all the things that you said you were going to do get done. And this goes beyond, I think, just checking off the building inspections, all that. If you were going to put bike racks, if you were going to do X, Y, or Z, or things like that, kind of an audit of your development standard.
As one of the sub-items, but I don't know that it'd be a priority for the commission as much as it would be an item.
Well, I agree with what Debbie's saying. I don't think it should be the reason why we don't move forward and have things in place. I want to make sure we're not saying we can't, because that's why I was looking at 5.2. But
I don't think she's talking about, if I can speak, I don't think you're talking about replacing. I think you're saying, and maybe it's an economic development one, is whenever you do for DRI, well, they don't call them DRIs now, but whatever the term. Has the developer completed everything they said they were going to do? Which might be an economic development more than, it might incorporate sustainable programs.
Follow-up.
Where's our planning and
Right.
development?
I mean,
Oh,
I
here we
think that's a building.
Yes and no, because sometimes they have to, I don't know, and you're unique, but sometimes they have to contribute to sidewalks, they have to do X, Y, and Z. Most of that gets checked off, but there may be other programs that.
A road or put in a stoplight when they hit X number of houses. They have to make sure that they have an environmental management area maintained. They have to make sure, fill in whatever blank that is. Where is the follow through?
Discussions about landscaping that was put in and then it just dies, and supposedly with their.
It's all been reactive.
So as I said, that's why I wanted to have your staff come in, because some of that may be done on an ongoing basis, you're just not aware of it, but let's hear from
It's not a
the
priority,
folks. Yeah.
is what you're saying. It should be, yes. Sorry.
That does fall under development, and we do
follow up on developments to make sure that they're putting in their traffic lights, or if they hit a trigger for COs, much like, for instance, our post-annexation development agreement, and some of the agreements that we have with Welland Park, they hit certain triggers with COs, and we have to enforce certain improvements or certain turnovers. So it's very similar to that. Now, I will say, as far as the environmental aspect of it, normally that would come also under development services, community development type department. You would typically have a staff that is in charge and responsible for doing those follow-up checks where it comes to natural resources. And I know the development you're talking about, especially when you have a DRI that's decades, you're talking about decades of enforcement. It's not just, one and done. It's an ongoing thing. Some jurisdictions, I was an environmental planner in my beginning days, and we were responsible. That division is responsible for going out and making sure that the mitigation plans are being upheld, that the gopher tortoise habitats that have been established are being maintained over the years. But you have to have the staff for it. So, typically that would be a division that would fall within development services, and you would, those triggers would be, you'd have a program that actually, tracks that stuff. There's a lot of research that has to be done for some of these big projects that we have here that have, maybe the enforcement hasn't kept up or hasn't been maintained over the years.
Or was never done.
And that's what you're talking about. Yes.
Or was never
Yeah.
done.
For whatever reason. And now, we're looking at what needs to be done. Frankly, there will be staff requirements. There will be staffing needs that come along with that because,
Yeah.
there's only so much we can do with what we have right now. But it's typically, that would fall under a natural resources division that would typically be that way.
But at the same time, until we figure out how that looks and gets completed, we can't lose sight that we have a responsibility to make sure that the development order is being followed and that these requirements are being upheld. Who does it, how it gets done, that's for y'all to figure out. And I don't know if maybe the sustainability manager is going to have to take the lead on that. But until that lead is discussed and figured out, we cannot continue to kick the can down the road while we're waiting to, who's going to be responsible for it?
Right. Yeah, because we have these commercial developments. That's what I'm thinking of, that they have very nice landscaping plans, and then the hedges die, the trees die, they don't get replaced, and it starts to look.
Well, not only that, the one aforementioned before was, they were supposed to do certain things with the property and never did. And it was for, wildlife and everything, for scrub jay habitat.
Getting kicked down the road.
And we've been going on with this for at least 20 years. And we're still getting emails. When are you going to hold them accountable? Well, it's time to start holding them accountable. Fine them if the case may be. Whatever needs to be done to, like she said, hold their feet to the fire.
And that should be a priority.
I think it should be a priority. How do you word that? I don't know. How does that get fulfilled? I don't know. But I'm bringing it to the attention that if we have already said, we have already gave the direction to hold the management plan, to enforce the management plan. And that was years ago. The commission did give that direction. So if we're looking at environmental and trying to figure out what are the priorities, that to me is a priority because this is something that was supposed to be done, for whatever reason hasn't been done, and now we need to put it back to make sure it gets done.
Well, in all fairness, too, we do have a lot of new staff, new management, and if it was done a few years ago, everybody that's sitting here wasn't here. So the ball could have been dropped in.
The ball's been reminded for this particular property multiple times.
Okay, but have we brought it up on the dais and had an agenda item and give...
I will be more than happy to create it.
And listen, give specific direction to staff and have a conversation on what can staff do about it? What are their suggestions? What would we like to see? And get it on record on where we're going forward.
It's my understanding if a commission gives a direction, that direction does not fall by the wayside as new commissioners come on board.
Well, no, that wouldn't be the conversation.
The direction was years ago.
Can we get back on
I'm trying to
today's
see
work?
about getting it, something put in here to make sure that these development plans, regardless of the past, current, and going forward, that they are managed and followed through.
Well, the conversation started about the environment, and your point on this particular project is just one of many, many different areas of enforcement, so to speak, and follow through that falls under NDS, that transcends a whole bunch of these. I don't know that it really constitutes a priority item for us as much as it's an issue for staff and management to take care of. And, you know, when it doesn't, and members of the community bring issues to us, then we can address them if they aren't getting done. I just don't see how it fits in here because it's just not germane to environment alone. You could.
I agree.
Point to
I agree. It's
all other
everything.
areas.
So how do you put those in as a priority to make sure?
Let me give you a suggestion. So clearly, what you're talking about, at the end of the day, I think it came here because we probably started talking about landscaping standards that didn't stay or they died or whatever, so that's probably why it came up here. But I think what you're talking about is probably more in an economic development on that arena.
Or good governance.
Well, bear with me. Let me show you the connection where I'm trying to go here. Because at some point, you have a development, you have a permit, you have a process, you've got an economic development agreement, you've got a DRI, there's commitments that are being made. What you've heard your NDS director saying that, yes, we have a process to kind of check that as they're going through it. But for major projects at Welland Park, a DRI, those are decades long. And so it's not a just one and done type of thing. They will hit different standards as rooftops get developed and different number of car trips and things of that nature all take place. So what I'm hearing that you've all kind of talked about the concern of it. It's not identified as a priority. There is some work being done, but I think you've also heard staff say there's a lot of staff requirement to do the work you've got. And so I'm suggesting maybe it does become a priority because if you as a commission, the 5 of you are saying this is a problem, at some point then staff's going to say, here's what we need to address that priority. That may be a person, it may be a program, it may be a number of things. But if it's not identified as a priority, it could get lost. And I've heard all of you talk about it, so my sense is it's of concern to you. I think if that's where you're going, I think it falls under economic development because that's where all this stuff gets committed to in your building permits and your processes and approvals, even though development services is a part of that. Because economic development isn't just recruiting the business. They got to get their building permits. They got to get their approvals. They got to get all that stuff work. So I'm saying don't worry about the department. I think it falls under the fact it's related to some development that occurs that somebody said, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, and you want to make sure X, Y, and Z is done and maintained. Does that make sense?
I have a
Or did I
very
miss it?
quick question for Director. It sounds like you've already been mulling this situation over. Would it be realistic for us to expect that come our more specific budget discussions, will you be proposing something, or is it a longer time frame? Can you set our expectation?
So yes, this isn't just staffing, it's also programmatic. The city has never had a cohesive program for truly tracking these large developments or even tracking commercial developments and ensuring that the commitments and conditions that are put on those approvals have been maintained through the years. This is not something we can fix in a year. This is not something I have been able to fix over the last year. There have been too many other things that needed to be fixed. But it involves not only developing the tracking program to do that, but it also involves staff. We do not have the staff to go back and do all of that research and carry out all of that enforcement. it is going to be a significant effort. So you will be seeing whether some of it is this year, some of it is next year. I know we're trying very hard not to impact the general fund, if at all possible, this year for obvious reasons. But these types of things simply can't be done with existing staff the way they need to be done. So you will be seeing some suggestions in the budget, some requests in the budget, not just this year, but going forward. There is and we have been working on a plan to be able to address these things. But it's, when you add it to everything else that we're having to address, it's a major undertaking.
So this staffing that you're referring to that relates to this conversation is not that you're confused with the staff that you're about to ask for your current workload and obligations.
That would be correct.
Okay, I don't want to spoil it for them, but when they see it, I don't want them to say, oh, look, she reacted so quickly because she's asking for some people. Those aren't the same people.
No, we have some issues. We have staffing issues on a multitude of areas. I'm not going to spoil it.
So the reason, I'm going to go back to the point that I said before. Go back to your checkbook. If it's a priority and you're not spending money on it, then it's not a priority. If it's a priority, I heard you all chime in on this, so my sense is there's consensus that there's a desire to do this. So that's the priority of the commission. I suggest you add it as a priority. Staff will come up with, here's how we deal with it, because this is one where every one of you said the same thing. You all felt that there was a problem in this area. And I know it's not addressed in
Make
your
it a
existing.
priority, it won't get the money.
That's what I was, you're
Kicking
hearing.
the can
Yep.
down the road.
So I'm suggesting language, hopefully it's close, post-development, develop a post-development review or audit process to ensure developer commitments have been completed and maintained. Because some of these are long-term, not just you get your CO and you're done. Something like that?
Does that work?
Make sense?
It can fit under the economic development pillar.
Well, it does say maintain.
Maintain, that's why I
Oh,
use maintain,
maintain.
to recognize that it's not
Okay.
just getting a CO and you've done all your inspections of
Or not
electrical
just
and plumbing.
one
There may be,
thing,
yeah.
one visit and say, okay, they're good.
Oftentimes for landscaping, they've got to be established, and development codes say it's got to be established and maintained over time.
In
So,
perpetuity sometimes, which means we could still be enforcing things 30 years from now that you're approving.
But that is what this is saying, and not just, it's completed, okay, they maintained it for a year, so
Yeah,
we're going to
and then it goes
it's
away
okay.
and somebody forgets about it, yeah. So that's why I wanted to maintain. Does that make sense?
Maintain in perpetuity.
Well, maintain based on whatever the commitment is.
Whatever that-
individuals
Should that be included in there then?
That's
Development commitments.
So I'm saying
Developer
ensure
commitments.
development commitments have been completed and maintained. So if they committed to whatever they've committed to, that you're holding their feet to the fire. And what staff's saying is there ain't enough people to do that right now. But I'm hearing it's a big priority of the commission.
I just want to be sure that that's clear for future, like you're saying, this could be 10, 20, 30 years down the line, and somebody said, well, that's not what they meant.
You want to say maintained over time? Or, I was going to say, I think the fact is your commitment, your development agreements will define what that
They
period
will.
is. That's why I didn't add
They
it
will.
separately.
Yeah, because some are, hey, when you get 30 homes, you have to put a stoplight at this intersection. And if the stoplight goes up, it's done, over. Some say you have to maintain this into perpetuity, and then 40 years later, it's like, well, what happened to perpetuity?
I'll tell you where a big one comes in is stormwater retention ponds. Developers often forget about
Oh my
maintaining
gosh.
stormwater retention ponds, and then they'll say, well, the city's going to do that. Well, no, the commitment is that you or your HOA or someone has to do it. So that's an example of where that long ongoing maintenance comes.
And spend time and say, wait a minute, this was you.
So the city, we're going to ask you to do it for us.
That's where the rubber meets the road a lot.
It's
especially
also a
residential.
big problem when developers turn over all the infrastructure to an HOA.
Mhm.
That's one of the times when you have a lot of those complications, and that could be 10 years down the road, depending on how many phases there are.
We want you to maintain our sidewalks. Not our problem. You're supposed to be doing that.
That work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Economic development,
Are we done
everybody
with
there?
that?
So economic development.
We'll
could
put it
be-
under economic
Okay.
development. Yeah, we'll figure out the pillar
Okay.
number once everything
Okay.
shakes out. Okay,
Thank you, guys.
all right. Are we good with environmental resiliency? Is there anything else that needs to be added or changed before we move on to the next step?
Infrastructure.
We're we'll be in infrastructure for a little while, okay? Yeah, lots of stuff.
You need another computer.
That's, I'm going to let Eve drive the bus on environmental or infrastructure and facilities.
Oh, sorry, it was good governance. I apologize.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's got 3 pages. That's good government.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
statement for infrastructure and facilities integrity.
That was number
Develop and
5. Is that
maintain
what I
the city's
had?
public facilities,
Level
roads,
5?
bridges, water control structures, stormwater drainage, waterways, potable water, wastewater collection and treatment, parens reclamation systems, and broadband opportunities, and promote multimodal transportation opportunities throughout the city to meet current and future needs. So very comprehensive.
Long sentence.
Very
Oh,
comprehensive.
Yeah.
Lost.
Okay. Priority 1 is to partner with the Florida DOT in Charlotte County to enhance connectivity and establish a new I-75 interchange at Yorkshire Street or Raintree Boulevard. So communication has been ongoing and active with stakeholders to complete the design and timeline. Priority 2, provide public water and water reclamation wastewater services to current and future I-75 interchanges. Mobilization is scheduled and groundbreaking for March 13th. Priority 3, implement the long-range plan to loop potable water lines in residential areas to ensure safe and reliable service. So there is continue to progress on the planned areas. You can see the contractor mobilized on the First Street for the 2020 project. Commission has approved the contract for 2023. Priority 4, ensure the reliability and capacity of public water and wastewater, water reclamation, wastewater services, and provide increased access to such as the community expands. Indicator 4.1 is to increase the percentage of new homes being constructed on public water and wastewater services versus on-site well and septic. You can see that the utilities team does have some measures in place, and we were able to exceed those measures for fiscal year 22. They also have first quarter numbers in there for fiscal year 23. Indicator 4.2, continue the neighborhood expansion program to expand access. And the comment there is that the change order for architectural services was approved, 90% plans are forthcoming, and a public meeting has been tentatively scheduled. Priority number 5, proactively maintain the wastewater gravity collection system and lift station infrastructure in a planned manner. Indicator 5.1, clean and televise 3% of the gravity sewer mains per quarter as part of the inflow and infiltration program. So first quarter number that we were able to do for fiscal year 23 is 1.1%. Indicator 5.2, rehabilitate and bring 7 lift stations to current standard annually. You can see they have a list there of stations that are in progress and ones that piggyback paperwork is in progress. Priority 6, proactively rehabilitate the water control structures and stormwater conveyances to design specifications to reduce flooding. One of the indicators that we have here, what we were able to come up with was an annual report highlighting the work that's been done, linear feet of stormwater conveyances and pipes rehabilitated, with the goal to complete 1 section per year in 80% of the customer request list. So they get phone calls and they try to prioritize where they get the most phone calls. Public Works has provided the numbers there for the number of linear feet of swales that they were able to do. The 204 West Grid was completed and 405 was started. Priority 7, rehabilitate roadways and bridges under the jurisdiction of Northport to ensure integrity and a safe and reliable transportation network. 7.1 is an annual report of the rehabilitated lane miles by types of roadways. So you can see they've been providing the numbers there, the number of miles by type. 7.2, rehabilitate identified high-use bridges for safety and welfare. So the scope of this work is no longer relevant due to Hurricane Ian. So there's a new inspection pending and scope of services to be developed this coming fiscal year. Priority 8, develop a multimodal connectivity to historical, cultural, and recreational locations, including neighborhoods and environmental greenway and blueway points of interest. 8.1 indicator was begin implementation of the multimodal connectivity plan, pending adoption of the mobility fee by acquiring needed property. So there is change in the city comprehensive plan needed prior to the adoption of the mobility fees. Staff are working with the consultant to draft that language. 8.2, improve the pedestrian experience by designing and filling gaps identified in the sidewalk network. That was slated for fiscal year 2025. Priority number 9, improve east-west connectivity of the city's transportation system by widening Price Boulevard and Hillsborough Boulevard. One of the indicators that we put out was to have a satisfactory above rating of the overall traffic flow. So we're working on a survey to determine that, but we also know that other work has happened on that Price Boulevard with the approval of the bond. So priority number 10, seek public-private partnerships to enhance the availability of broadband access in Northport. This is one that we don't have any indicators for. Priority number 11, construct and operate a solid waste transfer station to improve efficiency and prepare for future growth. 11.1 indicator was to complete the design phase of the transfer station and purchase adjacent property. So 2 of the 7 properties have been purchased and 3 properties scheduled to go to commission later this month. Priority 12, use preventative maintenance methods and future needs analysis to maintain and build city assets in a timely and prioritized process. 12.1 is to establish a city facility preventative maintenance program during fiscal year 23. So condition assessment is on hold due to the hurricane. You can see the steps that have been taken and the percentage of each of those steps listed there under comments. Priority 13, maintain public buildings in a state of good condition with capacity to enable various city staff to provide effective municipal services. 13.1 is to increase the percentage of residents and employees who are satisfied with the condition of the city-owned facilities. Public Works will be working on a survey in order to determine satisfaction with the condition of the facilities. 13.2, an annual report of facilities maintenance work orders, highlighting the type of work order, completion time, with a goal to complete 90% of routine maintenance requests within 10 days. You can see that for fiscal year 22 came in at 62%. Staff are looking for improvements in the work order data collection system to ensure accurate measurement of this goal. And that's all 13 priorities under infrastructure and facilities integrity.
So, questions to staff? Anything you just heard? Into the progress. Yes.
In priority 2, 2.1, it says we're talking about water and wastewater to I-75, but your matrix is only talking about Toledo Blade. Where's Sumter? We were supposed to be doing Sumter and 75 interchanges. Sumter's not even mentioned.
To be honest, I'm not sure why it wasn't included in one of the indicators. Could be just an oversight on our part that we didn't add it in.
You want to add something?
Funding, right, for the water and sewer to go in at Sumter, correct?
Funding for both.
Exactly.
I think it was ARPA funds too.
So we wanted to bring water and sewer to both interchanges, Sumter and Toledo Blade. But
We're missing Sumter.
It's only talking about Toledo Blade, and I want to make sure we are on track to do Sumter also.
Sumter just got the notice to proceed about 3 days ago.
Okay. Notice to proceed with.
So their little tidbit hasn't been added yet.
Right.
Yeah.
I think at the time it was developed, they were a little behind and just isn't in there. So
Okay. I just
So we'll add it, yeah.
wanted to make sure that it didn't fall off the radar. That's
Or
all.
it can be on both, right? You can do, well, it's up to you, whether you want to break 2.1 being Toledo Blade,
They're separate.
2.2 being, right?
But you also asked about funding.
Yeah, she just said that it's starting construction, so.
funding though, that what is ARPA and what is not.
No, I don't know either.
Yeah,
but she-
that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure that something didn't change that we weren't informed of
Because I
and.
think whatever funding was there, we put in the rest from ARPA, and you're probably gonna go through the same thing with Sumter that you just did with Toledo Blade, to where, okay, we're starting, now we're gonna have a groundbreaking out there, and And it's gonna be down the road a little bit, we understand, since you just got it going 3 days ago.
Not too long, though. Probably a month.
Okay, so we're gonna do 2.2.
That's all.
2.2, separate tracking.
Should I
Because
just
obviously
stay
those
for
are
the rest of
long-term
it?
projects. You're not
I
gonna-
would stay.
All right.
I'll just sit over here, that way I'm not away, but I'm close by.
So, go back to where we were. The first part of the infrastructure ones. Anything between 1 and 6 that looks or feels differently, changed, maintained, or added? And as I said, my suspicion is once we talk about potentially a 7th pillar on her, some of the stuff may get shifted. So recognizing that, there may be a second bite of the apple as we move
What's
forward.
this Q of L?
Quality of life, I'm sorry.
Priority number 7, the infrastructure.
That
Now
was the entranceway signs, I believe. That was my recollection of neighborhood entranceway signs.
And I thought that needed to be on infrastructure rather than quality of life.
Okay. So you want to go off the slides to go back to, just go off the slideshow presentation and go back to quality of life, priority number 7. Going to be, it was in the neighborhood entranceway. Actually, just the priority. Yeah, just the priority. Improve city gateway entry. Improve city gateway entry features to convey a sense of arrival in Northport. Is there a desire to move that over to infrastructure instead of
Or
quality of
leave
life?
it where it was.
Or
I
leave
just thought
where
it
is.
needed to be here.
Yep, you're right. That was a parking lot item. That's right.
I see it fit better in infrastructure myself. I mean, as long as it exists, but I think it is better suited to infrastructure than quality of life.
We'll do the work. Well, like, we have
Oh,
them next.
don't worry about
them
don't worry about the
next.
department.
Right.
That's
Them
staff
next.
will sort that out. It's
Yeah.
really just, is it a priority? And if it's so, does it fit better under infrastructure?
I agree.
Good.
Okay. All right, so the Q of L. Number.
Because everything else in quality of life seems to be more people.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
I mean, you guys did a good job going through all these infrastructure sites. One thing jumped out at me, I don't know if I'm out of order in saying it, but should there be a priority for the determination and securing of infrastructure financing? Now, I know there is some reference to it in good governance, but it's real general. It basically just says, leverage outside financial resources and support through partnerships and grants. But I wonder, in light of, I don't think we could pick one area of our governance that is of a higher priority than infrastructure at this point. Would this not be something we'd want to make a priority? I'm asking.
Fair question. There's big
Well, if it
dollars
is
here.
under good governance, then you just add infrastructure to your definition in good governance, is what I would think. Because, it would be up to us to go seeking grants,
One-
state funding, talk to our legislators, this, that, and the other.
One
That's governance.
It does dilute it if you look at it across our city government in total, but infrastructure is just so critical, so important, such an area that's been kicked down the road, and nothing happens in infrastructure without money. Lots of money. Lots and lots and lots of money.
So there's 2 ways of doing it. One is to do, if this is a priority area and this is a pillar that you really want to emphasize it, that's certainly a fair game. Or 2, if you put it under good governance, then I think you want to have strong language that talks about in support of all of our priorities or something like that to get to what I think you're trying to capture. So it doesn't get diluted, but I don't know. We can work on the language of that, but this is one of these policy calls. It can go either way.
I thought you were poking at a potential charter change around needing a referendum to borrow money. That's where I thought you were going when you first
brought it up.
Well, I'm doing my best to try to operate within the realm of reality. There are a lot of resources out there to raise money, but yeah, that's certainly a subject worth conversation on.
So this discussion took place in economic development and certainly in infrastructure. So Phil's making the pitch that it's an important enough element to find, as I call OPM, other people's money, to highlight it as a priority in one or both of those areas, or articulate it as a overarching priority under good governance that has enough legs and lineage back to the project.
Under good governance would be the appropriate place if we really put some strong language in there. I'm good as long as it's there. When I jumped ahead and read the good governance areas,
It's not there.
It's not
Not there.
where I'd like to see it. It's not as strong as I'd like to see it. So I'm good with deferring it to good governance for the time being, because there's more than just infrastructure. I agree. Economic development's another one.
Okay. I'm going to defer it and come back and visit it. We'll leave it on a parking lot item we've talked about with good governance.
Yeah, it does say innovative approaches, and that's maybe what you're talking about.
That's
the
the
big
area.
grants.
If it's stayed in good governance, that's the area to expound and expand on and to strengthen. But yeah.
He doesn't want to have a swing and a miss. He wants at least a triple.
I just think it's so really important to us.
Okay. Comfort to leave it, and we'll talk through it on good governance. All right. Anything between 1 and 6 that you want to change before we flip to the next page on infrastructure and facilities? Yes, Ed.
I'm not sure if this is something to change, but I want to have a conversation about priority number 6, because if we're going to proactively rehabilitate the water control structures and stormwater conveyances, I'm curious, why isn't there something about the bond discussion as one of the key indicators mentioned in here? Like Phil said, these take money, and we don't have even that matrix that this is something we are exploring as far as funding options.
That's why I brought up, but if we tackle it in good governance and we see it just isn't going to fit well there, we can always bring it back to this, because I agree with you. That was my concern. It's just
So kind of piggybacking similarly, but not exactly.
so important to infrastructure.
So let me rephrase this. When we did 6 last year, there was concern about just improving them. Nobody talked about how you're going to improve it or how you're going to pay for it. It was the desire to improve them proactively. I think what I hear you say now, there's a conversation of saying, okay, whether it's post-hurricane or what have you, now we got to pay for this stuff. Do you want to incorporate something about, proactively pursue funding for the rehabilitation? It sounds like this has shifted from last year. That's why I'm trying to get clarification.
I think it's always been there. We just wanted to make sure it became a priority, and we were told last year, staff will figure out how to get it accomplished. I just didn't see funding it as being listed.
The priority for it's been there since before my lifetime, but the reality is it ain't getting done until it's funded. And, I sure like to be part of the process that gets it done.
The near miss
I
think has sort of brought it.
Yeah.
No,
the near miss
of
losing
some of those structures. We didn't, but boy, we could have. So
But we have made strides, and I don't think it just got made into the report here, because we just bought properties for stormwater retention and everything out there. We are working on what the priority is. Now, staff may not have put in all of the results that we have done so far, and as a commission, we are still prioritizing it and supporting it by allowing the purchase of that.
You brought up a great point. These matrices, have they been added, shifted, changed since we adopted this strategic plan, or have they stayed exactly as they were when it first got approved?
They've been
They've been updated slightly. Probably the last major update to indicators was in July.
Okay, so that was pre-Ian. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was pre-Ian.
So I'm going to go back to priority 6 then, because there's been this shift of how do you pay for this stuff, is what I'm hearing you say, which was not part of just fix it, now figure out, because this is a more complex issue, bonding, voter approval, things like that. So I'm just, what I think I heard you say is something like pursue funding options to proactively maintain. Is that what you're getting at, or have I missed the mark? You haven't changed the desire to do it. The question is maybe enhancing how do we pay for this, and this is likely going to have a variety of options.
So the beginning of it should be proactively rehabilitate the water control structures and stormwater conveyance, blah, parentheses, including design and funding options.
How about secure funding to proactively rehabilitate?
As a new priority.
Updating.
So the question is whether you want funding in the beginning or funding at the end, whether we go. I mean, it's immaterial to me, but funding is a discussion that was different from last year.
Well, that changes the definition for me. If
Okay.
you're just securing funding to do it, it takes away the doing it. That's,
What I was suggesting,
No, I
pursuing
understand. That's the
funding
way
to
it's-
proactively. In other words,
By funding
identify or whatever, pursue, identify,
Powerful enough to make it a separate priority, huh?
It becomes the priority.
Back to
Well-
the weeds, Phil.
No, because you made a good point, Pete.
Yeah.
Doing it is one priority. Financing it is another priority.
The funding, and if you have funding, you gotta have the project. So to me, it's all, yeah.
So here's the challenge you got.
Oh,
If you
okay.
did it just in number 6, it just relates to number 6. If you did it for as an overarching priority, and once again, this may be good governance, it may be here. That's your call of the area. But at the end of the day, all this is about maintaining, building, insuring, and all that. All of them certainly comes with money. If we did it the way it was talked about on number 6, it only relates to number 6. And I don't think that's what you're getting at.
No, and that's why it probably makes more sense in good governance with a
Right.
good, strong set of language attached to it that is then more comprehensive.
So
Otherwise, this just gets.
Yeah, because I mean, you could actually identify funding on every.
That's the point I was getting at.
Every one of them.
Yep.
Every one
You
of
know.
them.
This one happens to be a big cost because it's all your
Right,
utilities
I
and streets and
understand
that.
that.
Yeah, I got you.
And if we leave it under good governance, if we do adopt a 7th pillar, we won't get dragged back into this conversation
Exactly.
about it, because we've got a piece of good governance that's gonna oversee the whole rest of the pillars, so to speak.
So you're suggesting a priority 9 for this section.
No, I
I'm
think he's talking about a
suggesting-
priority on funding, partnerships, intergovernmental relations, a strong priority under good governance. Yeah, so not changing number 6 the way we were talking through. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, especially because it leaves us the flexibility if we're gonna develop another pillar or two
Yeah.
or whatever. you know.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide then. Pick up the balance of these.
Now we're
7 through 13.
7
We're
on
still-
the first page.
8 through.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, these pages and your pages are not going to, yeah, they had to fit on our PowerPoint. So, okay, so priority 7 through 13. Anything there you want to talk about, change? Yep. Debbie.
Number 9.
Number 9,
Page.
east-west connectivity.
Improve east-west connectivity of the city's transportation system. Widening Price and Hillsborough, widening Hillsborough, I don't remember a conversation on, so I'll just leave that alone. But to me, it's not just improving east-west connectivity, it is improving connectivity in the neighborhoods. Going, so that way then people don't have to travel down the arterial and collector roads to get where they want to go when they just want to go across a canal. We were talking about doing,
Is that priority 8 though? Reread priority 8. That sort of multimodal connectivity, the plan that we reviewed, I don't know how long ago, it's all a blur. And part of that plan was connecting the neighborhoods, and it was multimodal. Clarification?
Clearly, that was eight, in terms of ability for neighborhoods to get from point A to point B. Multimodal largely can be cars, bicycles, trails, pedestrian paths, whatever that looks like. I think number 9 is a separate and distinct east-west connect. Last year, the discussions were Price and Hillsborough, obviously. But that was, and a couple of you, I think, in my pre-discussion, or my advanced discussions, talked about a legacy that you wanted to improve east-west connectivity. So I think they are different. But I realize what you're saying. If somebody lives in one neighborhood, do I got to go out in the street, or can I simply walk over a bridge to get to a canal?
With this though, she brought up a good point, but I think that you're defining it. I would just, improve the east-west connectivity of the city's transportation system, period.
That's fine. These were, yeah, as I said,
Because
these were.
we did have a little small conversation about Hillsborough, and we said that was going to have to be a joint venture between us and Charlotte County. And that money, we were having issues with just doing the roundabout out there, or repaving it. It was a short conversation, but I remember it.
We've moved on to 9. We cannot lose sight of the east-west connectivity of Tropicana. Tropicana takes all the way from Toledo Blade, all the way past Ponce de Leon. And we all recognize that's going to have to get widened at some point.
Right, but by dropping the specifics, that includes that.
Yeah.
You just said improve. If you looked at improve east-west connectivity in the city's transportation system, period. Then that gives you, that gives a direction from the commission. You'll sort out where the projects fall.
And then the matrices are Price Boulevard, Hillsborough, Tropicana.
We went out for bond on Price Boulevard, construction begins X. We did a study on Yorkshire, blah, 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 whatever the case may be.
I'm sorry, the survey of the satisfactory rating of overall traffic flow in the city, I can save you guys a boatload of staff time and money. It's all going to be failing.
Oh, absolutely.
So we all know this is going to be failing. The citizens, and so why are we going to spend the money on a survey that we already know the results are coming back?
Documented.
That's staff, that's what Jerome okayed.
Satisfaction, or is it traffic studies? I mean, what's going to lead
Still a
us?
valuable piece.
Here comes. Come on down.
It's a survey.
Party,
It's a Mr. Speaks idea.
You thought you were going to escape this conversation, right?
Never let that happen.
I came down halfway a couple times. Chuck Speak, Public Works Director. The survey, we don't have to expend a huge amount of funds on the survey. We're looking to do surveys on a couple of different things. This one, as well as the facilities rating, safety of our facilities with internal and the public. So we're trying to figure out the best way to do that, whether it's comment cards here when they come to City Hall that they can fill out that'll have these, or if we push them out with another survey that we do online. So it's not like we're going out to do a giant survey of the public on the traffic. It's just something that we want to kind of gauge. I think now is a good time to gauge that, and then we hit it again after Price Boulevard and see how that changes people's thoughts.
I have this conversation with city manager all the time. I live way out east. Everyone thinks there's nothing happening there. The intersection of Haverland and Hillsborough, I see 25 cars stacked up for that 4-way stop. So it is all over the city.
And this can help us identify some other areas in the city like that are not so much on our radar.
This is also a metric too that we get from the National Community Survey that we participate in. It does have information in there on traffic and flow and all that kind of stuff
Get
too.
out there and take pictures. You can save some money.
I think it is helpful, just to add a little bit, I think it is helpful to have a baseline of where we are. I mean, I know right now we hear the complaints, but to have a baseline of where we are versus after we do some of these improvements, how much of an impact has it made as well.
Right. It's just important to quantify what your plan's going to be, to have something to support it rather than just I can tell you where people are complaining, but a survey helps really quantify that.
Reading the matrix.
Satisfactory or above rating of overall traffic flow throughout the city, increasing year over year.
More cars are coming every year.
I
It's gonna,
understand that.
no, it's gonna be as congested and people are gonna be as disgusted. Even if it's fixed, they're gonna complain about something.
Our goal is to just do better every year. That's all we can do, is try to do better every
Yeah,
year.
a little less pissed off, right?
And I have another question, will that survey include what are our east-west options or what we're looking at? Because you mentioned Tropicare, and I know that there was a lot of pushback to even put a sidewalk, correct? Do I remember that correctly? And here, we're talking about 4-lane.
Widened anytime soon.
No, but
it's part of our priorities.
This is how I'm thinking, that if they didn't even want a sidewalk there, to let them know, to see how they feel about having the road widened.
There's a lot of people on Price Boulevard that don't want it widened.
Right. But we didn't put that sidewalk in either because people out there didn't want
No,
it,
we
right?
didn't put that sidewalk in because of the cost. Make sure that that's,
It was a multi-use path down to a sidewalk.
and in some areas it was a multi-use path.
And it was sidewalk.
There was a
Joint.
lot of.
We shifted money around, and then ultimately, I think it was because people didn't want it out there anyway, that we were okay with putting that money someplace else.
And I think,
So I'm just
and that
remembering
was sort of
that.
also viewed as something nice to have that nobody wanted versus widening Tropicare, one of our only 3 east to west thoroughfares, not counting the
Mhm.
The
highway.
other thing is the estates, the ULDC requires the arterial roads to have a sidewalk. So we were doing the sidewalk to match what our code required. And yes, a lot of citizens didn't want it, but there were a lot of citizens who did want it. Just like there's a lot of citizens who don't want Price Boulevard, and there's a lot of citizens who do want Price Boulevard.
There was
So,
a lot that didn't want Sumner.
Yeah.
Prior to that widening.
Everybody but the people who lived on the road.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's sort of how that plays out. Yeah.
the only thing with priority 10, yes, we are still working with public-private partnerships. No, we're not. We have learned over the years that broadband, yes, it's a priority for us as a city to have it, but we cannot do anything about it. So.
Well, I was gonna go to number 10 because you don't have a metric in it. And I remember there was a discussion taking place about this effort, but I don't know, there's no metric there, so I don't know how much activity is going on. So to Debbie's point, there's 2 options. Either one, you decide you're going to do it, and there's some state regulations about what you can or can't do in that regard. Or 2 is you do control the rights of ways in which this stuff goes into play. And so there are cities that are, in fact, entering into public-private partnerships to provide competing, I don't know if you've got Spectrum or Comcast, I don't know what you've got down here, whoever the
Here,
ones
run
are.
a line in front of our neighborhood.
Okay.
Just within the last month.
Okay.
So, I mean, they are within the city right away, you know.
So
Right where the water meter box is and everything, you know, going down in front of the house. So yes, they're using our right of way to put their lines.
So the fact that you didn't have a metric here raised a question in my mind. Any of them that you don't have metrics on, is it still a priority or does it come off? So that's for you to answer. I'm just asking the question.
I didn't feel it as a priority because they did it when they could. They had stopped like around the corner 5-6 years ago. Now they just got back up again, adding on.
Connective.
And that's on them, it wasn't on us.
Gotcha.
The city wants this to be a priority to get the infrastructure in there, but the city cannot regulate and control when it happens. So it's not our we want it as a priority, but we're at the mercy of the private company.
I think this is the point that I was trying, maybe I wasn't articulating it well. When I seek public-private partnerships, that tells me this is a goal of the city that you want to enhance it, and you're going to outreach to find providers that will come to the table. Versus what I think I just heard you say, Pete, Verizon or whatever said, there's enough rooftops there, I'm ready to go. You're really not doing anything there, they're just going through a right-of-way permit. So seek tells me you want to drive the equation versus simply, is this something, because if you want to drive the equation, you're going to have to come with something to the table to entice your private sector partners to come into this arena.
Right, because we actually looked at doing it through the city, and the cost factor, we had to repay it back within a year or 2 years, whatever it said, because of the estates being larger proportions. There's no return on investment for the cable companies to go in there because they're not getting their money back.
So let me give you an example. I do work with the city of Hartford and Connecticut. Hartford has a program. They are actually rolling out an entire city-owned public Wi-Fi system so that the entire city has Wi-Fi. Underprivileged neighborhoods, high-end neighborhoods, everything. They're rolling through. That's what, when I look at number 12, that's the type of thing. They did that with grants and programs, and they're in the process of doing it. But they're aggressively trying to do something as a city. I don't hear that's what's going on here. And so my question is 10 worded right, or does 10 go away? I only ask because right now you're not measuring anything live.
I would say 10 goes away, but when you're talking about Wi-Fi, that's a little bit different to me than internet service. Because
That was the intent was broadband. I mean, to get access to every home within the city of Hartford.
Wi-Fi would be like free.
That's exactly what it was. That's what I said. But so, what I'm saying is, are you actively doing anything as a city to promote the enhancement of broadband access? And if so, then that ought to be a priority. If you're not, my question is it a priority? Yes, yes.
The closest our interaction with getting broadband here was when we were talking about doing the sidewalk at Tropicare and running the city water, city sewer, and Price Boulevard was to make sure that the dark fiber or the providers of that service are able to tap in and do it at the exact same time to help defray some of the costs. And if I remember correctly, Tropicare, we also said, hey, we will invest X amount of dollars and then rent out that space for them to run their wires.
We were going to run the
We were
conduit.
gonna run the conduit, that's it.
Right through there at
And
the
then
same
that,
time, so it
and then
wasn't
they beat us to it. So I think number 10 can come out.
I think,
it could come out.
yeah.
No, I don't agree.
Okay.
Because with
Moving on.
the way we want to develop our economy in this city, I mean, in this day and age, how can you actually say that any city our size doesn't make broadband a priority? I mean, we need, whether we can control it or not, whether we figured out a metric or not, truth is, I mean, there's
Mayor
plenty
said
of things.
that she wants to ask.
Go ahead.
It may help, it may not, but Welland Park, for example, contracted with Hotwire to put in their broadband infrastructure. The hospital on Sumter is going to need high-speed internet to function. Do we have a role or an opportunity in attracting other broadband providers to areas? I mean, I think what our issue has been in the past was a lack of sufficient density for these companies to say it's worth putting in
Yeah.
all of
And
this
it
stuff.
wasn't,
It's
and it hasn't been.
expensive. But it is, absolutely. But I think we miss an opportunity if we don't target certain areas that we know, based on our economic development plans, need that infrastructure. And maybe we approach it in a more piecemeal way rather than trying to put, just sort of a question.
So
Just
maybe instead of, is it simply saying encouraging the availability of broadband access throughout Northport? Versus, that sounds to me that if something happens where they want to partner with you, you've got the option. But it also sounds to me like there's no active programs of the city trying to push this out beyond a globe where everybody needs access to internet in order to do
Let's
whatever they
face
do
it,
these
we're
days.
trying to promote in-home businesses. We're trying to promote expansion of our retail, commercial, and industrial base throughout the city. We don't know where that's going to go. We don't know how it sprawls throughout our city, yet we're saying broadband's not a priority?
I think the issue is what Debbie's saying, we have no control over that. And certainly if somebody came in and said, we'll do this, we're not gonna say, no, no thanks.
Influence, we can encourage. Look at Welland Park. Barb pointed that out. It was a loud cry up there that we needed good broadband service, and the developer stepped up. It's something we can do with the hospital group. It's something we can do out at Toledo Blade and 75. Yes, can we control it? No. How many things throughout this whole thing we can't control, but we can influence.
I'll tell you, I definitely agree that it's a priority. I'm just not sure in my own mind if the priority is to get the entire city. That does sort of feel way outside of our
Language.
But if at the very least, it needs to be tied into our economic development strategy, because not having broadband will negatively impact that.
So does this get us there, Derek? Because this is pretty specific, public-private partnership, and you're seeking it, so you're doing action. What I think I'm hearing is promoting enhanced availability of broadband access in Northport, and maybe it falls under economic development, not under here, because you're not providing the service. All the other things under this area, streets, utilities, weirs, you're doing. So does that make sense to move that in that language? So we strike it and move it to ED?
And then the measurements.
Hold on, don't pencil it in stone. I like mine better, so.
Okay.
Close.
But Phil.
Approved it. So.
Yeah, not worried about Phil.
Good. That get us there?
There's so much for the bromance.
That's a whole lot different than where we started, but I think it's where you collectively got.
What I put was, instead of promote, I put
okay.
seek and support
Seek and support?
availability of broadband access in Northport.
Thinking of support.
See, I already got another
Yeah.
vote.
That's right. I'm good with that.
Okay, see, they're good with that.
Okay, seek and support instead of promote.
It comes to us, we're not gonna say no thanks, we'd say, okay, what do you need from us? That's
Right.
support.
That's
So-
different. That's different than, trying to drive. Okay? All right? Okay. All right, we'll do that. All right, we'll move that to ED then. Okay. Anything else of the existing infrastructure and facilities integrity priorities that we want to talk about? Yes, Debbie.
So we're talking about solid waste transfer station. Agreed, this is the right place for it, but it prompted the question of, where's the priority for our new Northport Police Station? Where's the priority for our new Public Works facility? If we don't make it a priority, does that shut out the possibility of getting grants?
So there's two ways we can approach that. In this case, this was a specific service that felt infrastructure. I know there's been some conversations about a new police building. So if there's something that is on your driving, map that you're trying to get to, i.e. police, or what was the other one you said, Debbie?
Public Works building,
Public Works building.
utilities building.
Public Works and utilities probably fall in this area. If it's a police building, it might fall under the public safety.
Take care of police, we'll have a building.
Yeah, one may lead to the other, I guess, in the process.
A priority that's inclusive, because, one piggybacks off another, and depending on the approach we take, it is kind of an overriding infrastructure and facilities kind of thing, and it really impacts, a whole bunch of different departments, right? Everybody needs more space as we try to cope with our growth, provide the services, the high quality services we want to continue. All our departments are going to need it. If we just identified a police building or a public works building, those are two, and utilities, but, will those three cover it, or do we want something more general?
If it's going to be general, it probably falls under governance.
The only
Yeah.
reason why I'm bringing it up is
I thought of that, but that was specifically dealing with the social service stuff. We had this language in the very beginning of the day about locating city facilities and close to neighborhoods and close to youth centers and things like that. But then we kind of fine-tuned that to talk specifically about quality of human and social services. So that one kind of went away. But it might, to your point, fall under a good governance issue that is broader, that cuts across the entirety of the organization, as opposed to identifying facility by facility. Now, that's one argument. The other argument is if our next goal in the next 3 years is to build a new police station, then that ought to be a priority. I don't want you to diminish that if that's the case. So yeah, if there's something specific, my argument would be this is probably a multi-year effort, 3 to 5 years.
Those three,
Right,
do.
and
If we looked at, we identify police, we identify utilities, we identify public works. If those three are addressed, does it solve the rest?
I got it right here, Phil, just let me, I got it covered.
Here's the baton.
Okay. As you put the construct and operate a solid waste, transfer station to improve that. Now, I would just put construct new city facilities to improve efficiency and prepare for future growth. That would cover all city facilities, police, fire, road and drainage. That's a priority to construct new facilities at this point.
And then you can identify the individuals like we did the roads, the matrices.
Would be fires or police stations coming up,
Public
R&D, whatever the case may be, those would be all underneath of it with a timeline.
My God, it's getting scary when Pete takes the lead.
Two in a row.
All right, Pete, let's, so which one does it fit under? What priority? So, but are we striking the solid waste one then? The transfer station? No, okay, new one, okay, all right, so new priority, okay. Give it to me, okay, Pete.
Under infrastructure.
It's like construct new city facilities to improve efficiency and prepare for future growth.
How about secure city facilities?
We have to construct them.
Wait. Construct new city facilities to, let me capture the original, and then we can wordsmith it. What?
Construct new city facilities to improve efficiency and prepare for future growth.
Efficiencies and prepare for future growth. Okay, all right.
Which the solid waste facility would fall underneath
I'm gonna
that
say,
as
is that
well.
a rewrite of 11, just making
So
it
that
more
was my
inclusive?
question. If you're going to, is the transfer station a city facility or a private?
We don't know yet.
You don't know.
Well, we don't know yet.
All right. So 11, I think, probably stays there for the time. Is that what I'm thinking? Because you don't know exactly what. Okay, all right. So the suggestion is a new priority.
Frankie, to have something as solid waste specific.
So construct new city facilities to improve efficiency and prepare for future growth. So
And I'm
that's pretty-
suggesting
yeah.
secure, only because sometimes we'll be building.
As opposed to construct. Secure new facilities?
Because I would include construction under that word, but again, if we move the police out, we're gonna have a lot of space next door that other groups.
Both. Both.
You're in construct. But we are,
Yeah.
Or is it something like plan for the new facilities? Because then you can move the pieces around the chessboard if necessary, without necessarily constructing.
Secure something, it just feels like you're taking something away.
yeah, when you're,
I'm gonna take this, so I have it.
if I may, Mayor, when the police department moves out of that building, they're going to have to construct things in that building to facilitate things that are specific to planning. They're going to have to move walls around. They're going to have to do some type of construction over there.
I don't know. My mind immediately went to buildings, so I don't know. I don't care. Whatever.
Leave it as construct for now?
Construct.
Leave it as construct as a new pillar? Or
They're new
priority?
city facilities. That facility is already existing.
Well, you can also
Construct
put
and
construct
rehabilitate or
or
construct,
rehab.
remodel, construct or remodel, whatever that.
Construct or rehab.
Slash remodel.
Renovate. I heard that out there. Somebody said renovate. Raise your hand, sir. Okay. Morales said renovate.
Okay,
That works.
all right, we can, I think we get you.
Okay with that, Phil?
All right, that works.
Okay.
And you can still own it.
All right, you can still, all right. Anything else in infrastructure and facilities?
I'm looking at you. Anything else, Debbie?
Going once.
Twice.
Twice.
Onto good governance.
Hold on.
All right, if you look at number 12, it says to use preventative maintenance methods and future needs analysis to maintain and build city assets in a timely and prioritized process. Do we need to take and build out because we made building it a new priority all on its own?
The assets are pipes and bridges, it's not just buildings, yeah. Assets were, yeah, asset management.
No, it's a good question.
Yeah, it is.
Great point up that, yeah, I agree.
All right, gone? Gone, okay. Good governance. Now, we got a bunch of stuff in parking lots to deal with over here.
Yeah, I'm doing
You need a break? Yeah, I know everybody's had lunch, so all right, so let's do this. I'm showing, what, 140? So come back at 150? Okay?
Good.
All right.
Feels way later than 1.
It's a lot of the brain power. Back again. All right.
Real quick though,
Yes.
Jerome asked me to speed up the board here prior to this, so Jerome wants to, he wants to hurry up.
He's not technically wrong, but I didn't say it like that.
You almost spit your gum out there, Mayor.
All right, we're rounding the bend here. So the last of your existing pillars is good governance. So turn it back over to Eve to walk you through the progress of where things stand.
Okay. So our statement for good governance is to develop and promote transparent city governance where policy decisions are considered by the city commission that foster trust and community engagement, utilizing departmental strength and innovative approaches to facilitate effective and efficient delivery of municipal services and programs. Priority 1 is to provide enhanced citizen education and engagement processes to assist in elected and appointed officials' data-driven decision-making. 1.1 was to publish the number and track participation of City Hall town meetings, Q&A sessions, surveys, and other opportunities for public input, again, to kind of establish a baseline of how much of that we're offering and what the participation levels are. Communications will be developing and implementing this in fiscal year 24 as part of their reorg. 1.2, develop a robust citizens academy to encourage, engage, and develop future leaders for the various city boards and committees. Again, part of the reorg for fiscal year 24. Utilize enhanced transparency website and online budget tool. The expenditure transparency webpage is on the city's website. And for fiscal year 23 budget process, we utilized a feedback tool where citizens could go on and tell us how they would spend $100 based upon the pillars as they were established. Priority 2, provide convenient, modern, and technologically advanced municipal services to both internal and external customers. 2.1 was increase the percentage of utilities e-bill customers year over year. You can see that utilities is making good strides in that area. 2.2, offer additional convenient payment options for utilities customers. They've implemented a new system where customers can pay via PayPal, Venmo, Apple Pay at Walmart, etc. Priority 3, utilize a transparent, data-driven process to prioritize improvements to our facilities, leverage information technology to maximize the experience of customers and employees, and invest in infrastructure to minimize life cycle costs and maximize service delivery. This was a difficult one for staff to wrap our head around exactly what commission would like to happen under that, which is why we don't have any indicators related to that priority. Priority 4, improve 24/7 access to city services through an enhanced website portal and related online forms and services. 4.1, implement the modern government site, fiscal year 23, that enables residents to quickly access services. This project is underway and estimated completion is Q1 of fiscal year 24. Deliver an engagement strategy and awareness campaign for the redesigned Northport Report app, promoting the app as a primary entry point for service tickets. This has been completed by the Communications Department or Division. Priority 5, provide new Northport residents and businesses with welcome packets to include utility information, city service offerings, Florida-friendly environmental practices, locations of city facilities and parks, contact information, etc. So 5.1 was to maintain stock and track the number of welcome packets. Again, trying to put in a metric of how we're doing this. Some of the items were damaged when the utilities building was damaged during Hurricane Ian. However, the utilities department has been active at Newcomer Day events. 5.2 was to develop an online version of this welcome packet, trying to take it into the next iteration and do away with some of the brochures. And I believe that the communications department is working on a printed collateral that includes a QR code, so that could be easily scanned and the information could be accessed online. Priority 6, consider the feasibility of establishing a customer care information system. 6.1, implement the first phase of the Northport Customer Care Center. And I believe we did launch that earlier. Priority 7, implement a performance management system to include internal and external reporting, including development, testing, percentage complete, milestones achieved, staff hours invested, etc. 7.1 was to create a user-friendly dashboard to report strategic objectives and operational metrics. I will say that I think we only have one department left, but all of our departments besides that one have operational performance dashboards that are live on our website. These are replacing PDF versions of monthly and quarterly reports. So you can go online, access all of that information. So those are live on our site currently. 7.2, City Manager's Office to maintain an 80% or better rating for submitting timely and complete items for City Commission meetings. Working on that metric and how do we measure what does complete mean and how many, does that mean that
When is enough enough?
where in the process is that done? That kind of thing. 7.3, a monthly report highlighting City Commission attendance on assigned board committee meetings at 80% or better. 8, continued utilization of a 10-year financial sufficiency plan for the Fire Rescue District to ensure sustainability and transparency. The indicator that we have is to develop and implement an annual collaborative revenue analysis and rate request review process between finance and all districts, really during the budget process. Priority 9, provide a multi-year budget snapshot to show expenses that will increase over a multi-year period with revenue projections and impacts of different millage rate options. So finance team is working on how to compile that information into a report so that we can share that easily and comprehensively. Priority 10, implement a 10-year planning cycle for renewal and replacement funds. Priority 11, leverage outside financial resources and support through partnerships and grants. The indicator 11.1 was to increase the number of new grant funder applications by 15% over the next 5 years. And the grants team has had some new hires that came on board to help them achieve this. Priority 12, automation of performance reporting, procurement, records management, travel requests, authorizations, and reimbursements. So 12.1 was to adopt and implement automated procurement approval process. This is currently testing with various departments, so a solution is in place and being tested. 12.2, adoption and implementation of automated travel approval process. This has not yet been started. It is next in queue, I believe. And priority 13, to attract, develop, and support the best talent to be recognized as an employer of choice. 13.1 was to increase the number of vendors and participants at the annual Employee Wellness and Safety Fair and other employee events. You can see we have the Wellness and Safety Fair information over there. In fiscal year 22, we had 27 vendors. In fiscal year 23, we had 54 vendors, so we did increase there. 13.2, develop internship and apprenticeship programs and partner with local colleges, including Sarasota County Technical Institute. Human Resources is requesting additional staff member to help with this program. The current staffing level does not support the ability to meet this objective. 13.3, utilize feedback received on the employee survey to measure and improve workplace conditions that drive employee engagement and enhance employee motivation. So HR met with each department to discuss their action plans. As a result of the feedback from the employee survey, the next survey is scheduled for fiscal year 22. I believe during the budget process last year, we gave you updates on those action plans and what the departments were planning to do with those. 13.4, provide opportunities for work-life balance through flexible scheduling, alternative shifts, remote work / telecommuting, and other strategies. HR has implemented the flexible work schedules, and all departments participate in the variety of flexible work schedules offered. 13.5, grow the Big Brothers Big Sisters Workplace Program to provide mentorship to students in our community. So HR implemented a return to the in-person workplace mentoring program called Beyond School Walls with 6 employees. Currently, 6 scheduled meetings and 6 tours of various city work sites are planned. I believe that's it. So those are the 12 priorities under good governance.
We review the priority statements. Questions? Anybody have any questions on what you heard? Any clarifications on any of the metrics? Debbie?
Priority 6, customer care. If it's complete, is then priority 6 get removed?
Can you go back to that again, number 6?
Customer care.
Customer care, or it's the
Priority
customer
six.
care center, right?
What you said, right? Yeah.
I would say it's been established, and technically, yes, you're right, but it's not complete. Because the first phase, while it was implementing, I think we're still going through the process now of identifying what the structure is going to look like, sort of long-term. I guess that might be a different priority, and I might be rewriting it while I'm talking. So to answer your question, yes, establishing it has been complete.
Do you want to?
Phase 2, I mean, I don't think it goes away.
Well, it says first phase, so.
Yeah.
I would ask.
So number one, you're considering it, you've done it. So now the question is, you're enhancing it, refining it. So I think that if the priority, if it's still a work in progress, it may change the wording of the priority.
Correct. I was literally like rewriting it while I was talking.
So I know we were going on the metrics and what you heard, but just since we've got it here, let's capture it. What how about refine? Talk to me, Jerome. What how do you want to put it here?
I would say the customer care center, what we're trying to do is we're trying to, one, we got to identify permanent staff. Two, we got to make sure all the process and procedures are captured. Three, we have to put sort of escalation procedures in place.
All right, so we're talking about completing.
Continued development.
I guess I'm missing
Mr.
something.
Barlow may have some language since he works with them very closely.
Care center is what's downstairs. It is my understanding that's done. So I don't know what else is.
Right now, they have a temporary supervisor that is belonging to NDS. And long-term, she would not be the manager of that department. She would go back to her normal job. When I say normal job, I mean
Primary.
exactly. She's been handling that as an extension of her role for quite some time. Ideally, we would like for it to be self-functioning with its own manager, and she can go back to NDS. But as we talk about that, we know that, and I don't know, you weren't here to write phase 1. Julie might remember what we were thinking of as another phase, but we're not done. That's my point.
Jason Bartolone, Communications Manager. I think we probably haven't fully implemented or realized the potential of the customer care center. As we look at our customer service across the city, some of the goals that I would like to implement with that unit is to really integrate it. We've done some work with our work order system so that the call center can take and resolve calls that might have normally gone to other areas, permitting, utilities. They can enter those as work orders now. So there's a lot of more work to be done, I think, with looking at our customer service across the board, implementing the C-Click Fix, the North Report app, how those tickets come through the call center, and really looking at our customer service in the other customer service areas of the city and how that gets integrated with what they're doing at the front desk.
Instead of consider the feasibility, just put continue establishing a customer care system.
Or establish the metrics for this year.
I just said, how about completion of customer care center operations? That's a broad enough area to deal with staffing and programs and services.
I just don't want to make it sound like we're finished.
Yeah, you're not there now. So clearly it's not considering, you're past that, now you're kind of evolving.
Phase 1.
Yeah.
Completed,
Right.
we're working on it.
Right.
So,
Does something like that work?
yeah,
Completion of customer care centers, operations,
as a priority, yeah.
as a priority, and in lieu of number 6, as it stands today.
So since the customer care center is underway, to me, the priority has been removed. It's done. Now the focus shifts to enhancing it, which is no longer a commission priority. It's a staffing mechanism. We made the priority to have the call center. Call center is there, it's done, it's established. Now staff is going to take the ball that has been the priority, which is done, and run with it to make it their own, not a commission priority. That's my thought on it.
That's what we will do. It doesn't have to be a priority for us to do it.
That's my point. It's not a strategic plan priority anymore because it's there, it's existing. It's like saying, hey, we're going to create a fire department. Okay, the fire department's there. They're taking the ball and running with it.
Want to strike it? I'm hearing an argument
Yeah.
to strike it. Staff okay with that?
Yeah, we don't need it.
Okay. I'm going to strike. Strike it.
The band is playing.
Something's banging.
Priority 5.
Okay.
I'd like to elevate that priority a little bit. It just seems very tactical and implementation oriented to me. So I'd like to suggest something like educate new and established residents and businesses in Northport on city services and offerings and Florida-friendly environmental practices. It sort of lifts it up.
I didn't catch that yet, but let's talk through it if you want, and then we'll go. You want
But the priority itself.
Number 5, yes.
Number 5.
How
You
it's
want to
The
restate it?
actual priority, how it's stated.
Okay. So
Why don't you
added-
word that
I'm
one more
sorry.
time?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Educate new and established residents and businesses on city services and offerings and Florida-friendly environmental practices. Because then the welcome packages are sort of an implementation of that. It's one of the ways we implement that. Yeah, elevating it to be more strategic.
Well, will that be included? Because the conversation was specifically about welcome packages.
That's where we landed last year.
Because people moved in, didn't know any
Mm-hmm.
what was going on, and that's, so is that just going to be assumed that
Well,
they're going to get welcome?
5.1 is to do that,
Okay.
and 5.2 is to do that.
Right, and I like the online thing. Whose idea was that? That was really good. Well, it says number 1 was the welcome packets, meaning they were physical. They were
and
paper
then
things.
2, right.
But 2 is like online with a
Right.
with a scan code. That is great,
Mm-hmm.
because then anytime it gets updated, you can beep and find out what's
And they can
going on there.
self-print.
Yeah, and I think that's really important to have that component in there, because I know we mentioned the Newcomers Day, but again, the Newcomers Day is something people have to go to, whereas I'm thinking that packet, because it's working with the utilities department, that everyone will have the people will get the information, rather than them having to go out and do that and get that information.
Can we distribute that QR code in our utility bills?
What?
Not everybody gets utilities, guys.
No, but that's, I think that
One
was
way
how
to
we,
do it.
one way to do it, because the addresses, otherwise, you have to figure out another way. That's, it would,
Property appraiser's office, every time a property sells or gets built, they.
yes, but I think the utilities we talked about was
Mhm.
the easiest way, for want of a better word, to get to a big sector of the population, at least that out there. I'm not saying eliminating everybody else, but with the property appraiser, I think that's a little more convoluted to go through that,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or, and also, well, I guess it doesn't really matter, because not everybody, if they own the property, they don't necessarily live there either, but you still want people to know what's going on in the
Right.
city, so.
So again, that's a decision for staff to make.
Yeah.
But
So
just a suggestion.
I'd be curious how many are that we haven't done this at all, correct? We haven't done this at all?
QR code and the online, are you talking about that?
The welcome packet stock has been unavailable, so.
We
it's,
do give out welcome packets, but they haven't been tracking the number.
But they've been only
So we
on
can't
on
say how
request,
many.
or do they
I believe
automatically
it's
go
when they
out?
come into the office to establish service is when they were handing them out.
Okay,
But again, it wasn't something that, that we were tracking, that we could say
Okay.
how many were handed out.
right.
Yeah, they have them downstairs in billing. so in the payment section. So they come in and we give them out there.
And that's even when if somebody buys a house and then they have to really establish new,
If new people come in and they're signing up for water, it's just sort of under, you have the conversation and you know that they're new to the city and they give them there. And they also give them out at Newcomers Day.
transfer of property. Do they come in?
I'd have to check for sure, but I know it's, there's kind of a relationship that starts when somebody's signing up for the first time and they're getting on their billing set up. So they're able to give them a packet, but making it a formal process was on its way until Ian hit and we lost a lot of our materials and so.
Right.
We need to regroup.
But you also
But we
work
do have packets and we're still giving them out, yes.
You also work with rentals, because when people have the water bill in their name, they don't own that. So that's not even gonna show up on the property appraiser, it's just gonna be 2 different addresses on there,
If they
but
come in and they're new to our city, if they're renting or buying, then we.
the online would be more available to anybody, yeah.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, I do too.
Debbie?
Yeah, and I appreciate what you're doing through the establishment of utility services and welcoming this citizens or businesses. But I, for one, I don't get city services that way. I have a well and I have a septic. So how would you welcome me? How does that look for the non-utility customers?
That's a very good question.
That's where I was going
From the
with.
utility side, we're dealing with our utility customers, so it may have to.
They got their garbage cans.
We would have to kind of branch out in our departments, I think.
The garbage cans are there. If you have a transfer of property,
Well,
they're still there.
Because they belong to that, they're assigned to that address, correct?
I hear what's,
I'm sort
it's
of
gonna be a,
thinking with elevated that priority, it opens the door to more creativity in terms of how we disseminate that information. So I'd be interested in seeing what staff would.
what I hear, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach.
Right,
We're not gonna
yeah,
be able to
do
cover all the
multiple-
bases.
But that's a
What
big
staff's
chunk.
trying to do is cover
Yeah.
as many of the squares as possible,
Right.
recognizing there's gonna be potentially people that
And I love
don't
that,
get it.
I love that code because when we could just push out on social media, new to Northport, even if you're not new to Northport.
Websites, whatever.
Everybody
Yeah,
can
whatever's there.
go on there and say, let's see what's going on,
Right.
yeah.
All right, so let me go back to number 5, because I hear a desire to restate number 5. And I'm gonna go back to Barbara. I think I started it, but we got into some discussion, so I wanna make sure we're there. So why don't you walk me through it again? All right.
Educate new and established residents.
New and established residents
And businesses
and businesses
on city services and offerings.
on city services and offerings.
And Florida-friendly environmental practices.
Florida friendly.
And I kind of tempted with moving that piece into environmental, but I figured I'd just
I
throw
think
it
it's
out.
good governance to let people know it's available.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
good with that.
Practices. Okay. And this gets back to the point, you're moving from somewhere else. You're now in maybe a different geographic area from which you once lived, so it's welcome to Northport. Yeah. So I think you can cover it that way. Okay. Everybody good with that? Changing number 5, priority number 5 to that? Or is there any friendly amendments or tweaks to what Barbara has suggested? Educate new and established residents and businesses on city services and offerings and Florida-friendly environmental practices. Make sense? Okay. So that becomes the new language there. Anything else on this sheet? We've talked about 6, revising that. We're going to strike 6 altogether. All right. So next slide, we can go over. Oh, I'm sorry. No, go back. Oh.
4.2, it says the communications department has completed the Northport app. So we can take that off.
I'm sorry. I did flag that when that came through. Yeah, I was going to as a metric. I'm sorry. I didn't flag that to you, but I did mark that as that was done. Yep. So that metric can be removed.
Or about that app because this whole thing is a convoluted mess.
Okay, and number,
Priority number 3, utilize transparent, data-driven processes to prioritize improvements to facilities, leverage information technology. Staff was kind of lost, so am I, on what that priority is. I really think we need to hone that in, tone it down, do what we intended it to do. And I think what this was to say, hey, and you guys will have to help me. We have this city building. It's going to need a new air conditioner in year 2027. It's going to need a new roof in 2024. I thought that's what that analysis was going to be, so that way then we knew what was coming up in the future for facilities repairs.
I think that's actually under, and you're correct, this one, everybody's confused on. There is one on priority number 10, if you flick to the next slide there. Implement a 10-year planning cycle for renewal and replacement funds. So I think that gets at roofs and air conditions and, those sort of HVAC systems, things like that. But to Debbie's point on priority,
I think that it was
3.
close to the same when we talked about, we wanted to have a process on what we were knowing, and then when we got through, you gotta remember, I think this was the last one we were doing then. So it got a little tiring at the end of it. And I think, no, to be honest, I think we did put it down. We put it down twice, but in different language. But I think we were trying to accomplish the same thing.
so is there a merging of the two, or is 10 enough by itself? I guess the question becomes priority 3, what does that mean? Staff saying, what does that mean?
Well,
I gave what I thought it meant, but it's covered under 10.
Yeah, so
Right,
does it mean
and I
something
think
else to other people?
And I think it was also, if I remember, stuff's coming in. When we were talking about this, was coming up with a budgetary line item for road and drainage too, to have that put out, so we knew what was coming up with their renewal and stuff.
I think 3 is 10. So
So
in
do we
my
strike
opinion,
3?
we can take off 3.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's clearly confusing on 3 to begin with, and if we're not sure what it is, we ought not leave it. All right? So does 10 get at what this group wants to accomplish, or do we need to revise the wording of 10?
Let's check with Phil real quick.
Where's 10?
That
10?
would be after 9.
I know that, but
Implement a 10-year planning cycle for renewal and replacement funds. Now, how that gets developed could incorporate parts of what is in presently 3, but at the end of the day, you want to know what's coming down the pipeline and how we're going to pay for it and when it's going to happen. So if that's what you're trying to get at,
yeah.
okay. So we're going to strike 3.
Now we're at 11.
Okay.
11, leverage outside financial resources and support for partnerships and grants.
This is the parking lot item. Okay, so this is your chance. You've been holding this one all day. So let's. Yeah.
We got that, but even before we go to the parking lot, a city our size, I don't know that we necessarily need a financial or treasury pillar, but it seems to me there's aspects of maybe 11 that we could enhance to include treasury type issues. I don't mean financing of projects necessarily. Well, in a way I do. There's, everything from increasing bond ratings to financial methodologies, grants, state, federal funding, somehow like what's bothering me about good governance is we're missing that piece of the finance picture. As in and of itself, should we not be striving to develop financial mechanisms to help support really every other pillar? I mean, I'm throwing it out there. I mean, in a way, we talk about funding in a lot of the other pillars, but in and of itself, could we use 11 to just ratchet it up a little bit? I don't think it needs to stand on its own as a pillar, obviously, at this point.
Would you see a metric around our bond rating?
Could with, I mean, you could also as we, I mean, there are a number of metrics and, you know, that you could grade a city financially on, but, you know, also our ability to steadily be looking and working on sources of financial availability outside our tax base. I mean, other OPI, again, other people's money, OPM, you know. I'm thinking about it, and I'm just trying to say how we could tweak. We know we're gonna do something with 11 here. So I'm just getting people thinking about it, so.
I'm just going to give you an example of something here for another community I've worked with. And this gets at, this is a community from Texas called McKinney, a couple 100,000 north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They have a goal called financially sound government. Let me just show you how that's worked out. Their priorities were pursue and maintain a AAA bond rating with Standard & Poor's and Moody's, provide funding organizational framework to ensure continued economic improvements, balance resources generated by property tax, sales tax, hotel occupancy taxes, and your financial plans and future growth. So just to, I wanted to put some meat on the bone so that you could see kind of how another community has done this, Phil.
That's where my mindset.
So, and that was one where, just to give you some food for thought.
Because we're gonna, it is gonna be, as we move forward, let's face it, even with the hurricane, there's always something. There's always something. And we always gotta be thinking not just inside, but outside the boxes as well. We gotta track ourselves financially and grade ourselves financially. I mean, that's the bean counter at me, but it is important because it'll help fuel every other pillar.
So, I'm hearing a discussion about something about a financial priority. Does it stay under good governance, or, yeah, I mean, I think it transcends everything you're talking about.
I would think at this time, yeah. I mean, there may come a day when we add another 50, 70,000 people, but right now, so what do we do with 11 here?
Weigh in?
Yeah, sure.
I think your bond thing is outside financial resources. You know, you're using your bond counsel, you're using other methods of using other people's money to do this. I think I see it as being already covered.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it as a new priority. I'm just seeing it as
you want to incorporate
Documented so that
playing
we,
with the language of 11.
Okay.
Getting some more meat on the bone. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't need to be, certainly doesn't need to be a new pillar yet. Doesn't even need to be a new priority. I just think it's just lean. I mean, it doesn't say enough.
Because it does cover everything. You know, we're looking for partnerships. That could be state funding, could be federal funding, could be anything, could be, you know, grants. We're getting grants, you know, we're going to apply for grants. The main thing is we're trying to leverage the outside financials along with our inside financials that we're getting through millage rate,
Maybe
blah,
I
blah,
just
blah.
don't like the word leverage in this sense. I don't think it's broad enough or inclusive enough.
You want to say seek? You want to find?
No.
Sure. Very active.
Maximize?
To me, leverage means you're working with, you know.
I think the term of leverage was basically you're going to throw in something to leverage somebody else to come to the table. That was kind of the context of how the terminology came. But
I can understand that, but still, you know, we're going to the state where the state gave us money for
Appropriations, you know, state appropriations and federal appropriations.
You can say through partnerships, intergovernmental support.
But it doesn't have to be governmental.
No,
It could
yeah, I
be
get that.
P3s as
Yeah,
well.
talking out loud. I'm hearing you.
P3s are in that, in my opinion. It's a big
That could be
umbrella.
that's covered under partnerships then. Through partnerships.
Right, and grants. So you're leveraging, you're going to leverage outside financial resources, support partnerships and grants and seek grants. Because you're working with the bond council to figure out the best bond rating and how to do bonds to get other resources in instead of raising millage rate. You're working with P3s and other entities in a partnership, whether that be a developer or the P3, and then you're applying for grants.
Right.
All of that is other people's money.
The status is out there. It's up to staff to fill those boxes underneath on how it gets done.
I have maximize outside financial resources, period. And then one of the ways you do that is partnerships, grants. I could see, not my job, but I could see a metric around how much we want to increase our grant revenue year over year. So
That's the idea of maximize. Leverage just doesn't say it for me, but that's, you know.
You may also add to the wording where it says leverage outside financial resources and support through partnerships, grants, and the issuance of debt, because that's what we're talking about doing for the bonds is a debt issuance, and we don't mention that here. And if you want this priority to cover that, it could go there.
And then the specifics of all of those.
Add bonds, then that sort of covers the issues I had. And it just gives it a little bit more meat.
Yeah, but if you add maximizing debt, that doesn't go well to me either.
No, but she's
And
not
debt
saying
management,
that.
debt management would have a different flavor to it, though, yeah.
That's maximizing outside financial resources, not debt.
Through partnerships. Talk to me again, folks. Partnerships.
grants and debt management are just, because you're right, we don't want to
Grants.
maximize debt.
And debt management.
For finance.
Could be financing. If you don't like the sound of debt, then, right.
And financial management.
Financing sources.
And other financing sources.
That financial, you're maximizing outside financial resources. That's your state, federal.
That's redundant. Word.
Fiscal management.
Fiscal management, I like that.
That's fine. I was going to say financial stability, but fiscal management.
Fiscal
I
management.
won't use the word financial twice, but fiscal word.
Maximize outside financial resources and support through partnerships, grants, and fiscal management practices or something like that. I don't know. Is it okay with just leaving it at management? Fiscal management, okay?
Yeah. It'll work for me.
All right, so this was this big bucket here we had, and Phil, this was you were carrying the water on this one. This was the area. So this is kind of what we're talking about here.
Yep,
Are you
dump it
there?
out of the parking lot.
Intergovernmental relations, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's
Yeah. That works.
that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can
Strike
cross-
this one?
It is a priority for us, yeah.
Okay.
Strike that. Because
Okay.
it is a priority.
All right, so we got it
Because
covered.
it could be that outside financial resources is the partnership with Charlotte County to do the roundabout.
All right.
They're helping finance half of that. So.
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
We also talked about under this one, and I realize I'm blending this. We talked about this concept of leadership in departments under the good government.
Oh, the
CALIA,
capital.
ISO, CAPRA, Public Works.
So that they're all the best.
Yeah, so that's one that we left in a parking lot that we want to talk about under good governance. So this is the chance. Do you want to have a statement? I guess number one, do you want to have a statement that kind of strives that our departments ought to be the best they can be under good governance? And if so, then we can start crafting what the wording is. But that was when we parked, as opposed to just identifying parks or police or fire and putting them all kind of under this bucket.
I really think it's a given myself, and Jerome's to blame if it's not.
Well, I also heard your staff say, and maybe there's,
I'll carry that.
maybe there, but I heard you say earlier, maybe there's, if it's a priority, then that maybe gets you into some grants or some things, but if it's not a priority, it may not get you there. So I want to come back to that point. I remember that coming up.
Yeah, so my interjection in that point was to keep parks safe in a way that they could stand up and show documentation in their grant applications to show that the leadership knew specifically about parks. I believe everyone in this organization knows that we have a culture of wanting to be the best at everything that we do. So having a metric for it is not really necessary in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Not necessary for all the other departments, then that means we take it out for parks.
Yet again, I just said that they said specifically out of their mouths that they need that in there for their grant. Why would we take it out? I don't understand that.
They need it in there. Do we need it in there for like ISO ratings for grants for the fire or the police
I would
department?
leave that up to the department.
Well, let's work on the wordsmith in that, on
So that's
how
what
would
I
it
was gonna
state?
say. So, all right.
We could state it to where it covers all departments.
Right.
So the question becomes, and a good number of your departments are at the highest levels to begin with, not all of your departments. So the question becomes, and there, so with this, so that you understand, to get accreditation at whatever higher level, state and or national or both, comes with a cost. Now it has certain benefits, like in CALEA, being dual accredited will reduce the liability insurance associated with your police department. So yes, you pay to have probably an accreditation manager and all the systems and all the best management practices, but there's benefits that come. ISO, every station has to be within 5 miles of your territory in order to get to a 1. When you get to a 1, you're now reducing the property liability insurance for everyone within the community. So you're paying some costs, but there's some benefits. Parks and Rec, there's benefits. Public Works, there's benefits. You're following best management practices. There's not always that cause and effect relationship, but I want you to be aware, if the goal is we'd like to have our departments all be at that highest level, my point to you is saying be prepared. There's a cost for that. And I'm not trying to discourage you. I just want you to say don't set the goal and then not fund the program to make it work.
There's a cost for everything, but what the thing is you can put to achieve the highest accreditation level that each department,
each practice area or something like that.
each department may obtain.
How about something like
This way it covers everybody.
we strive to achieve the highest accreditation and standards throughout our city departments.
Same thing, different
Yeah.
words.
That's it. You know.
But if, let's say, we're at a 3 in one department and the best is a 1, and in order to get from a 3 to a 1, it's going to cost us a raise in millage rate or millions and millions of dollars, is that something we are willing to do?
Well, that's why we keep it general and we allow it to be something that, you know.
Well, it's still a priority. We are not going to achieve every single priority every single year. So there's going to be a waiting line per priorities. So that would be a budgetary decision at budget time and say, they've done the best they could for now. It is a priority to do better. We just don't have the funding.
This is what I was trying to get at, to get a focus. Strive to have Northport departments attain state and or national accreditation levels. So you're not saying it has to be done. Some of these, like if you're just starting that program, like in Public Works and that's sometimes a 3-year effort before you get there. You got to go through a whole series of steps and then you get through. So, but I guess the question becomes,
That covers everything in my opinion. It doesn't have to be the highest. It could be in the middle. It could be wherever.
Well,
it doesn't help them with their grant.
And that's for staff to set the matrix, set the standard. I mean,
so if all of a sudden
Just set the
your
priority.
utilities department, now they're part of APWA probably in the process, but there's water and utility, there's different, every practice area has its own level of standards and best management practices and accreditation programs. So I think what I'm hearing Jerome say and what I'm hearing you say is you'd like you all to be at that level. That doesn't mean they're all going to get there overnight, doesn't mean they're all going to get there at all, but the goal is to have them be at that highest level. Does that make sense?
Yes, and not every department has an accreditation that they can reach.
They can get
to say that, hey, we're the best. You know, a lot of
I
that.
didn't put highest in there. It just
Right,
says
it says
accreditation
highest.
levels.
Right.
Kind of
And it leaves room for Deb's concern
Interpretation.
about the cost effectiveness of some of them.
Right.
It's general enough.
make sense? Okay, so we can strike that one then off the parking lot. So we're getting through this stuff. I told you this system will work eventually. We still have the trees to deal, but we got to talk about post at the end. So, all right. So anything else under good governance?
Debbie?
Yes.
Priority 9, provide a multi-year budget snapshot to show expenses that will increase over a multi-year period with revenue projections and impacts of different millage adoptions. So not looking at the key indicators, because that's something staff is going to do to achieve this. I'm having a hard time understanding what is the main goal with this priority.
So here's my recollection of the conversation. Because there's been a lot of discussion year to year about millage and what the costs are. Not surprising, it happens in every community. The question becomes is that as you look at your staffing and your utilities and your CIP programs and all those things that got to get paid year to year, what you do in one year has ripple effects in outlying years. Every time you add a staff, it's not just that one-time cost. That's going to get escalated. There's going to be insurance costs, all those things going forward. So the point on this was to say, can you have staff build a model so that we're having our budget discussions and we're saying, okay, if we leave the millage at this rate, what does that look like to us on fund balance and our cost and operations in year 2, year 3, year 4, whatever window you do. And a lot of cities have done that. They've done 3 or 5 year type of models to say, okay, you're going to leave the millage rate here, recognizing you're potentially deferring a big millage rate 2 years down the road if everything else goes the same and our assumptions on inflation and cost and all those other things take place. That's kind of where that was the nature of this conversation.
Perfect example was they explained how we needed to put money away to repay that SAFER grant once we got to it. We had to do this, and this.
Yeah, because you're only
or it
so
was
much
going to
money.
be a great big pot at the end.
That's what you were trying to accomplish in that priority.
So, and if you look at priority number 8, it says create a 10-year financial sufficiency plan for the fire rescue district. Why are we just doing it for fire rescue? Why aren't we doing it for solid waste and for road and drainage?
That was a conversation that obviously it was a topic of interest last year when we came through it, and so it landed as a priority. I know your fire chief at the time was talking about, weren't they doing a study with your consultant as trying to determine, they were trying to project what their future, and this is the difference, and now it's starting to ring a bell. As a growing community, you got fire stations, you got personnel, all that stuff adds up. And I think what they were trying to do is look long-term so that you had a sense of what that looked like and you had sufficient resources as you were growing, because every new fire station is $1.5 million, $2 million, and about $1 million in staffing. At least those used to be the numbers. I assume they're probably in that ballpark.
You know, I'm thinking priority 8 really isn't priority 8 at all. It's 9.2 under priority 9.
It's the matrix. And it ensures sustainability and transparency. Well, your goal is to proper plan.
And so, and this one, as I'm looking at this now, I don't know why it landed here versus landing in the public safety pillar to begin with,
Yeah.
because it was very specific to your fire department's needs, much like your police department had other needs that were there. So, this may have been just one that landed here, but when you think through it now, it may be better served if it remains to be a priority, probably under public safety or safety.
The reason it made it here was financial repercussions.
That's,
and I believe that conversation
I wouldn't
was all about
dispute
finances.
that. I'm just wondering though, because it's very specific to an operating department in public safety, is it better off there or here? Your call. At the end of the day, they're your priorities.
But then again, priority 10 is in that same bucket. Implement a 10-year planning cycle for, and I think that was a facilities item.
That one cuts across the entirety. It wasn't department specific. You were looking at CIPs, your budgeting, all your operations. So yeah, as I said, this can be squishy. You can probably justify many number of ways.
We'll move it somewhere else next year.
So let me go back to this point. Is the demand, and I don't know from the fire department talk about that, is that desire still there? Because I remember it being discussed extensively as a growing community and what that meant for fire stations and equipment and personnel and all that. So is.
And I think part of the
Got deputy chief coming up?
conversation was that fire had done a really good job of mapping things out, and I think it was a 10-year view. And we were sort of
As I said,
saying,
I'm
wouldn't
pretty
it
sure
be
you had a
great to
consultant who
have
was doing that work, but you got the expert here.
Yes, Nick Hurley, Deputy Fire Chief. Everything you guys have said is nailed right on that. So we have a 10-year model, and we do project out all of the costs that we can assume in a 10-year, from a fire station to the staff to the equipment, you name it, it's baked in there. We review it annually. We have our best guesses based on all the trends that you guys have identified. If I remember correctly, when you guys go through this, to maybe offer some clarity, that this piece, I think, to address why it's in good governance and not in public safety, it originally came through very specific with Fire Rescue District, but then I think you guys added under 8.1, develop and implement an annual collaborative revenue analysis and rate request between finance and all districts. So I think you guys pulled it going, hey, instead of this just being how Fire Rescue does it, perhaps all the districts in coordination with finance. And I think that's why it landed here. And I'm vaguely remember from months and months ago how that came about. But to answer your question, yes, we would want to continue to do, I can speak on Fire Rescue's behalf, that we would want to continue to do. We feel we've seen some very good results of using that 10-year analysis. We can paint a very clear picture as best we can to city management and all the commissioners. So we would definitely be supportive of sticking with our 10-year models.
So we leave this priority, leave it here?
Yep, leave it alone.
Okay.
Well, I
That's my
think
opinion.
8.1 is actually the priority.
I was just going to say that.
So, all right, so I don't have the 8.1 in front of me. What is that? That's a metric, obviously.
They have to be massaged a little.
All districts.
Yeah,
Because
all
it's-
just, it's a
So-
higher
It's
level.
what I read.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
It's
so.
the all districts instead, not just Fire
Yes,
Rescue.
8 says continue.
Okay, so do you want to replace 8.1 metric as 8 priority?
Priority.
Does that make sense?
And continued utilization of the 10-year
Becomes the matrix. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to take metric 8.1 becomes priority. It was priority 8, right?
Yes.
Just by happenstance. Priority. Okay. And then we strike priority 8 and replace it with 8.1.
And the priority 8 becomes the 8.1 metric.
And then priority 8
Or each district will have its own,
becomes one
going back to
of
why is this
the-
just for
Right.
by
Kind of like we mixed up the main idea and the details.
Right, right.
Okay,
We did
I
that
got
in
you,
a couple
I got you.
places, that's okay.
Yeah.
So that brings into question priority 9.
Okay, let's go
Is
back
that really
to,
some of the same, or is that
let's go back to,
something?
let me get in front of everybody. So we got it, priority 9, a multi-year budget snapshot. I don't know that that's a 10-year system. That's a model. That's something that you can interact. Yeah. So if you adopt a millage rate of X, but then you want to change it to X plus 1, then you can see what the implications are. Wrong.
Snapshot model development.
What we talked about and what you know of are these outstanding costs that we don't know how we're going to pay for yet. We're talking about the inventory, the water control structure. How do we keep the millage rate thing this year? How we don't necessarily grow new initiatives, but sort of handle the growth that we're experiencing, which those are two very different things. So when we put together the budget meetings that we have and the conversations that's going to come in front of you, you're going to see some of that projecting out for the next couple of years. We need to really have like a vision on out to like 2030 to say, well, what does it look like based on what we know today and making some assumptions. So if, just making this up as an example, as you say, we're not going to change the millage rate this year, and we're able to balance the budget by looking at our expenses and shaving some of that off as well. What does that mean for next year and 2 years? Are we really hurting ourselves in a way that's so bad that we can't make up for it later, or are we going to be okay based on what we know and what we think? So you need to see that snapshot in front of you so you can make your best budget decisions.
So that the residents can see that.
Correct, absolutely.
What happened, I don't remember when that happened, but there was that big jump. That we-
2018.
Yes,
We
exactly.
don't have that.
Right, now, and which I think was actually 13 or 18%, whatever it boiled down to. But how do you think they would have felt if you had told them a year in advance that it was going to be that, if you saw that it was coming based on your projection and your forecasting?
They would
Right.
say, we
Right.
don't want this,
Right.
so let's do
Right.
little,
Right.
let's figure out on the way, so that doesn't happen.
And we can't look at each year as just a single year. What are we gonna do this year? Okay, we fixed this year. Don't worry about next year when we get there. No, we need to take a little bit longer look. And if you keep this millage rate being flat while still offering these great levels of services while the city is growing, people are going to expect that every single year. And we just didn't talk about how long that you can fiscally sustain that.
I mentioned McKinney, they're doing they're going through the same thing, explosive growth, and they're happy that they're able to maintain their millage rate.
Great.
But the manager and everybody keeps saying, this is almost like being on a drug. At some point, it's
Right.
gonna get weaned
It
off it,
will
and you're gonna
run
have to
out.
pay the piper.
You're
Yeah.
saying, well, we have all this money, what are we gonna do? But not really thinking about the sustainability of when all that new growth
'Cause
stays
at some point, when you're
there.
built out,
Yeah,
now it's redeveloped, and that's a whole different level
Mhm.
of growth and a whole different level of revenue because you've got property tax caps and things of that nature in place. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anything else under good governance? Any new stuff?
Priority 12, the automation. Refresh me, we do have automating the permitting process somewhere else?
Yes, that's in NDS, and she talked about it.
I just want to make sure.
What was the question, Barbara, again?
About, yeah, economic development. She talked to the autumn.
Yes, that was an ED.
Yeah.
Yes, economic development.
We're
Yep.
implementing a new system.
Yep.
I just want to make sure it's, and that's huge. I'm okay with that being pulled out.
Did you say you wanted to pull 12?
No.
You want to know where, there was something
Where it
specifically
was.
on,
Okay.
on tracking, on business permitting, business
Because I
friendly
didn't
type
see it
stuff.
here, I just
Yep.
wanted to double check.
Okay. Pretty good with good governance? Okay. I'm going to click this, but it's going to go, let's see, well, you can go through the break. Next slide. Okay, all right, let's talk a little bit. There's been a lot of conversation before and during and with you and today and yesterday, a little bit about what do you deal with Hurricane Ian. So I'm going to turn that over to you first because I, maybe set the table and then we can talk through it as a group and go from there.
So the reason why I nominate post-Hurricane Ian to be a pillar is because I don't want people to lose track of what we have to do in order to recover from it. Whether it was the growth that we were having, whether it was the businesses that were thriving. My question would be, what are we thinking about doing for those who were impacted by Ian right now? You've all heard me say that maybe there's a program we could develop to help those who were in the most need from the impact of Ian through their home loss. Is there a way we can help them? I don't know. Is there an amount of money that would allow us to create a program that would give them a reduction in a way that allows them to stay in this city if they have to rebuild their homes? I don't know. But I think it's worth a conversation. Do we start a business facade improvement program for those businesses that need help, making sure that their offices and their structures are in alignment with what we want our city to look like? I don't know. But in my opinion, there's so many things, and we're going to talk to you when we sit in front of you during budget. All of our departments are going to tell you how this hurricane has impacted them and what they've either had to do this year to pivot in it, or if they were successful, make way and make do, or what it's going to take next year or even multiple years in order to recover from what the hurricane did. I think that if you bury it under infrastructure and you say, well, most of them are infrastructure, I don't think they all are. I think that's the vision and what we naturally think about when we think about the destruction of the hurricane. But I think that there's more to it than that. And I think that if we don't give ourselves a constant reminder of what it was and how we recovered from it, I think that we will lose sight of that. And I think the people will lose sight of that. And then they will also think, Because once the debris started to move away from their streets and their roads, you know what they thought? Oh, well, it's over. A hurricane's over and we're back to business as usual. And we're not back to business as usual. And they don't need to know all the pain points that we go through in order to make this city successful. They just need to recognize that it's another layer added on what we are bringing them as what they deserve as residents of the city.
And can that be generalized so that it addresses not specifically Hurricane Ian, but rather crisis or disaster program? I mean, so that, I mean, is there a commonality of processes that you go through? You know where I'm headed.
I do, because when we have a hurricane this year, I don't want to forget about Hurricane Ian. We can just put the hurricanes together, put them all up in one column. So, yeah.
So that there's a program. I mean,
Natural
to
disaster.
create a pillar for a specific event as opposed to creating the pillar for
hurricanes, plural.
Could be a whole
Disaster
host of
readiness.
crises and
Yeah.
or
Earthquake, blizzard, whatever you want to put in there.
So,
I understand what you're saying.
Good examples. When I was in St. Augustine as newly elected officers, they ran a game where we had so many dollars to play with. And we made decisions that moved the budget dollar forward, surplus or deficit, and then throughout, or whatever, it blew the whistle and threw a crisis at us. We had a hurricane, we had a storm, and you had to cope. So there is a need for this. I just.
For the record, we do have an online budgeting tool that will allow our residents to sort of disperse $100. We might need to throw that piece in there and see how they react to it. But we do play that same game.
Not every disaster is hurricane related. Right. Because we could have a huge rainstorm throughout the summer. A couple of our weirs go and boom, we flooded half of the town. We could have the floods, you know.
Yeah.
A good example was the fires. We just had fires. Now, what if that took out 100 homes?
Right. No, I agree. My purpose of saying that I agree with the generalizing the category is that I don't want us to get so focused on this one event, because there could be, I'm already thinking, well, what are you going to do? And when we talk about this with our finances, well, what happens financially if we have another hurricane this fall?
Happens once, it can happen again. And
Well, we
will
got
have to cope.
He's got disaster response up there, which could be coordinated into disaster relief from the city. But where do we go and how do we get there? How much are we willing to give when and I'm just trying to get to this because I'm not trying to down the citizens whatsoever, but we have multi-million dollars worth of recovery efforts that the city has to do to be able to help those citizens and provide services to those citizens as well.
True. But now your focus needs to shift to how are you going to replenish those funds that you used in Hurricane Ian so that when the next one comes, you will be ready. You may not be able to do that before the next event, but there should be a vision and a plan to say, we were at this amount of reserves, and then, like I said in the snapshot that we'll talk about, FEMA's going to give you X, state's going to give you X, then you're going to have these different ins and outs, but how do you get back to that level that you were, and how long do we think it's going to take us to get there? All of that impacts the millage rates, the taxes, and everything else. How much did we actually have to spend on that disaster recovery? And while the true cost might have been $100 million, it still may have been 15 or 20 million out of our own pocket, because it's a national disaster, like you said. It's there to use our reserves, but now we got to figure out, well, how do we put them back? How long is it going to take?
As well as I do, it could take FEMA 10 years for the rebag, and we could have another storm or disaster next year. But what's going to happen is once the funds are depleted, and if you're not going to be able to overtax the citizens, they're going to say, to hell with you, I'm just getting in my car and I'm going, and then I'm taking my money with me and I'll be up in the mountains. But then you're going to have to lean on your state legislature and your federal legislature to get their funding to come down here as well.
I agree. And those extra other people's money, as you said, is great and it's good. But when you take your destiny in your own hand, you control your commercial growth. As we continue to grow commercially, then we have that money coming in, so we don't put extra burden on the taxpayers. And it all sort of comes into the whole cycle. But yes, totally agree with you.
The quantifications and the dollars are are separate, no, well, equally as important, if not more important, is the approach to dealing with the crisis or the catastrophe. And there's a processes to go through, you know, whether it's everything from communication during to how we help recover, to where we look, the things we do, the processes we go through. And that's worth being a pillar unto itself, I think, because the inevitability of these things, I mean, they're going to happen. And it's part of our ability to govern is to be prepared to deal with them, you know, both financially as well as from a procedural methodology standpoint, you know.
Now, I'm just going to throw this out there too, because you talked about fires, things like that that happen, but Ian was a declared disaster, and having a fire in a certain area won't be a declared emergency.
Could be if you're losing homes.
Depends on how big.
Could be.
Is that what we would do? I'm talking about like on the state level.
Well, in order to be accessing state and or federal, it has to be declared federal and it has to be declared state. And then you get 90% federal, and then 5% of the state.
If there was a fire
But
in
you can
the
have a-
states, that wouldn't necessarily qualify for a federal.
But it could, not federal, it could be a state of emergency through the state of Florida.
that train wreck in Ohio, great
Very
example.
localized.
Very
that
localized.
Triggered
but,
federal assistance on
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Depends on the event.
Right. We can have indicators if we create the pillar that would sort of match and get to your point of saying what is a.
Because there could be situations in one little area, and then if we just have this broad thing that people are going to expect, okay, let's have all of this, but if it's not declared an official.
You can locally declare a disaster too, but it doesn't do anything other than maybe give you police powers and response and things like that. But Debbie, you had to chime in here beforehand.
I understand that we have to recover from Hurricane Ian. The city has expended an extraordinary amount of funds to recover from Ian. Don't know when those funds are coming back. But when I hear, hey, we need to establish a program to help the residents or maybe a business facade program, we have to recover. The city has to recover long before we can start helping others. They have the insurance for those buildings and those needs. They have those resources. And I understand there are citizens, and I don't want this to be misunderstood, but the city has to recover and get those monies back. So on one hand, you're saying we lost all of this money and now we have to figure out how we're going to get that back. But, it's going to be 5 or 10 years from FEMA, so we may have to raise your millage rate. Oh, but we're going to help you. How? It's kind of talking out of both sides of the mouth here, and I'm trying to understand how this will look. And I know that we're trying to determine if we're going to put in a new pillar or if we're going to not put in a new pillar. I am of the mindset every single thing we do as a city should have that forethought of planning for these emergencies. Instead of being reactive, being as proactive as we possibly can. And we are doing that by saying, we need to fix our water control structures. We need to harden our buildings. We need to do. We can't figure how to plan if there's a fire that takes out, a large swatch of our area, like maybe the Mother's Day fires, if those all had buildings over there, or a disaster like a propane tank blowing up. We have to focus on what we can focus on and harden so that we are as prepared as we possibly can be. Hurricane Ian was a once in a 500-year storm event. Yes, we have flooding throughout the city, but a lot of that flooding in our city is because of our swales and our canals and the enormity of water that's moving through our system. So I'm having a hard time trying to determine the need of creating a pillar for this disaster hurricane recovery kind of thing when we should be doing it through all the other pillars.
This was more geared towards the city recovering from. Ian, like
City
you
manager
said,
helping the residents that were damaged to help them recover, and the a part of it, I get it, but.
Well, I know, I saw you,
Go ahead, Pete. Go ahead.
Well, and this comes from past experiences, when we do start going through our budget cycles, and we may want to adjust the millage rate, and we got $100 million sitting in the bank, that's the first thing that the taxpayer says is, you got all this money in the bank, why are you raising my taxes? It is
So all of
there
a sudden
for.
you use it to cover your reaction to disasters.
But it is there for an emergency situation. Oh, we haven't had anything happen here. Well, look at what just happened last year. We do have the history now to say it did happen. Prior to this, it was always someplace else, but yet we were sitting on money, and thank God we were. But they don't understand that when their taxes go up a couple $100 on the year.
You do have to pay your contractors and the debris removal contracts and all that. You got to, your state and feds, assuming you do all the appropriate things and account for things appropriately, you will get reimbursed. You may not get 100% of that, obviously, of what you expected to get, but you'll get a good portion if you've done your own work there. But you still got to have that resource, that rainy day fund. At some point, those 100-year floods happen every 10 or 15 years versus every 100 years. You've got to be able to cover those costs. And once they're out, until they're replenished, you still have to be prepared for the next storm, as I said, I went through three hurricanes in 6 weeks in Lakeland in 1 year. We had a ton of money going out, and it took us a long time to get it all back.
I think this discussion and the idea was born out of, as it says up there, a desire to have lessons learned. What did we learn? How do we prepare better? And the idea of a pillar that, develops disaster response and recovery policies, procedures, processes, with the idea in mind that we study what we experienced here so we can respond better. We had everything from communications issues to immediate reactions to and addressing the needs as the hurricane was happening and ending. And then we had a process of immediate recovery, and now we have some long-term recovery. That's a analysis and concept unto itself that we should embrace and study and learn from so that we can prepare for. All the other stuff comes under it. I don't know how all the other pieces fit, but it just seems that to say, it's just going to happen once in a blue moon and we'll just react to it when it happens. The people of the city will not stand for that. We shouldn't stand for that. We should, not that there won't be something thrown at us that we may not have thought of, but at least there should be a program to address this. This is part of our job. It's almost part of creating a safe environment, the safety pillar. In a way, you could argue it's that, but it really should stand almost on its own, I think, because it's not going to stop. I don't care what color you are, red or blue, the reality is storms are coming. They're worse every time they come. We're going to continue to have this problem. We live on the coast pretty close, and to turn a blind eye is not responsible.
Let me kind of help bring some framework to this, because I think on the one aspect you've heard, I think there's a discussion, maybe you just don't call it, if you're going to create a pillar, you don't necessarily call it post-hurricane, maybe it's disaster response, disaster preparedness, something of that nature. So there's two arguments to be had here. Either number one, that rises because it's so fresh in everyone's mind now, and you've got lessons that have learned. It either rises to something that transcends the entirety of the organization and becomes a pillar. And by virtue of being a pillar, it stays front and center in people's minds, because much of what you're talking about here falls under infrastructure and other things that go below the ground, and people forget about it, and they don't understand that it costs $100 million to redo your stormwater systems or something like that. And the more you get removed, it gets out of sight, out of mind, and easier to kind of push that can down the road. Or alternatively, you say, okay, we did learn through this experience. There are things we are going to have to be prepared for that are different than what we thought we were going to have to, because now we've experienced that. Do they fall under everything else that we've done in appropriate areas? Because one could argue, and I'm just being devil's advocate, one could argue it falls under safe community. or it falls under infrastructure. Or it falls under its own pillar in whatever way we shape and form it. So I think that's the debate you have, is what you've experienced enough to raise it to its own level so that it stays top of mind and doesn't get forgotten and it comes with a boatload of expenses and experience? Or does it get addressed in your existing pillars? And there's arguments you could make either way. So with that as kind of the framework, I think that's the debate you have before you. And I don't know what the answer is to that. That's part of the conversation. But if I framed it, I think, appropriately from both sides of the table.
So let me ask a question. Is there any value to staff in tracking and managing the recovery to have all of the metrics and all of the activities in one place versus having those activities scattered throughout the other pillars?
I think that the value is it's easier to just like with any of the other pillars, it's easier to keep track of things when they're like they have a sense of unity for whatever it's there. Right. You're putting the ones in safety there because they all relate to a similar purpose. Mm-hmm. The purpose and the impact of the hurricane has taught us the lessons, and not even the lessons that they've taught us. It is, how are you going to recover from that long term, and show me what that looks like, and then keep track of that for multiple years. When you start putting it in separate places, I just think that it gets lost. But it's.
Yeah, I mean, I think there would be some use in my mind, and again, how you track it is staff's job, but I would find it really interesting to track the flow of FEMA money. Like, how long did it really take? You know?
You're giving Val stars. Right.
Have a model of what that's going to look like. And then, you know, different line items. What did it cost to harden City Hall? Right. If that's sort of one of the things, and map that out.
And it was Irma that you had just finished the paperwork on it, like the week that Ian hit. Right. So and Irma was what? How many years prior to that? So 6.
We've never been reimbursed.
Right.
No, and didn't we just recently get reimbursed from Andrew not too long ago?
Charlie.
Wow.
And I know we're not supposed to be talking to people who don't have microphones, but what we said was we're trying to show the fact that the hurricane recovery financially is a model that is probably a little unpredictable. But I think that what the expert would say is that it's going to take multiple years. And I know dealing with the finance director, that's a little hard to deal with when you're talking about these large sums of money. But financially, you know, we would be okay in waiting for it to come back. But as a commissioner, you most likely want to know, well, while we're waiting for that money to come back, what is our current financial situation now? Because how can you make a decision on a program to help somebody else out if you don't know what's in your own pocket? So the first step in the exercise is to figure out, well, what do we have left? And then the next step would be to say, well, is this something we want to do? And then the question came up, well, why should we be giving out, you know, to others when we're trying to get ourselves back up? And I would say is if we have the opportunity and we have the bandwidth, the obligation on us to do the best for the most is always going to be there. And if there's a way to help out this segment of our population that was in dire need when they lost their homes, because we're talking about people who built their generational wealth through their homes, and now the home is gone. What are they going to do? Are they going to move? Their families are now out of everything they've worked so many decades for. And if this city can, if possible, lend a hand, then maybe we do. But then again, maybe we can't. But again, it's a conversation. And I never committed us or the city to anything. I just said it was a conversation. And the businesses, as I said, you know, helping them out as well, how they look is a direct reflection on us and on our city. And we talked about beautification earlier, but I want this entire city to be as beautiful as possible. Not one part of it, not some of it, all of it. And our businesses are a piece of that. There are some that were in need of probably a facelift before the hurricane came. But, you know, now if we were to come up with a strategic plan and a process that allowed us to, you know, hit the main streets or corridors so that people come through this city as we're building a hospital and see that, hey, they care, so I want to be here too. The trickle-down effects are just tremendous. But
well, and you triggered a thought, though, which is
and I'm sure you've thought of this already, but what incremental funds might be available through the SBA to help businesses with things like repairing their
Right.
signs or improving their facade and all of that.
Think of, and I'm going to catch it. I want to capture this as well. So I'm not saying this is your program, but I think you've all talked about the implications of $45 million that just went out the door that you're not sure when you're going to get it back.
Yeah.
That's as a city organization. Every family and every business that went through this has that same circumstance. They may or may not have insurance. Some of the places that got flooded may not get flood insurance coverage because they didn't get flood insurance even though they were in a floodplain or something. They didn't think that. So that, I think, is part of the conversation that's occurring here. Nobody knows what that looks and feels like, but I just want to drive the point home. What you're experiencing in an organization is very similar to what your businesses and your individual families are experiencing as you drive around and see the impacts of this storm. So I think that's what Jerome's getting at, that we don't know what that looks like, we don't know what that feels like, we know what it feels like to us. So it's likely to feel similar to businesses and residences that have been similarly affected. And if it's a big issue for us and we've been preparing for it, God forbid how those businesses that may not have full insurance or may not get any of that dollar back, how do they do it? And what does that do to the look of the community? I think that's the nature of what you're getting. Okay? Yes, Debbie.
One thing I wanted to add is, obviously, a 20% fund balance is not enough. It's not enough. We've got a $45 million bill that we just approved for a budget amendment. And we're going to have to move monies around because that fund balance is pretty much gone. And
I'm not sure we've ever said that. What we said was in road and drainage, where the majority of the costs hit because debris management falls in that area, it went into a negative. But the overall 20% of our fund balance, I don't think we've ever said is 20% is for the overall fund balance of the city. That's your rainy day fund, not just a road and drainage piece of it. It's a piece of it, but it's not your 20%. Your 20% of your rainy day fund, correct me if I'm wrong, is not all tied into road and drainage.
road and drainage is a district and it has a 20% fund balance for emergencies. Solid waste has a 20% fund balance for emergencies. Solid waste's emergency fund balance cannot be used for road and drainage.
I don't believe those are the only two fund balances.
So you can do interfund transfers and loans, though. So
well,
most,
go ahead.
most-
I'm sorry.
Kim knows.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so general fund has the 20%, solid waste, road and drainage, fire rescue, building fund. That might be all of them that have the 20% requirement. So, yes.
45 million.
Oh, understood, yes. So what happens when a hurricane happens, so road and drainage is paying out this debris removal and monitoring. They're going negative. They're going to be negative until we get our reimbursement. We utilize pooled cash, so that means we can afford to pay for this and let road and drainage run negative while we wait on those reimbursements. So we still, through our pooled cash, we have $235 million in pooled cash. So that means, it means all of our cash that.
It's tracked by fund, but it's cash on hand.
So remember the
it's
one
liquid.
Remember
You
the
can
one
grab it.
pager I told you we were working on to try to show you exactly what this is what I'm talking about. She knows exactly what it means. We need to see it. We need to see it so we can say, well, where is this pool cash?
We are still $45 million in the negative for road and drainage for just the debris removal until we see this and get a better understanding.
It's there now, and what she means by pool cash is right there. You don't need to see it to believe that it's there. You just need to see it to understand how it works.
So this is our pooled cash.
Right.
I don't even know what that means.
It's all of your, well, let's find this right here.
Yes, it's all of our available cash that we can use. So if I go to the data, to make the most of this, if we kept all of our cash separate and could only pay that bill, if that cash was available there would be things that we'd have to wait through to the end of the year to pay for, because, our taxes come in at certain times of the year. So we pull it all together and we utilize that, but we keep a minimum level that we never go below, but we utilize that, but we keep a separate accounting for it. but it's all pulled together to be able to utilize. So road and drainage at the end of February was actually a negative 5.7 million. Their cash balance went to a negative, but the general fund had 41 million. The surtax has another 40-something million. So we have a total in excess of just our core portfolio. Let me get to the end. Our core portfolio is about, we have a total of 134 million in pooled cash. The core portfolio, meaning things we wouldn't want to have to cash in, things we got invested in, things we wouldn't want to have to immediately get to, is another 129 million. So we still have 105 million.
But I can't stress how much seeing it in a picture would be so much helpful. I love the way you explain it. Thank you again. But you really need to see it. And then when you see it, you'll get a starting point of saying, well, where does this leave us? And how much do we have left? How much are we below overall in 20%? And what does that mean? Do we need to raise the thresholds? Do we have any money that we need to explore another program? What is the millage rate going to look like? But these are all questions that are tied together. But if we don't answer those questions for you in the beginning, you'll never be able to get to the end of a budget process. So that's what we're working on.
Okay, so I'm going to try to bring you back. I'm going to bring you back to the conversation at hand here. Is there a desire to create a separate pillar? It may not be called Hurricane Ian or post-Hurricane Ian, maybe disaster response or something like that. Or is there, the philosophical question is, do we create another pillar, yet to be determined what it's called, to capture this type of stuff? I've been trying to take notes of things that have come up, so because we're probably not going to have time today to develop all the priorities, but maybe that's something we come back with some ideas on. But the question is, do you feel comfortable that you want to establish this as a separate pillar? I realize this is really squishy to use the land planning term that we talked about earlier, whatever we call that, with some priorities to be developed, or do you incorporate this stuff under your existing 6 pillars? So that's kind of the philosophical question after we've gone through this discussion about these are the types of things that you're trying to get your arms around. So what's your thoughts?
I don't know, I think there's enough value in pulling it all together and really understanding, the ins and outs of responding to a disaster.
Yeah, I think it should be in one place.
Yeah, when it's scattered, I think
can
it's a
see
lot more
everything.
difficult to track.
Yeah.
And to learn from. And I know no 2 disasters are ever the same, but the process of response could be very similar.
Yeah.
I think, I agree, it needs to be separate. This way, all the categories can be all lined up underneath whatever the response may be. Commissioner McDowell said, disaster management, disaster recovery, whatever the name of it is, it's not necessarily hurricane.
Correct.
But, go ahead, sir.
We have a visual that I just want to show you in a minute when you pulls it up that kind of shows you how when you look at what we're talking about here, but when you see it collectively, like electronically, and you're like, oh, okay, so if this one was a disaster recovery one, it would look like this, and it would have different things that were specific to that, so that people can find it and look at it very easily and not hunt and peck and say, well, what happened to this and what happened there? Because just like we know there's crossover in some of the other pillars that we just talked about, as we move some of those around, this one would be no different, but there is a value in seeing it. And when you look at it and you can scroll through some of the information, this is our new performance dashboards that Eve and all of the department heads have been working on lately. And we launched it with just a few of them, but now when you click on one and you get to see it, you get to see one. So it would be like, disaster recovery, and then it would scroll down and you would start seeing the different information from it that allow people to say, this is the information that I want to look at directly related to disaster recovery. And that's the value as opposed to it being.
Absolutely. When you have your cutoff dates on, when you have to have your debris out by the road, it's going to be there. They're going to know that, and not call a month later and go, what do you mean? I still got stuff.
That's right. That did happen.
To this point, you could also put, if you've expended, I've heard the term $45 million, you could have, money spent in response, reimbursement status or something like that. So to your point saying, if it takes us 5 years to get there, but we've got to prepare for the next storm, that's part of your conversation. At least there's something out there that people, to keep it fresh in their mind, that we haven't finished getting reimbursed from the last storm, and we got to prepare for the next storm season and whatever comes forward. I think that's what you're
yeah,
getting at, right?
absolutely. And of course, the natural disaster page. You can have multiple pages for multiple disasters that we go through without losing the content and the effect of the one prior to it. But there's a lot of data that goes back to these pillars that we're talking about. I know we're talking about indicators, but when you start peeling back the data that the different departments have submitted that Eve has sort of cataloged, you're going to see it's very, very impressive. And
Incredible. Can we access
it is public. It's public now. It started off with a couple of pilot departments, and I think she just got all of them there. Eve, maybe a week or so ago. It wasn't that long ago.
So, yeah, if you go to government, city services, our transparency page.
There you go.
So this is also part of our budget kickoff this year when we tell people where to find information about us when they have questions about where we're spending our money and why. They can go to our dashboard and they can look at all of our departments and see all this information.
So what you're saying is this, you have to have something like this for disaster recovery and
Correct.
response. And would that act like a constant, and depending on what is the disaster, then that would be the variable, how that would change? But this
Absolutely.
could stay, this would be the same format.
Correct, and use
for
that a
anything.
different page for the next one, but someone's gonna come back and ask you specific questions about this particular natural disaster event. You don't wanna go through 5 different pillars trying to figure out, well, let me add it all up for you.
No,
we
it's
wanna
all
send
gonna
you-
be
send you
there.
And we can keep them updated on.
Disaster, you
Correct.
plug in those
Right.
variables and you're gonna say, "Yeah, now
So you
this is
can
what it
see
looks
a
like."
roll-up, then click on Ian to
Correct.
see how that recovery is going.
Right.
Yeah.
So it might be flood, you go to the flood.
So what about a pillar that says disaster response and recovery management?
Rose by any other name.
Disaster
I wish we had
response
you
and
last
recovery
year, Bill.
management.
What did you say?
Disaster
Sarcasm in
response
that?
and recovery management as the proposed pillar name.
R&R. This is
Response and
Recovery,
recovery
yeah.
management.
Priorities go under this. How
So
would
here's-
that really look? Because a lot of the priorities for response and recovery is, a lot of them are already in the other pillars.
I think it's gonna fall on the event itself on what you have to do.
Well, the first one I would think of is ensure 100% of all recoverable money possible to FEMA is recovered. Because we might submit a number of X, and then FEMA comes back and actually gives us a number of Y. Well, what happened? Did we categorize something wrong? Did we code it wrong? Well, what happened? So again, that we don't make that same mistake next time, or did we get some? We have a consultant that helps us with this as well, and that's the first thing that I would think of.
There also might be a couple of preventive types or mitigating types, like communication, a communication priority, how we're gonna better communicate during the event. How we're gonna harness the resources of, the various state and federal agencies that come out and start providing food and water. I mean, there were some hiccups there and coordination issues, so part of it, there's all different.
And then I know he said we could flesh out the indicators later, but most importantly, the long-term resiliency and recovery that the group is working on now with the third party, that's where the information would be to list the steps of what's happening as we move forward and the surveys are going out. What did the surveys say? And then what did you as a body come back and make determinations and decision makings on what those surveys said and put your input into the process? All of that would be under this dashboard that people can find it easily with the data of the event.
Where does the EOC go? Do we want to manage that under the police lump, or are we going to manage that separately, and does the EOC belong here?
I think currently it's under the fire lump, as you said. No, it was the
Typically
police
fire.
in the conversation of where the headquarters was going to go for the building, but it's under our fire department. It's under our fire department. To answer your question, it's under the fire department.
I just wonder if that ought to be tracked.
And transferred maybe over to the natural disaster, or what did you call it?
Natural disaster.
Right, exactly. Because those EOC operations are specifically related back to
Recovery.
that.
natural response and
Put
recovery.
on their lessons learned, from the county, and the after action reports. What are we gonna do better? What did they learn? What did we learn? Data from them to us and how we work well together is always gonna be important, but putting it in one spot is advantageous.
To Debbie's questions, and I think maybe in so what I've been trying to do is capture, although you haven't necessarily stated them as priorities, I've just tried to capture the conversation so I can at least get a flavor, because I don't know, given the time we have allocated today, we're going to be able to fully land on this, but I want to at least have something that at least sets the table for that conversation. So, things I've heard is FEMA recovery, cost, preparing the city's facilities and the cost to harden those, questions about the financing and the fund balance. Is there a desire for business and residential assistance? Fund balance question at 20%. Ensuring the recovery of all eligible is a priority. Communication strategies pre, during, and post events. Long-term capital needs, which may go, that's a broad one, but we'll have to flush that out, and then EOC type issues. Those things may shake out to be some series of priorities, but I don't know that given today as a brand new pillar, we're going to have a chance to flush all that out. But I've at least wanted to capture some thoughts, and I'll at least take a stab at kind of here's some suggested ideas, and we can take it at the next round, if that makes sense. I think because that's what you were getting at, because I know, if I'm correct, a lot of the other stuff about stormwater and evacuation routes and things like that may very well be in some of your other areas. And I don't know, my instincts are if you're going to create this new pillar, some of that stuff's likely to get moved around over this, because in order to capture it in that way, if that's the desire of the city. And so we're going to have to just kind of play with that for a little bit and make sure it lands, and then bring it back to you for, this is our best approach at where we think it fits. And here's some suggested priorities within this area. And then, as I said, that's probably going to be another conversation you're going to need to have as a group. But we can at least kind of get the ball rolling in that way. That makes sense or not? Debbie, yes, no.
Along for the ride on this one.
Okay, all right.
Because I'm still caught on, we should be doing this with every single priority we just talked about this entire day. Should be with the eye of this disaster. How do you plan so that we can do the best we possibly can with every single priority we've already talked about? If you're saying, well, we had a problem with communications because of the equipment, well, when we're ready to buy new equipment, we should be looking at it with that lens. Every single thing we touch should always be looked at with the lens of some type of disaster. We cannot plan every single disaster because every single hurricane is completely different. I've lived through 4 of them here. Andrew, Ian, Irma, and Charlie. Every single one of them was completely different. And each one of them had different needs. And while we focus on Ian and things to do better for next time, I agree that has to be looked at. But to me, it's not a pillar. The things we've already talked about are each one of those things that we need to focus on.
So let me suggest.
I'm in the minority, and that's okay.
That's right. So let me suggest this. So if we take this, because as I say, we're not going to be able to land everything today. But if we take this and flush it out, and then bring it back to you, and then you can have that way, you'll see what it looks like, and whether you agree that it should look that way, or you want to incorporate the stuff differently into your existing pillars. I think you can have that conversation. I just don't know that given where we're at this point of the afternoon, we're going to be able to flush all that through. That make sense?
And I'm saying this will put, I'm sorry. This will put everything in one area, and if we feel the need to pull something out,
Leave it in a different spot.
and put it in a different spot because it has to be something ongoing, then we'll do that.
If we had another day between this one and the rest of the things to talk about, I would say let's proceed on that. I don't think I can get you there at the end of today at this
And
point.
I think to Debbie's point, every department in this city, I'm sure, can assess costs and things that need to happen that are above and beyond their normal budget, specific to the disaster.
So absolutely, I think every department, so part of our disaster response and recovery management is an assessment by each department on what was the specific impact, but then we track it in one place. So I get your point, and I think every department will need to do that and feed into this, but we just sort of track everything in one place.
This is a strategic vision for 5 years. What I'm seeing up here is more, this is how we're recovering from Ian, and this is what we have to do with Ian. I understand we're planning for other problems and other disasters. I get that. But these are specific to what just happened.
And to your point, I'm going to get you. Just let me just close the door on this one. I know exactly what you're saying. Because I'm going to be one probably taking a first stab at this. I'm trying to be that higher level, not just reacting to what's occurred. You've lived through this, and what are you going to do strategically going forward, recognizing every disaster is different? So my challenge, and I was just trying to capture your thoughts here, is to maybe give you some suggested words and priorities that is that long-term strategic, not reactionary.
One way I look at it is the questions are always the same, the answers are different.
That's a good way to say it. Very
So
good way to say it.
I appreciate the tension of you could argue this stuff all fits into everything you got and you can do it differently. At some point you decide if you want to prioritize it differently, then let's reshuffle the deck. You'll have a chance to look at it. If it makes sense to you at that point, great. If it doesn't, then you can fold it back into the existing pillars.
I think it's great because we're acknowledging that was a severe problem that we've got, disaster and how we're reacting. And this is a fluid document. We reevaluated it now. It says 2022, but we went through it and changed some things now and things around. So I think we do that because things change.
Right.
Just like we now have that disaster component that we're going to look at.
Oh, yeah, see, I raised my hand and waited.
You haven't been raising your hand the whole time either.
No, but the one thing that we're looking at, and I think we're sort of overseeing a little bit, she brought up a good point to where it says all disasters are different. Ian affected us greatly right here, right now. The other hurricanes that we've been through has been in other neighborhoods, other communities. We've always gone and served to help them. This time, we needed to help. We need to figure out what that recovery effort is to become whole again for our whole community. And then once we are, prepare for if it happens again, or how do we help the other neighborhood, areas when they get hit, because we've learned our lesson. Maybe it's Port Charlotte, neighboring community. We might be able to help them, or Upper Sarasota. How do we go and respond and help them? How do we have them come down here if need be? Whatever the case may be, it's a learning tool. It's cost money. Yes, we'll figure that out. It's cost resources. It costs manpower. We did this for so many days. We had to evacuate. We had neighboring jurisdictions coming down here helping us with the floods. All of that stuff can be categorized in this field, so we learn from it to where we can semi-prepare for what we may have to do for our neighbors. And I think it's going to be a long working tool, and it's not going to be done overnight.
All right.
You got something to say, Phil?
I'll tell you later.
I want to go back to the other piece that was raised, had to do with the possibility of discussing housing. Let me go back to get to this spot here. Okay. Okay, yeah, see these two slides. All right, we now talked about, obviously, Hurricane Ian. There was a discussion about making housing a pillar in and of itself as well. And let me make sure there wasn't anything else. So, yeah, okay, so Debbie, I think this was one that you wanted to advance as well. So let's talk through housing concerns.
So it's no secret that housing is not only something that I am very passionate about, I think it's every single commissioner up here is passionate about. It is affecting so many aspects of our city and economic development and jobs. We don't make it a priority to have some kind of affordable housing component and some type of housing. And this may all be shot down as soon as SB 102 gets signed. We are going to just repeat over and over and over and over the subdivisions that are going in that are all market rate housing purchases, the apartments that are going in that are all market rate apartments. And I know that we have this priority number 2 under economic development, but if we're going to talk about priorities and the way I'm seeing this strategic plan, you have the pillar, that in itself is the priority, it's the overarching, and then you have your priorities within that pillar. I feel that housing is really getting lost in our strategic plan. We have people that, it doesn't matter what age, they cannot afford to live here, either pre-hurricane or post-hurricane. We have people that we are trying to fill positions and they can't come here or live here because they can't afford to live here because of the cost of housing. It's a huge issue, and if I didn't bring it up to try and get it to be its own pillar so that it has its own priorities, it gets lost.
Here's a thought, having, it's taking a fresh look as a new person in government and listening to all the conversations and the meetings and the seminars on affordable housing. The tools are out there. It's a huge process. There's not, if you did everything that was out there to do, we'd only make a dent. But the truth is it necessary to make it a pillar, or is it necessary for city government and leadership to have the guts to make the decisions that are necessary to solve this problem, like inclusionary housing? I mean, there are tools that are available that city governments don't use because they don't have the guts to do it, is the way I see it. I don't know that it needs to be a pillar. I mean, if you made every residential development require a portion of inclusionary housing, you would make a big dent. So does it need to be a pillar when the truth is you can sit there and do all you want in terms of saying it's a priority, but if you don't actually do something about it and it's there, I mean, we have the ability to make a dent, but we don't. And is it necessary to be a pillar?
Sure that's the issue. And yes, the tools are out there. They're not necessarily activated in our community. And I guess I'm looking up at Elena, lucky Elena, because,
I'll get you first.
there's work happening.
At the bit to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me just get my thought out.
She's the mayor.
Yeah, the thing is, don't raise your hand. But I thought staff was going to be bringing back at some point, a while ago, we had conversations about different housing types that our zoning today doesn't allow. So yeah, the tools are out there, they're just not activated here. And we also talked about different kinds of incentives to attract the building of affordable housing here, or to motivate existing builders to include some workforce or other kinds of housing. So there's work in progress. My sense is, I think Deb identified a real lack in our plan, that we don't have a documented focus on affordable housing. I see it as a priority under economic development and growth management, but we definitely need to have it. And just one final thought, the reason I don't know, the reason I don't see us doing a whole pillar is so much of this is outside of our control. It's market driven. That I just think we're hamstrung in terms of exactly how much we can impact. We could certainly do a lot more than we're doing now, and that work is underway. But it's just so much of it is out of our control. Anyway,
I was going to say half of what you said, which is, as Elena and her team are, developing the policies that's going to come back in front of you for that decision making, there's going to be some choices that you have to make to see where your line is for the support of affordable housing. There's going to be different things within your power, the zoning and the incentives. And I would say, how much are you willing to pay? Because Doug said earlier, if it's going to be a pillar, you've got to put how much resources you're willing to put into it. And whether it's waiving impact fees or waiving this or deferring that, there has to be a threshold where you say, this is the amount of money we're willing to put into the pot in order to make it happen. Now, granted, I don't think you can make that decision until we put the financial snapshot in front of you, but they're all sort of interconnected because I know you get my point. But at the end of the day, we're going to need you to be able to help us with not only the qualifications of what the affordable housing policy looks like that you are willing to accept and how we're talking about affordable or deeply affordable, wherever you're going to go on that spectrum. But at the end of the day, when you look at a developer and they say, hey, you want me to put in affordable housing and I'm in the business of making money, not really doing affordable housing, it's going to take a cash incentive, some sort of incentive that is going to move the project along. And you have to decide where your line is.
Reduction in impact fees, and we need that money
Right.
to fund infrastructure.
But it
So
will be a financial impact. Yeah.
So to get to the point, I try to highlight, right now, this may set the tone for the discussion. I brought up economic development. Right now, my recollection, unless anybody, and Eve, you're close to the stuff as well, this is the only thing I think you have in your strategic plan specifically as it relates to affordability and housing options. So I just want to highlight that because it's there, but it's the only thing there. So unless Eve, can you think of anything else? That's the only one that I thought was the place. So that's kind of where I wanted to bring it back to. So Debbie, yes, go ahead.
I agree that we may have to reduce impact fees, or we may have to do a number of things financially. But when a developer comes to us and says, hey, I want to rezone, or hey, I need a waiver or special exception, that in itself is that's their ask, and we automatically not automatically, we say yes, but we get nothing back. We get nothing in return for that.
We might not get housing in return, affordable housing. We get other, that's not nothing. There are other things we get.
I'm speaking about affordable housing. That's what I'm looking for.
Your blanket statement.
So the point I was trying to emphasize is that if affordable, and I will tell you once again, this is an issue almost every city I deal with across the country, large, small, growing, retention cities, things like that, everybody's dealing with this issue. So there's not a silver bullet out there. I can tell you that from experience. Everybody's doing it a little differently. Nobody's found the magic solution to this because it looks and feels differently in every community. So the point that I raise is, out of your 65 priorities, one deals presently, now we've made some changes, but I don't think we've added anything here, but one deals with affordable housing. So I guess the question really from a policy standpoint is, does the item of affordable housing rise to a pillar? Or number two, if it not, did the items in your priorities deal with the issue that you're facing? Because I've heard you say, number one, it ought to be there. It is there, but it's one out of 65. And then number two is that getting what you're trying to accomplish in affordable housing, the give and take, the tools that Phil mentioned about, and the request for waivers, what do we get in return? How does that work? So I guess I'm trying to bring you back. This one, right now you only got one, so I don't know it rises to a pillar, but I'm not diminishing its importance. But if it doesn't rise to the pillar, is this sufficient, or do we need to talk about something differently, above and beyond, or modifying? if that's the issue, okay?
So the 2.1s and the 2.2s that are here are insufficient. I think there's a lot more work, and staff is looking at a lot of those tools. I think they definitely need to be identified here. And what I don't think we're going to get to today, but where the importance of things will start coming out, is we're going to have the very tough decision of having to prioritize these things. And maybe under economic development, affordable housing is number one, maybe it's not. So that's really where the really important priorities will rise to the top.
Hold the thought on prioritization, because I'm going to get you there. I promise I'll get you there. So I'm going to go back to the point. Debbie, this has been the issue, you championed. So the question is that get you where you're trying to get, or do you want to advocate for either an expansion of that or something above and beyond that as priorities? Or, because I don't know where you are on what you want to accomplish with regards to with affordable housing beyond that. I'm trying to get clarification on it.
Well, the range of housing options is the tiny homes and container homes. And maybe all of this is just a moot point until we get the ULDC complete. Because we can't do anything until we get that done. And that's where your courage is, because we have the courage to say, yes, developer, we want inclusionary housing, we want inclusionary zoning, and we want these container homes, and we want this, and we want this, but our code doesn't allow it right now.
There's regulation. I mean, inclusionary housing requires us to subsidize the difference.
The difference is when you give
somebody
them
pays for what market pace doesn't do, whether that's you or somebody else.
The benefit that I was trying to get across is if they're asking for something and we are demanding inclusionary zoning, when they come to us with an ask and we say, you have to have 25% of your development be inclusionary zoning, and they're coming to us and saying, well, I want it rezoned from agricultural to commercial, well, that in itself is the economic benefit to make up that gap. It is. Or they come to us with a special exception.
Lawyers would have to tell us if that's the case. It might be, but maybe it isn't. I don't know that we could say it. I hear what you're saying. There's always a give and a take. And if,
We are giving and they are taking.
Lately, but I know we put in some money for Palmport, which, they built out, and
It was the low-income housing tax credit that was used, and we had to show, and we used our contingency fund for that.
that in. Someone else is looking at us to help them with their affordable housing, and their ask is like $500,000 instead of $50,000. But you don't say no. You say, show me the plan. Show me what it's going to take. And then that's where you get your give and take at that moment. Maybe the other deals were not arranged so that the give and take was presented early enough in the equation. But you can't wait until it gets too far down the line and start asking. You got to ask from the beginning. And that's what we do.
We have one ask to build housing in that commercial partial northwest of the interchange at Toledo Blade, and we turned them down. So we do some things with the limited.
That's what I mean. It's a tough issue that everyone's fighting with, and that's what I mean by the guts. The guts to say, we're going to deal with this problem and do everything we can. And we are trying. I mean, we do, I think, as a city, probably as much, not more than a lot of the surrounding areas. I mean, it's just not an easy thing.
Income restricted units, either open for business or in the queue, right, Elena?
Let me give you, I could, having been a resident of Florida and the dynamics of what we face, but I want to give you another perspective. I do a lot of work up in Connecticut, and especially around the Hartford area. And what that state has done, I'm going to paraphrase this, saying every state, every town and local government unit has a target of a certain percentage of affordable housing they have to hit in terms of the numbers. And if they don't hit that plan number, developers have the ability to come in and basically disregard your zoning code and build whatever they want, wherever they want. So in the middle of a commercial district, you may end up with an affordable housing. It is freaking everyone out. Every town that I work with is dealing with it differently. What I'm saying is that that's a case where everybody's scrambling to get to that target now because they don't want to have development basically supersede whatever your development code is. Now, I can, in my wildest dreams and where we are today in Florida, I can't see that happening. What I'm just telling you is that this is the challenge in affordable housing. At some point, there are agencies saying, do it, or we're going to tell you you're not going to have the choice of doing it. And so what that done has, in essence, forced everybody to get to that level. So they're all scrambling to get to the percentages they need to get to. So that being said, so I go back to my question. Is priority 2, as it stands today, sufficient for what you're trying to get?
Well,
what it
I
doesn't-
don't even, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
You know, I know it's a priority, and I know affordable housing is a hot topic, but again, I don't see what tools we do have. This was brought up in the last few development. In fact, you asked that question, I think, when there was some DMP we approved, and you asked about affordable housing, and the applicant said something along the lines of the comp plan does not, something like that. It's not, the comp plan has been the same for forever. It doesn't have an affordable housing component, and it never had. And we have all this land that's being developed, and I don't even know what land is still available that would even apply to, because these DMPs coming through, they're things that already were processed a long time ago, so they fall under whatever that current comp plan is, correct? So even if we were to change it, it wouldn't apply to them, isn't that right?
A housing element in our comp plan that addresses affordable housing. It's our codes.
But it hasn't applied to any of those housing.
Codes are not in sync.
And this is the challenge of the ULDC. When I talk about having tentacles, it reaches into so many different elements of the area. So I think what Debbie's getting at is, can you build tiny homes? Can you build granny flats, for the lack of a better area? Are they available in different, so that you can have people in a house behind your house, so to speak, and maybe things like that. That's the code of, can you do that? That's
quarter acre lots.
Right.
We want to change it from single family homes to tiny homes. Right. And that.
So at this point, I guess, my desire to have it be its own pillar is very, very much still there. But the priorities don't support it because our code doesn't support it. So it's kind of a moot point, you know, and it is, because the codes have to be changed to be able to accomplish some of the things that our housing needs to have accomplished.
We need a 2.3 perhaps.
True, but
Yeah.
while you're waiting for the ULDC rewrite to be done, I wouldn't just not do anything. I mean, like, where do you all sit on incentives, and what should they look like? How should they be structured? What are you willing to waive? How much are you willing to put in from your budget in order to say, yes, we want to put this into the pot? Those are those are conversations. I don't think you all are on the same level of what you're willing to put into the affordable housing conversation. While the ULDC rewrite is coming back, and it will come before you from decisions, there's nothing wrong with saying, I saw a model of affordable housing over in the city of Dallas, Texas, and this is what they do, and talking about it amongst yourselves in a workshop or as an agenda topic to say, let's keep moving the affordable house piece going. Let's have a conversation on it once a month, and don't bite off too much of it, but just take a little piece of it in little chunks and say, let's talk about it. That way, when Elena does get done, then you know you're better prepared to say, we know exactly what we want. Can we do it that way? Yes, you can. No, you can't. You can do this. You can do that. And then it'll save time on the implementation side. But we're sitting here in, what is this, March? Yeah. And that'll be back in about, the fall, a year. Help me out.
You're getting your steps in today, Elena.
And I can't keep track of my days or months, so help me out.
I'm struggling with years.
So, yes, it is March. It is March.
2023.
We're on track to get this adopted this fall.
Okay.
So, with an effective date in January. Okay. But what our city manager was saying, the code isn't stopping someone from proposing affordable housing today.
yes, we don't allow certain types of construction. We don't allow granny flats or, accessory dwellings, that type of thing. But we have multiple places where somebody can do multifamily, and it could be affordable housing, whether it's all affordable housing or some affordable housing. What we run into most of the time, and I will tell you that every time we sit down with anybody proposing multifamily, the first thing, one of the first things out of our mouths is, are you going to do any affordable units? Is this going to be affordable? Their answer is usually no for various factors. Biggest factor is because they are not, that particular developer is not in the business of affordable housing. Most developers, at least the ones that I've worked with, and I've worked with some big affordable housing developers, that is their business. They are not market rate developers. They are affordable housing developers. And the affordable housing financing is very, very difficult. There are federal and often state programs. I've worked on projects where the local government pitched in not just $500,000, which was our latest asset we're talking about right now, where they've put in multiple millions of dollars for the project. So that is the number one roadblock, is that, one, developers aren't in that business. They don't want to spend the time and the effort that it takes to go after that financing. And then number two, they want not just a little bit, but they want a sizable kick in from the local government. And I will say that the one that the commission authorized the $50,000 on, they ended up not using it because it didn't, the way that we were paying it didn't line up with their type of financing that they were using.
Not the one that wanted to call it a loan or something.
Yes.
That was bad.
So it was
not good.
Right. The way that they basically wanted us to loan the money to them and then write it off or something.
Right.
And we couldn't do it.
Not good. No, that's a Palm Port.
No, this was Palm Port. Or
no, we
Atlantic Housing.
Well, we paid the 52 Palm Port, but the prior city manager had agreed to a letter that we would pay either 50 or 75,000.
Right.
I can't remember the number. And we said yes, because that's what you had agreed to. But when we went to go to write them the check, they were like, well, no, can you not write us a check? Can you give it to us as a loan or something? And they wanted some very funky kind of bookkeeping there. And we were like, no.
But
we said that we would provide you assistance, and this is how it is. And they were like.
But the reason because that happened is because the way their financing was structured, it made it difficult for them to take just a check. Right. They needed it set up as a financing method. And so that's one of the problems that you get into with the financing structures for affordable housing. And then there are also timing issues with the federal affordable housing finance programs. They can only apply for those grants.
Unless they're competitive.
Right. But if it's a true affordable housing project that's like, all affordable housing, they can only apply for that funding a certain time of year, and that's another problem. So that's the biggest thing. But we ask every time, are you doing affordable housing? That's one of the first things out of our mouths, and the majority of them do not even want to touch it. So there's a difference between them wanting to do it, but then the city requiring it.
Maybe the priority that needs to be added for housing is determining some type of resource funding mechanism to be able to help facilitate these incentives. Obviously, we can't ask our taxpayers to help us come up with incentives for affordable housing, okay? But maybe there's a way we can have money coming into the coffers through something. I'm not sure what it looks like yet because we haven't even had these discussions. But maybe another priority is to determine incentive funding mechanisms.
I was going to go exactly in this one. So I'm going to step back to the benefit of working with a lot of cities in this area, different ways in which they've handled it. I'm going to go back to McKinney. 2 years ago, when we were doing their strategic planning process, they were blowing up like you were, and nobody wanted to build anything other than high-end housing and market-based housing. So what they ended up doing is they established a strategy. They call their priority strategies there, and they established a strategy to commission a study to do exactly what you were just talking about. What are the range of options are out there? This is a need. We have a desire for affordable housing in this community, but we don't know how to fix this. We don't know what that looks like. We don't know what the best management practices are and all that sort of. Is there a study that they ultimately commissioned that said, here are the range, here's what you're facing in this marketplace, and here are the things that we see as possibilities that you might want to do or consider or work with your developing community to encourage? So since I'm hearing as this conversation has occurred, not everybody's aware of what's out there, what isn't out, how much you're willing to do, what you're not willing to do, how much do we pay for, how much. You might want to start with something similar to what we did in McKinney, where their priority was to let's study this issue, and then from there we'll develop what our strategies are. And so it was a multi-year process, but it got to exactly the point of saying, here's the playbook that might be available. Which ones do you feel comfortable with as policies or financially? And then you can start to figure out and flush it out in detail.
How that would have those options, I'm gathering it would come with the ramifications, like if you went for this option, this is what you would lose, the financial impact?
I'm not going to have that much working knowledge of the actual document. I remember seeing it over multi-years and working with them over the years with that. But that's what they dealt with. They had a conversation almost identical to what you're having here and saying, we don't know how to solve this. We need to figure this out. So they commissioned that. They commissioned a study specifically to deal with their issue. And then that's led to kind of a playbook, and now they're trying to implement different pieces. But they're going to give you options from A to Z, and not politically, you may not be comfortable with all those options. So, but at least it set the table for the conversation.
I'd be curious, interested when you talk about waiving impact fees, of what really is the end result of that, because then obviously we're not getting that for what we need it for. So what ultimately does that end up costing the city? Because somebody has to make that up. Yeah, somebody has to make that up.
Right, you have to cover that.
Right, and then how does that compare?
Right. And what do I think I remember us discussing last year, an amount that we would cover, like as a government, if they had to be waived by them. All I'm saying is there's many financial tentacles out.
Because this has been going on for a long time, and we keep hearing, we have to give incentives, we have to, give them the support, we have to waive this, waive that. How is that going to be paid for? And I really think that should be a priority to figure that out. Yes, we have to work on the ULDC. That's a given. That's a priority. That's, something we've already talked about. But we have to do this strategy and start really thinking outside the box on how to get it accomplished. And that's kind of where I was going with this pillar of start making those building blocks so that it can come to fruition. But I'm not hearing the support of a pillar, but we have to do more than just say, hey, we want to promote affordable housing.
But it's a daunting task. I mean, even the county, no disrespect to the county, they're not even addressing this. They had 2 housing developments that they approved, no affordable housing, and those commissioners have commented that it's market value. We cannot force a developer to take less than what he can get for that. And that was from our county. And for us to do this too, that's a major undertaking.
Plus, really, it costs, there you go. It costs money. It's a budget issue. It's something we're going to discuss. And come this budget season, very shortly, we are going to have priorities to make decisions on. Those priorities will dictate where our dollars go. Whether affordable housing rises to the top as a priority or whether it falls to the bottom or somewhere in between. It's going to be that discussion, not this. What I'm hoping is we can, to segue back to where we need to be, because we could probably discuss this till we all are out of office, is we really, not all of us. Great, some of us are not elected here.
And that day can't come soon enough.
But at the same time, like, maybe a discussion of prioritizing the priorities might be in order, since we only got about an hour left here.
And then a
I
question
know
that
Debbie's trying to
Debbie's
get
been
there, so,
wanting to
okay,
talk.
go ahead.
I hear you that it's a daunting task. To me, it is absolutely no more daunting than trying to figure out how to pay for our water control structures and our Northport Police Department's new building. Please let me finish. If we don't have affordable housing for our residents, we aren't going to have the employers, and we aren't going to have the residents, because they're going to have to leave because they cannot afford to live here.
We get that.
Yeah.
So
And I
there's-
just want to say, comment on
Okay.
a quick question. Just, Northport has done a great job with affordable housing compared to the communities around
Yeah.
us. So I just want to acknowledge that we have way more affordable housing than the city of Sarasota, for example. But a question, we were talking last year about having our own housing authority here. Is there any benefit to that? Does that allow us to leverage anything that we can't, I mean, maybe not to answer today, but at some
Maybe that's one of
point.
the key indicators that goes under this priority.
The county is connected to the housing authority, but I think they're underneath the county, if I'm not mistaken. But they're not, are they a separate entity?
I know we had our own housing authority
Yeah,
within
maybe a
community
separate-
development, and so it was a city provided program.
The
Where we
question
did
now-
access to funds, homesteading, and rehabilitated, got grant dollars to provide housing opportunities, urban homesteading and buying vacant properties, things like that.
The answer I would give, as you consider exploring a regular monthly agenda topic about affordable housing, is to say, hey, can you bring us back the pros and cons of what a housing authority would mean for us to be connected to in Northport? Do we need our own? Can we connect with the one that is servicing Sarasota County? Or what does that look like, and what does that mean to us? These are the questions that I would encourage you to ask and get answered before.
Maybe what we can do and to help move this along is maybe we can ask the city manager to create an agenda item soon, like within the next month, to come up with workshop topics specific to housing and affordable housing. So that way then we can get the information, start writing our playbook, start having those conversations, gathering the information, so that when the ULDC is approved, we have more information, we can start moving forward and start trying to do that study and make that the priority that I had talked about earlier, and add that as a priority for economic development. I don't even
So I'm gonna-
remember what I called it.
I'm
It
gonna-
was so brilliant.
So I'm gonna go back to the point. Right now you have one item on affordable housing. I think there's a desire to, it may not rise to a pillar at this stage of the game, but there's at least interest in talking about it because of its implications for your community. So I've suggested you might want to add a priority that talks about commissioning a study to look at a range of options, or you might want to have the priority to be, let's commission a series of workshops to determine what your strategy may be that might lead to a study if that's it, but I don't want to prejudge that. So I think the question really before you is, do you want to add another priority to get your arms around what affordable housing looks and feels like and what tools you might be able to implement in whatever way, shape, or form that may be?
Or change that priority, like instead of promoting, actually have more
It-
verbiage
That's,
that
that's,
is
that's
like, let's do
available.
something.
Right now, that's pretty broad-based. But what I've heard all of you say is, we don't know what that looks like here, which gets to strategy, but it also gets to, if you don't know what it looks like, it's hard to define the priority of what your goals and your targets might be. So, yeah, so my question to you is, what do you want to do with that? Do you want to, is the priority to sit and start a series of community conversations as workshops? You want to commission a study? You want to just leave it the way it is? I'm just trying to get some clarity so that we can land the plane on this one.
Studies are good. I have another question for Elena.
I knew one was coming.
You didn't get up and move, right?
We had a random conversation, I don't know, a long time ago. And the conclusion of the very brief conversation is we don't even know how much we need. And I thought, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I thought you had said something, we really need to update our housing.
So a housing study was done many years ago.
And what we really need to do is not just update that, but do a housing needs analysis or housing needs assessment.
Housing needs analysis.
Housing needs assessments will, one, define your problem. Right now, we can tell you how much affordable housing we have, but we can't really tell you how much we need to meet the population as it is and the projected population at build out. So the ideal thing to do is find out what we need, not just the number of units, but the types of units that we need. There's a big difference between studio apartments and single-family homes. And it's not, when we think affordable housing, we shouldn't also be thinking just rental properties. We should be thinking home ownership because that's what builds generational wealth. So if people at the lower income levels can never own their own home, they will never build generational wealth. So it's defining that problem holistically, but then a housing needs analysis will also provide the strategies and the strategies to get you where you need to go. So it's not just identifying the problem, it's going to give you the solutions that you can use. As Commissioner Stokes said, there is no single silver bullet to this problem, and there is nothing that we can do to solve the problem. We will never solve the problem, but we can make strides towards getting there. The other thing too is that when we bring the next part of the ULDC to you, which is the very brief zoning chapter.
Tongue in cheek, yeah.
Be brief.
Part of that goes back to the discussion, the workshop that we had on affordable housing. And if you'll recall, we had multiple strategies that we provided the commission for options to address it, including some funding, potential funding sources in there. Part of our discussion for the zoning ordinance that will be coming forward is identifying the things that we are proposing in the ULDC that specifically address and target affordable housing. So it's not only a matter of, well, our ULDC doesn't allow, accessory dwellings. It's also, what are we building into this zoning ordinance that will incentivize affordable housing, require affordable housing, help us pay for affordable housing. One of the things that we talked about was a program where maybe if a commercial developer wants to increase their FAR above what the zoning ordinance says, maybe they pay a certain fee towards affordable housing.
Number 9.
So
I see it. I
it's
see it.
those types of things, and those are going to be built into this zoning code. I think that once you see that, it may help you narrow down a list of things to talk about, to explore beyond zoning. Maybe things that don't, really get addressed in the zoning code. But I think a lot of it starts too with the housing needs assessment.
So I'm going to go back. One last question. Do you want to change? Do you want to add? Do you want to add a study? Do you want to add a conversation? Do you want to add a workshop? Anything else on affordable housing so that we've got clarity so that we can kind of finish the topic?
I think instead of promote, we're past the promoting part. I think we are creating and demanding and requiring. We need more meat to that word because promote just sounds so squishy.
So how about,
squishy?
let me, because I don't know that you've got here's the layman listening to the conversation. I don't think you know what tools are available and what you can best deploy or how you can leverage those tools or leverage the discussion. So I think maybe the area is explore a variety of options, incentives, programs to encourage a range of housing options and affordability for current and future residents. I think just saying that's kind of like what you want to do, but you really haven't defined how you're going to get there because there's a whole lot of conversation that nobody knows what those tools might look like. Part of that's housing, yeah.
So instead of promote, it's
explore, yeah, because I think that's where you're at. Yeah.
Create, you're working on it.
Well, but you don't know what to create yet. Right now, I think you're trying to figure out what you do.
That's where those bullet points are going to come in.
Well, it's ultimately yours. Right now, I hear you say promote, but I don't necessarily beyond the developers walking in and saying, we want to do X, and the first thing the staff is saying is, will you build affordable housing? That's the extent of what I'm hearing you're doing in promoting today. And I don't mean to understate that, but what I'm saying, there's no real formal programs. You might negotiate something, you might have an incentive here or there, but when you're promoting it, you're really trying to say, what can we do to encourage this? What I'm hearing you say in this half an hour discussion is that you're not sure what you want to do or how you want to do it yet, which gets to, do you explore things?
Study, having that assessment that we have.
Pursue, explore, whatever.
More
Yeah.
active. Pursue is more aggressive and active rather than promote is almost like we're going to say we like it and somebody else brings it to us. But to pursue, we're going after those.
Pursue instead of promote?
Yeah. We're going after those opportunities rather than sitting back and.
And if you leave it, if you just say pursue, that could mean that you do a study, that you have the conversations, you have the workshops. I'm just not sure that promote is the right word based on the conversation you've just had.
And all those other options we talked
Yep,
about,
yep.
housing
Try to capture,
authority,
those
city,
things.
county, yeah.
Yep, housing authority, things like that. That make sense? All right? Good. Good, all right.
I concede on my pillar idea.
Okay. Who knows? Who knows where it goes?
Neither do I. Neither do I. I think because
Well, maybe when
committed
there's
as
a little
ever.
bit more meat, it could be a pillar next year, with more substance to it.
To come up with more indicators.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because of just changing that one word, yeah.
Oh, that's not what I want to do, sorry.
Oh, we're doing good, because I got about 40 minutes left.
I know, I'm trying to get you there. Trying to get you there, Pete.
Oh, I'm there. You're not getting me there. I am there.
This is where I want to go. Okay, gotcha. All right, so let's talk about the next things involved and what we did and how we prioritize things. So, now these numbers are where we started a day and a half ago. But these are your existing pillars. Now we're going to make some changes on that, and we're going to be reshuffling and adding some priorities and deleting some priorities and adding and deleting indicators. But at the end of the day, you have 65 priorities and 97 indicators in your current plan, which is a heck of a lot to manage.
Yes.
And so I just want to kind of start with that conversation first and foremost, because then we can talk about some ways to help you get there. So I want to go back to a concept that Peter Drucker has put together, and he's got a book. Drucker's a very well-known author and business author, and obviously a bestseller at the time. They basically talk about that, and this is highlighting that governing bodies often continue to just add things. And we've had a good conversation about maybe eliminating some things, but at some point you overtax your organization's ability and its bandwidth to constantly just add new things and still do everything well and excel the delivery of services and programs. And so what Drucker has talked about in this concept of organized abandonment, and I don't know this is exactly right for you because we've just created this plan, but there's a lot in this plan. So I wanted to say. But basically, instead of always just adding things, you've got to get to the sense of what are you willing to slough off in order to accomplish those things that are higher priorities for you. And so, he's provided some items that you can't create the tomorrow without getting rid of some of the stuff that you're carrying your baggage of today. And so to do that means there's some hard decisions because it's easy, and I can say this as a city manager, it's easy in working with elected officials to say, hey, it's in our plan, because you all get to say it's in the plan. It's a priority, it's in a plan, and that way you can kind of be covered in that regard. But as I say, at some point that becomes a bandwidth and capacity for the organization to address it. So in his book, he talks about ways in which you might want to get rid of some certain things. So his is it's the right action. If just maybe you got a program or system that's got a few more good years, but it's at the end of its life cycle, so to speak. But people try to stretch that out, kind of like having an old car and instead of replacing it, to get 3 or 4 more years out of it. It might be the right action if it's already paid for. But that's fair game. Just because it's paid for doesn't mean you ought to keep hanging on to it. And the last one is really the most critical one, is that in the midst of everything you're facing, if hanging on to something you've always done prevents you from getting to the things that you definitely need to do, that's time to maybe think of getting rid of that. So I know that's a very high level of what organized abandonment means, but that's kind of the concept that Drucker has put into play. So when I've talked to you before, I'm big on this one, saying everything can't be equal. And George Orwell said all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others.
Right.
And so that's what I'm getting at by, at some point, if you've got 65 priorities, they can't all be treated equally or you're not going to get everything done. Some of these are going to be rising in higher levels of importance to you. So last year, we took a stab at this. I didn't necessarily think it landed exactly where we wanted, but we'll explain how it kind of grew to incorporate a variety of other players. But basically, what we often do with our communities in this effort is once we land on getting the priorities together, then we give you as a chance as a commission to vote on those priorities. So that of all these priorities, and when we limit the number of votes you get, so we give you basically an opportunity for a few votes in each of the areas, and you can allocate whether those are all in one pillar or spread across all the pillars, whatever the case would be. And then basically we try to get a look at what that looked like so that we can then come back and say, okay, here's where we think the council's or the commission's overall priorities are, and they're going to be obviously a smaller group than 65. But you're going to spread that out, and I'll show you kind of what happened last year in the process. So, for an example, in the safe community pillar, this is where it got a little bit squirrely. Originally, we were just going to have the commission vote on it. And then there was a discussion, well, maybe we ought to have the staff also vote on these. And then it also expanded to say, let's have a discussion about having the public vote on it. All good, valid thoughts. But this started at kind of, can we prioritize the commission's priorities? And then we added these other elements. So that added the complexity. So you can see the different types of things that took place. And the goal here was to try to give a sense of where you all landed. So in this case, it was pretty clear that the highest priority on the first vote, because sometimes you had 5, as you say, 5, 2, and 2, we slid a couple over to say, all right, well, let's take those and let's get a better clarity. 5 of you maintained, we still think that providing efficient, effective staffing and facilities to ensure a high level of services and response time for public safety services was your highest priority. So that was pretty clear. After that, it dropped down to 3. So I kind of put those just so you get a sense. In green is your highest, orange becomes kind of a middle of the road, red becomes, anything that's out there, it becomes lesser important. So that one was pretty easy to determine, even with all the different elements. And you can even see your staff and your community voted the same way. You had symmetry in that regard. On your second area, quality of life, this one got a little hard to decipher coming out of your first vote. 2 2s and a bunch of 1s. So we had to recast those that had at least that had scores on them. And we ended up with 3 votes on encouraging availability of cultural, music, entertainment, et cetera, and then 2 votes on supporting nonprofits. So we ended up taking the highest of the vote there. But not surprisingly, your staff and your citizens may have a different sense of that. So, we have to talk through that. So what I'm saying is when we go through this, and I can quickly go through, they're not always readily apparent on a first stroke. Sometimes you have to come back and talk through, okay, here's where we're at, and maybe do a second exercise. But the goal here is so that staff ultimately has some clarity that if push comes to shove, and when you guys are talking about your budgeting priorities during the fiscal year, you can come back to say, hey, we agreed this is our highest priority. Are we spending the money in the right spots to accomplish our highest priorities? Yes?
I remember, because I did this as a citizen and I did grade, I think we picked, you just basically scored the ones like if your top 3 or however it is. But would it not be more prudent to actually rank them all and
That's where I
then
was going to go. Yeah.
use some sort of an algorithm or methodology? Because I don't buy Drucker's like abandonment thing, because all our priorities are worthy of being in our strategic plan. I don't think any of them should be abandoned. I think they need prioritization from year to year to year based on what our priorities are. And perhaps it's a better way to then see what the weighted averages is, where's the ranking. And then we look at our available resources and we're able to marry them up and make a decision as to where our best bang for the buck is, you know, so to speak.
I would just say, I think rank ordering all of them is fine, but from a business perspective, we cut programs. When the money wasn't there, we cut. So the concept of abandonment, I think we really need to think about where we're headed. And if some of the things on that list just don't help us get there, then sometimes cutting is the right thing to do.
Don't say no, except that we went through 2 days of this, or a full day today, and I didn't see much in here that I would just say, let's throw out the window. It may end up being at the bottom end of the priority list, but a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, it may well move its way up. I hate the thought of abandoning it, especially since for those people who are affected by something that may rank low, like we may decide in the scheme of things, affordable housing just doesn't cut the mustard and it falls below the 50%. So, you know, is that justification for saying, you know, oh, let's abandon? I mean, every one of these priorities affects our citizens. So it just bothers me. I'm not a big Drucker fan.
Tell us what you think, right? Okay.
I agree. We need to rank our priorities. And I remember last year where we said, well, I'd love to hear what staff has for their priorities and the citizens have for priorities. Guys, this is our plan. This is our strategic plan. We have to figure out what we think is the number one priority for each one of these pillars. And we have to then rank them. And that way then staff has the full focus of these are the top 3 commission priorities, or all of the commissioners said this one is the number one priority. That way then it's sending a clear message. I love hearing from our citizens. I absolutely love hearing from our citizens. But this is our strategic plan that we were voted on to start planning for the city. And I love hearing staff's input, but they're a little bit biased sometimes.
We all come from.
But we all come from different ways, and that's what melds it all together. Because there are a lot of things that we have unity on where we say, yes, this is the number one priority. And then you get into the, well, we got 2 that say this is number 2, and, you know, and move down the pipe and just see.
Out there. I disagree with that. You know, our staff are closest to the situation. I want their perspective. They know a lot more than I do.
I do like it all.
But let me finish. So I want to get those points of view. I may or may not agree based upon what I see and believe, but I want that point of view.
So, recognizing time, I've got these for all of this. So let me just bring it as we talk about the priorities then. So instead of the concept of simply ranking your top 2 or your top 6 or something, what I'm hearing you say, there's a desire within each, wherever we ultimately land on the new priorities and pillars, whatever they shake out to be, you would like the authority, you would like to try to, each of you rank from 1 to whatever that number is, from top to bottom. And then we'll figure out the weighted averages of where that shakes out.
It's really a prioritization.
Yeah, exactly.
Safe Pillars has
you got 13.
Seven
you might have
priorities,
7
so
in
you're
one.
gonna
You
be
might have 10 in another.
Prioritizing 1 through 7. But good governance had like 14 or 15. So then we're going to be prioritizing 1 through 15.
Prioritizing the pillars.
Well, at some point, then you're getting back to, I think, what Phil said. At some point, you've decided these are important elements. Now, here's the most important thing within that pillar that you're trying to accomplish.
Ultimately, as this falls to the commission, ultimately, we will have to decide which pillars take some priority over others. But it's great to see staff and public, as well as our rankings. I think that's, I mean, I'd love to see it all. I thought that was one of the best things you all did last year, and I really enjoyed going through it and doing it myself as a citizen, and I think it made me feel involved. That was the reason no, that wasn't.
So, the concept.
on this ranking, are you gonna send us a clean copy of what
Oh.
we've already changed and then we rank?
No, you
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
work with
I don't even know what that looks like yet because I got
Right.
homework to do coming out of this session. So there's two ways of doing this. There's two ways of doing it. One was what we just talked about. You rank 1 to 5 or 1 to 7 or whatever they are. The other concept is another way of looking at this, because that gets to be, we can figure out the math and the weighted averages and all that sort of stuff. The other option of what we've sometimes had some communities do is to say, you're going to give a score of 1 to 3. 1 highest priority, 2 middle priority, 3 lowest priority. So you get 1s, 2, 1, and so
The lower the score, the
so it's
higher
like a
the
golf score.
priority.
The lower the score becomes the highest priority. It's a simple saying. I view it. It's a simple way rather than getting into the complexities of weighted averages and everything else. Saying I definitely like this. This is my highest priority or highest priorities versus those that get 1s versus 2s versus 3s.
That's what we do with staff and citizens, is have them rank 1, 2, and 3, and we rank all of the priorities.
Now I will tell you the fallacy of that is not that some elected officials may want to game the system. When I've seen that happen, I've seen a lot of them say, well, they're all going to get 1s. Yeah, so it's, yeah.
We want the rank order.
Yeah.
It forces prioritization.
Okay, so I'm throwing it out there. So you want to say 1 to whatever that number is, each one, and then we'll figure out the weighted average of those that are lower, the highest priorities. So we'll be clear on that. So what you want to do is say every commissioner votes from 1 to 5 or 1 to 7 or 1 to 10, with 1 being the highest priority, 10 being the lowest within that. So it's forcing you to rank within your priorities. Now, you're all going to land differently, and we'll have to sort out the math on that.
If you do it the other way, and like she said, one of them had like 14, you could have 3 3s, 2 2s, and a bunch of 1s.
Yep. No, I
And
understand.
then,
As I said, there's,
then your top 3 priorities would be all your 3s. I'm not saying we're doing it that way. I'm just saying that's how it
that's the point I'm saying. Is that sometimes people will game the system.
I'm not saying we do it that way.
At
I'm
the end
just
of the-
saying it was messed up the other way.
Some days, what we used to do is we do this after we kind of work out rough language, and we'd have sticky dots. And what I would see happening is commissioners would wait, well, if 5 of my commissioners already put the top priority there, I'm going to put mine somewhere else because I know that's already in. So there's a way of gaming it. So if I'm forcing you to rank it, then that's it. You got to rank from top to bottom.
Prioritization.
Or are we ranking it at
You're
a
going
meeting?
to all individually rank it, and then we'll look at what those numbers look like. I will tell you right now, because I've done this in different ways, that's going to require another conversation amongst you because those numbers will look differently, and you're not going to get everything out of it that you want. But it'll get you the first cut.
Mine, and it may not be his,
Yep.
or
Yeah. But it will lead to another conversation. That's something we didn't do last year, but that's something I think you're going to need to do.
Doing before we move into our budget season so that we can crystallize our priorities a little better.
Yep, gotcha.
I mean, it'll.
So, all right, so I've got clarity on what we're going to do there. I'm not forcing this on trying to find some other work. This is how we do it with McKinney. We do initially 1, and then we prioritize it. Then we come back and discuss the priorities and talk through those differences, and then you have a final plan. So that may be required to do that extra step.
See, to be able to vote.
You're going to have to give me a chance to talk. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's going to come off my plate to your plate, and then your plate to the
Before we
commission.
go to budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Forget the calendar. No, we really start nailing it down.
My goal is to get off my plate onto your plate as quickly as I can, so you can develop the instrument.
You're going to have it tomorrow.
It's coming. It won't. I can guarantee it's not coming this week. So, all right. So that gives me clarity on what we're doing there. So we're not going to spend more time on that. I want to just highlight that as you went through this, and as I said, we went through a lot in a day and a half. It's a lot of effort, and I'm sure you're all physically and emotionally drained at this stage. But this is a process. It's not a point that you just do in one snapshot of time. And one of the things that did come up, and I wanted to chat with, I didn't get a chance to talk through this with staff as well, is that one of the things that we encourage you to consider is as this system gets it put into place, it becomes more routinized for you. And you're still at the infancy stage of doing this the way you're at. But at some point, normally what we see is cities will come back at least on a semi-annual basis, sometimes on a quarterly basis, to be able to report on where you're at. So that this doesn't become a once-a-year process and then roll into budget. That it becomes a living document and that you get a sense of what's happening. And so the metrics that become together, just as Eve has started pulling that together, often what communities will do will every 6 months or once a quarter or something, do a presentation so you and your community can see where you stand and where the progress is occurring or where the hiccups are occurring, so that when you get together to do this on an annual basis, you've got that refreshment. It's not just an annual process. So I know that's kind of where I think you're going with your dashboards and everything else, but just be aware. You're not there yet, and that's okay. This takes a while to pull all this stuff together from there. But it is that ongoing effort, and you will tweak and adjust and revise accordingly from there. So,
Nope,
at that,
we're done.
I'm showing 4:35. Is there anything we didn't cover that you needed to talk through today? As I say, we've got some homework to do on the post-hurricane work, so we're going to have to work that through staff, and that's going to be a little bit of an impact on getting when the timing comes back to you. But so questions, comments, takeaways, perceptions.
That's a wrap, that's what I said, yeah.
Yep.
Before,
Much easier than last year.
Well, yeah, we were creating a lot last year,
Kudos
yeah.
to you all, because when you really look at what we changed and tweaked, it really wasn't major. I mean, you guys did some heavy lifting to take it
Yeah.
from nothing to this. It's incredible.
It was tough last year because we didn't have Phil.
The romance continues.
Anyway, before I adjourn the meeting, City Clerk, do we have any online public comment on this topic? I don't see any in-house. Yes, so it is 4:36, and I adjourn this strategic planning retreat of the Northport City Commission. Have a good evening, everybody. Great work.